You have a bunch of options expirations. You've got the single stock. You've got future index options, and they're all expiring today. And then at the end of the day, probably bigger for day traders at the end of the day, you have the S&P rebalancing. So you have names that are getting added to the index, which is big. Don't get me wrong, like DoorDash is going in. That's a big deal. But sometimes the reweighting of the S&P, like Broadcom's supposed to be a very large downweight, like they're reducing the number of shares. So there's a bunch of those as well. So you get a lot of volume coming in at the close. Some of it does also get done at the open. Oh yeah, and by the way, Carnival's reporting in 20 minutes too. That's the other thing. I really hate that they don't report earlier. 9:15 is such a ridiculous time to report your earnings to me.
Yeah, Carnival is the one thing that has a chance. I mean, it's been getting hit pretty good for a while, but it does have that chance. Here's what Carnival looks like on the weekly chart. Right back in, right into this level. So it's got a hold right here. I would say it's going to miss, but we've already talked about how everything I feel like right now is going to be a problem. Underneath the 200 period for CCL, we'll see. I mean, we keep on hearing that cruise lines are fully or close to fully booked here for 2025. We'll hear that story very, very soon. Yeah, it's nice to have Michael on there. A couple good ideas right there. Yeah, we'll talk to him next week and see if anything has changed, because it is a volatile market, and yeah, I mean, buying the dips works until you run out of money, right? So, all right, what's up, Adara?
Very stacked list here for upgrades and downgrades as we head into the final trading day of the week. Adobe here with an upgrade from KeyBank Capital Management about a week after their earnings report. We have AutoZone getting upgraded by D.A. Davidson. Norwegian Cruise Line here with an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Again, we're going to have these cruise lines on watch with Carnival earnings coming up. Last but not least, an interesting one here, Supermicro getting upgraded to neutral by JP Morgan Chase. You can read more about this note on our Trader TV Live watch list. But basically, they said now that the SEC filings are out of the way, they're seeing some potential for the stock. Pinduoduo leading the downgrade side of things here with a downgrade from Nomura one day after their earnings report. Another earnings downgrade here from FedEx by Loop Capital. Nike here at the bottom also getting downgraded by Needham after their report. And last but not least, TELUS here getting downgraded by BofA Securities. Really interesting list today, guys.
Yeah, well, so I know Sharif said it in the beginning, and he corrected himself, but he was right. Supermicro got an upgrade today. And the interesting thing is, maybe not a stock that you would expect to be holding support right now, but it absolutely is. This is one I've got, well, probably not for good reasons, on watch. As you can see, it's kind of got a trend line here, post that split, the recent bottom we had in November when the worst of the news was hitting. And it has broken before, although it ended up being a very good reversal after it broke the last time. Not that you would have, if you took the break, like for a couple of days, you're in the money. But this is looking like a stock which is just riding the 50 and also riding a trend going all the way back to November. Like if this breaks down, into here, underneath the 38, it still looks like a good opportunity for some shorts to start winning on it. That said, today, it's maybe not going to be a day trade unless you get to that 38 and maybe look for some kind of a bounce off one of those even dollar levels. But it's sitting on the precipice, SMCI, of a big trend line. And if it gets underneath that, then I would just start looking short like every day while it's underneath that 38.
A name that could actually, if the market actually goes today, I mean, we could get Boeing. We talked about this the other day. Nice move off of Wednesday's, like from 162 up there to 172. It just looks like right now this could break long. If it, it's trying to hold out here, like 170. If we get a dip into 170 there for Boeing, again, good, like there's not too many stocks that have this kind of a trajectory right now. And remember, someone in the chat said something pretty important, and they were like, you can also dollar cost average on the way up. Like we don't need to be sitting here catching all of these falling knives. Like so this would be a stock here where it's actually going to the upside. Maybe if we fall back in here, you can catch a good story on a downswing. So this would be the idea of averaging up right here today. Obviously, we're just talking about, all of us here are flat at the end of every single day. We trade equity. So it's like, we have to be flat, we're on a prop floor. But like this would be something where if it drops in here off the open, and I know Boeing's a risky stock, it's down today, fine. But this is another name that's working. At least we're now looking at a name that's been working and trying to catch something. So 170 there. And then what about a 174 break if the market decides not to make that move down and decides to go upside? Then you can use that using maybe even the 200 period. So it's like $2 worth of risk both ways here. You're at 172 there. I like the 170 long or the 174 break long. So that's either a dip buy or a break. I'd prefer this because then we can just get out. We can just tell ourselves, okay, it's $2 worth of risk. So you buy 170, you get down to 168, you punch out. The reason why you give yourself $2 is because 172 is going to be where the 200 and the 50 period are. So if you get back up to there, great, that's the target. If you drop $2, great, you get out. And the last example would not be great, but you would get out. So there it is, man. We can have just a quick look before we go back and do the watch list. This is what's going on in the imbalances today. It's nothing huge at all. So we're not seeing like big market imbalances yet. And I don't think we will for some reason. They may just come in the afternoon. We'll wait to see what NASDAQ hits because right now it's just NYSE. So yeah, that's a couple looks on a couple names there. I like it. People still saying Nike. Nike's the sticky note is out. This is the #1 name on the sticky note to get short. But unfortunately, again, we had written down 69 where the 200 period moving average is. We could see if this comes back up there. We may just have to smack this thing right off the open, man. I mean, I'll fix this candle, but this is a nice move down right there. We just dropped 50 cents, like boom. So Nike going to be a problem here today, that is for sure. I'm sure it's on our watch list, so let's go back over to the desk.
Guys, 57.13, that's where we close out yesterday on the ES June contract. Now, we're really bleeding here. We already lost 5,700. We're at the low right now. So the deal is we're going to look to that 56.50 area. We defended it back on the 18th and again on the 19th. If we defend it again today, it'll be a good support level. If we lose 56.50, then we're looking to that 5,600 area. If we defend 56.50, we're using 5,700 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, grab the watch list, absolutely free every single day. The link is in the description, top link, in fact, in the description. We'll get you to the sign up page, and then you just need your email address. Yeah, Nike pushing lower here in a hurry. Just at 8% there, a bit of a bounce right now, but 66.25-ish coming into play here, down better part, of 8% at this point. Forecast not good. They're warning of lower sales once again going forward after a nice move higher initially, it's worth saying.
Yeah, it looks like it was probably the call and the guidance here that sent everything down, Brendo. So Nike expects double-digit sales decline in fiscal Q4. Analysts were predicting about 11.4%, so towards the higher end of the guide there. Gross margins are projected to drop between 4 to 5 percentage points as a result of excess liquidity and inventory. Economic uncertainty as well, Brendo. Tariffs, foreign exchange, volatility, weak consumer confidence, all playing a part in this. Now, with respect to how they beat or Q3 earnings beat expectations, they printed better EPS than what the street was looking for, 54. The street was looking for 29 pennies. Revenue was 11, a little bit more than 11 and a quarter, exceeding the 11 the street was looking for. Net income, though, fell 32% year over year, and gross margins continue to decline. Some of the areas where they're seeing pressure: North America fell 4%, China 17% drop, and direct to consumer, one of their most coveted areas, dropped 12%, with wholesale also dropping 7%. New CEO Elliott Hill aims to revive innovation and strengthen wholesale partnerships with increased competition in China. He'll be looking to take advantage of some of these newer products that they're putting out there, the Pegasus Premium and the Romero 18.
That D2C area is so competitive.
Absolutely.
Right now. I mean, I heard you guys talking yesterday about, the Gymsharks of the world, just absolutely dominating that area right now. So, yeah, not a lot of positivity. There's a long list of analyst moves here to the downside as well.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. We were talking about the range that Micron was in, and it's like maybe this is a chance yesterday to get out of it, and obviously that didn't happen. So I guess we're headed right back to, maybe not today, but that 85. Like we said yesterday, like I almost wanted it to be bad enough that you could get that back into 85, so there would be a trade on Friday. 'Cause I feel like it would have been really hard to break that level today. That said, can't really be thinking about that 85. Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Yeah, my brain's on Micron, guys. Sorry. Yeah, my brain's all over Micron, but we'll go Nike. I really like the 85 on Micron. No, for Nike, I mean, Sean already said it. It's a flat bottom break on Nike. And I don't think I don't think I think if you get back to 69, I wouldn't want it. That's sort of the play, because it's almost going to be SSR and down 10%, and it flat bottom broke. Try to say there weren't any nice things to say about it when we were asked about it last night, but at the end of the day, I think you start to look at VWAP because it's respecting VWAP. Intel did something like this the other day where it was already trending down, so the only play ended up being the volume weighted average price. It's so far removed from the flat bottom break here that it's hard to look at the short and want to hit some lows. But VWAP is always a good place to start. And, I spoil my thoughts on Micron, because I'm buying that thing at 85 if it ever sees there.
85. Oh, 85.
No, we were talking about that yesterday.
Not today.
Micron,
Yeah.
I think it gets there probably in the next week or two, but...
Okay, there we go. So there's a call. There we go.
We said that yesterday. It's not a new thing.
No, I'm saying that's good. That's a good call. I like that one. So we'll watch out for Micron in the next couple of weeks. For Nike right now, look, man, it's the number one idea on the sticky note today, but it's already starting. So we're going to probably have to hit this immediately. We're going to have to look at the pre-market low, whatever it is, and see if it holds, and if it doesn't, smash it to the downside. I mean, Nike's been pretty bad for a long time, and it just keeps on getting worse. I feel like this is a kitchen sink quarter. What I mean by that is they've just thrown everything out, and now we'll wait to see if they can beat or exceed their low expectations for this next quarter. I'm not sure they can. This is 68.62. That was the past 52-week low. That's where I'm trying to play off of, but I don't, again, you make the call in the morning at some levels, and it may not come into fruition again. So we were at $67, thinking 69 or that 68.60 level would be something that could we see today. I still think we can. You could get a nice little bounce here. It's not going to be an SSR bounce until we get down to that SSR level, which I guess would be around 64 and change. Once we get down into there, then you could see a bounce. And if that bounce does happen, then I want to short. So, on earnings, we say when there's a gap, you play to VWAP. So right there, $67, I'm thinking is the right play. So I don't know, man. The only long that I have on the sticky note is Tesla. So we'll wait to see what's going on right there. Some people asking me about Palantir on the chat, on my email, on my Twitter today as well. Happy Friday. There it is, Tesla long. Oh, actually, I have Micron long at 98, which we're going to get to in a minute. And then I have the TQ short, and then I have NVIDIA if we get down to 114. But right now, to start the day, it'll be Nike and the market looking long. Looking short, to start the day. And then we'll talk about Micron in a minute. We'll look at long 98, but, my feeling is it's probably already there, yeah. So this will already come in. This is going to be a very, very interesting morning. 20 more minutes until we get some good price movement, but as Neil said, this might be a one where you let the first minute or two settle down, which I've been doing anyways pretty much lately. For Nike, maybe a different story, but for some of these other names, I'm interested to hear why Micron's down. So let's go hear from the boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. A lot of positivity as far as this report is concerned. The forecast itself, there was portions of the forecast that were a little bit questionable, but otherwise, numbers actually not bad here.
Not bad at all. I'll get to that point in a second, Breno. Yeah. Great point. EPS, how they did on earnings. So the actual current earnings, EPS 156 beating the 143, a handy beat there. Revenue 8.05 billion. Easily beating the 7.9 the street was looking for. With respect to guidance, Q3 EPS guidance at the midpoint, 1.57, above the analyst expectations of 1.52. With respect to revenue guidance, 8.8 billion at the midpoint. That exceeds the 8.5 billion the street was looking for, and that's an increase of 51% year over year. Now let's get to why the stock's actually moving down. So historically, memory stocks have steep revenue cycles with rapid fluctuations in growth. Some investors are concerned about another potential downturn. In other words, it's very cyclical. They do well, and then the demand dries up. Some people are positing, though, that AI-driven demand for high bandwidth memory could create a more sustained growth cycle, and we don't have to do these upswings and downswings in the price.
Yeah, bouncing off lows, or trying to at least right now, guys, for MU. That's a huge reversal, though, for this stock.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, you know what? And the other thing, too, is like Micron also, it just sold where it's been selling since not October, August of last year. Like since the beginning of August, anytime it's gotten to like the 110 area, there's just been, it's like wick selling and then the support at 85. Now what I was getting to with the 85 level is anytime it's traded, because if you look at it, it's traded very briefly under 85 several times since October, but each time it's gone down there, you've then had it close above 85. So if it does that again, where it gets down there and then closes above 85, I don't buy anything in the morning. I'm going to look to buy it at that level because it's just been working. As for today, look, man, I'll do the old knock on wood thing, but it's not getting to that level today. Come on, right? If Micron gets to 85 today, we got bigger fish to fry.
I thought you meant 95. Like when you said 85, I heard 85, but you mentioned. That's what I was thinking.
Well, 95 could happen because 95 is local support on Micron. And when I say local support, I just sort of mean like, closer to where we are right now. It's not today's support or anything like that. But 95 is a bit of a level because it wasn't a bad report. And again, you can go into, look, you can read any report and probably try to explain why it did a move because you can always find something, right? But I'm not going to pretend to have been able to do that. With Micron, because I couldn't. And I would just say if it gets down into where the prior support has been, this is actually more like 94. Did I write 95 on my iPad? Yeah, I did write 94. Never mind. When I'm saying 95, I think I must have had the 85 in my mind. No, it is 94 that local support is at. It's not impossible that it gets down there on Micron, but this isn't the name I'm looking short in chips. I feel like Intel first, you said, we're not going to get a chance to talk about Palantir, but when you mentioned it, I was short Palantir yesterday, and it was just a simple mean reversion play. But there was another thing going on here with, I just typed PayPal. There was another thing going on with Palantir, and that's every time it's gotten above $88 and the 50-period moving average recently, it's just kind of curled and faded early on in the day. And it did this again. So I feel like if this one presses up, as long as it doesn't break 90, let it get in there. And if it's above or around that 89 level, look for the mean revert. But that's on the off chance that it actually pops into that range. Like right now, when you sit down, it's at 87 and it looks like it could happen. Now it's breaking 86 and maybe you don't get that pop. But this is the name I'm looking for a pop and fade on. But Micron, unless it gets to 94, I don't think I'm doing anything today.
Yeah, I wrote down just to try to get something there at 98. 98's been the bottom there, and it just, it's going to come through now. So just looking, I'm not even really sure what levels are going to hold here, but this was 98. So it's just amazing that you had that bump up to 110, which was those key levels, and then this happened. It's clear that nobody can figure out why this thing's even down, which makes me worry that there's obviously is some problems here. Analysts must not have liked that call at all. And if you don't hold this gapped up level there, this is a gap, right? 98 all the way that day to 102, fading off a little bit back to 99 and then goes. So we need to see this area hold because 98 doesn't hold, then then there's that 95 level that I was talking about. So this is what I'm thinking, worth the shot, but it's not worth holding for $3 because if it comes into 98, I don't think today it's going to have the juice to get back to 101, which would be that risk to reward 1-to-1. That's kind of the decisions I try to make. We do like a retracement back up to the 200 period. This is just a 5-minute chart. If you're looking at a 1-minute chart, that's, again, that 101 area. That's where I think you short it. It's just, are we going to get that pop? Look, I don't know why Micron's down. If I'm going to buy, I don't even know that much about DRAM. I'm not going to pretend that I even want to buy Micron. I don't. The only name in this space that I would buy would be, and I didn't even realize I had AMD. I have AMD in my account. Thankfully, we're long.
You would have. I
think we're still in the money, 70% on AMD or something, which is crazy. I didn't even realize I had it. I was looking at my portfolio.
I was mad at myself that I hadn't sold it.
I think I have 1 or 2%. Oh, I wish I had known I had it because I've been calling this thing
silly,
dead since 200.
Well, I've been saying, and this is one of the things in your long-term plan. Just because you buy something a really long time ago and you are up a lot on it doesn't necessarily mean you want to still be holding it. Because I've done that and looked back and been like, what am I still doing in this?
I don't think anybody got out at the tops of
No, But it's like, I don't
No,
even
I know. I didn't even realize I had it.
Since 2023, everyone's liked NVIDIA more. So why didn't in that much be like, whatever, I'll just sell AMD at that point, because even though it's in the money, and I admit, I want to do a better job of that in my personal account, because when you buy things 10, 15 years ago, sometimes something has distinctly changed and you should be selling it. You know, like with the bags, like in the
This is why I'm just want to buy indexes, man, because
Well,
like,
that's
I already
another-
have so many stocks. It's
I'm
like,
heavy index
I have
already.
Pfizer, I have AMD, I have NVIDIA. I mean, name another stock, Home Depot, Apple. Like, I have these all, Uber, Roblox, Disney.
Do you have a quantum stock though?
No. I have the best quantum stock of all
Google.
time.
Alphabet. Sorry, Alphabet.
Yeah, so yeah. But I don't have any of these quantum names. Let's go find out about these runners.
Yeah, back downside here a little bit so far this morning. I mean, the overall market is as well. But surprisingly, Jensen comes out yesterday and says, my bad, essentially causing that huge move down in this whole group, going back to the beginning of the year where he said nothing is going to come from this. And I mean, let's be honest, it's probably not. It's let's say 5 years. I think 5 years is maybe fair.
Fair. It's a science experiment.
Yeah.
You and I were just talking about this off camera. It's a science experiment until some money starts coming in. All right, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang corrected his January statement where he doubted quantum computing's viability within 15 years. Yesterday at Quantum Day, he admitted his comments were misinterpreted and drew comparisons, actually, to NVIDIA's early struggles. He was kind of surprised that his remarks actually impacted these quantum stocks and joked about how some quantum firms are being publicly traded. Now, yesterday he did have the GTC Quantum Day. He hosted panels with 12 different quantum computing firms. Microsoft and Amazon did take part. NVIDIA aims, their goal here is to integrate GPUs with quantum chips. They don't want to use them in isolation. And he did announce plans, Brendo, yesterday for a Boston research center to foster collaboration with Harvard and MIT. We'll have to see how that all works out.
Yeah, if you zoom out to the daily chart, we're downside 2 or 3 days in a row here for, this is Rigetti. Back towards some support, though, around $8, guys.
I just looked in the account there. I'll just tell you how bad of an investor I am. I'm still up 62.6% on AMD. Like, that's horrible. Like, that means I was up like 400% or something when it was at 20 bucks, when it was at 220 or whatever it was. I'm just so horrible at most things. All right, so I don't know. Did you have a play on quantum there today?
QBTS, I mean, it's only down 7%, but remember, it was down, I don't know, 21, 22% yesterday, so it is going to be short sell restricted. And yesterday I was looking for the reversion off this 750 area, only because this is where it jammed last week when I was gone. It was right off of that 750. So this would be like a mean reversion. If it gets there, look for the reversion play off of 750. If it just goes down and is trending down and never breaks the trend at 750, then there's just not going to be a trade down there. As far as I did have, and I even put in the note, well, when it was sitting here at about 830, 840, thinking, yeah, I could fade it into like 875 or something, like that high from yesterday. That's now 10% up. And I feel like if there's that big of a move off of the open, Intel's going to come into play, and Palantir is probably going to come into play at that 89. So I don't know if that's going to be a thing, but I'll have it on the back burner. I'm just looking at SSR bounce play on these, because I feel like when they do, like when a stock like this, when it catches a bit of a bottom, like a wick bottom like that, and a trend reverse, it's generally pretty good. Like it did it yesterday into VWAP, and let's say you're getting in right about here, like 970. It eventually gets to VWAP at 1020, and then even breaks it out a little bit. So yeah, that's all I'm looking for on QBTS. And 750, actually, that was the level. The first time I looked at it on the daily was because Michael mentioned it in the aftermarket show, and it's just the high from February, like the February high, and it also had a bit of a breakout there last week. So yeah, we'll see what happens there if it gets there.
I think there's going to be a huge whoosh off the open, maybe. Okay, so I'll look at Rigetti because Neil just looked at QBTS. But yeah, it's the same level. It's 750. It's right here. If it comes in off the open, which it probably will, back into this level, you're going to, again, you have a wick down to 670. But at the end of the day, there's 750, there's 730, 725. Like, I think if you buy 750s, you give it 50 cents. I think that makes a lot of sense on these names. This is not, you don't want to trade the quantum names and just punch out for a 10-cent loss or anything like that. These things have huge moves. Just like this is one candle right there, 920 up to 950, back down to 920 again. Anything could hit at any time. And you just want to try to respect some of the levels that you have. Like yesterday's 200 period moving average, right? We didn't break it at all. Only this one little spot there. Maybe that's when they were, I don't know, on stage. I have no idea. But there was a nice move right there, and it only got back up to pre-market highs before fading out again. So even if you shorted there at 960, you only had to give it 20 cents, and it didn't even hurt you. And then it dropped off of that level, $1.30 or whatever, or buck actually to the bottom. So yeah, there's your 200 period. If you're looking to short pops, that's it there at 860. If you're gonna, again, use the 200 period, you might want to look for another level that might give you some indication. That would, I guess, be $9. So again, I think 40, 50 cents worth of risk there for Rigetti, but this is going the other way right now. It's starting to make a move higher right now. So maybe that 750 is going to be a bottom or $8, something like that. It's bouncing off of 815 right now. Market kind of not bouncing, and Rigetti nicely done there. The other name is IonQ. I mean, should be a big one. I mean, it's been up. I mean, look, all these stocks as a percentage have been much higher than where they are now. This one's cut in half, almost two-thirds down there. And this is at a level where you could actually, as Michael was talking about it, if you've back tested, and again, the thing is 200 period on these quantum names, this is such a new space, right? So I don't know if it's actually going to hold this, but nothing wrong with thinking about $20. That's right where the 200 period moving average is. And then you don't want to, not for a day trade, you don't want to give this thing $2, but that bottom's 18. So that also matches with that top that once we broke it, we took off to 55. So I would say, like, to me, again, you can dollar cost average till you're broke, but at the end of the day, if you go long here at 20, I think you can safely exit around 17.50, which is a hit, of course, be 15% or so, but that might be worth the risk if you're taking a little bit of risk with some of these quantum plays. So IonQ, the one technically at a level that I think can be supported down there near 17.50, maybe worth a shot there at 20 for the risk trade.
Talk some China ADRs here. Downside for the most part across the board for all of these. Worth noting PDD and NIO both out with earnings reports. PDD not really doing a heck of a lot here. NIO, though, a little bit more active as far as volume goes anyways. This is a $4.50 stock at this point. Both, however, not great.
And NIO's kind of, you feel it hasn't really participated in the strength with some of these Chinese names at all.
At all.
Like XPEV's been moving up. We saw BYD. Baba has been breaking out to no end. So it's been good strength in Chinese world, Chinese ADR world, but not for NIO, guys. So fourth quarter net loss unexpectedly widened as higher cost outpaced sales growth after the car maker launched 2 sub-brands last year amid intensifying competition in China as well. Obviously, the net loss widened to about 7.13 billion yuan, equivalent to about almost $1 billion. So keep an eye out on that. The result missed consensus estimates of 4.63 billion yuan loss on revenue of 22.22 billion.
Yeah, even the e-commerce names downside here. Alibaba actually among the worst, 2% right now, guys, almost back to day lows.
Well, all roads lead to 420. And if NIO gets to 420, it's SSR and down 10%. So, but also NIO, we've been saying this for a while, like whatever, you can say whatever you want. Somebody else is buying NIO at 4 to 420. So if it gets down there today, why wouldn't you look there for a bit of a bounce? I mean, like sometimes you go and you're like, well, what's support and resistance look like? And then other times you're like, well, you just show an example of a chart like this. And yeah, there's a little bit of barcoding in there and it doesn't look like much, but it's a $4 stock. This gets down into 420. I don't think it's asking too much that you could get one of those nice little bounces and maybe get into like a 440 or whatever it might be. So NIO downside, that's the only one of the Chinese names that I looked at today because they reported. And even when it got to 5, we're like, hey man, the four level's been good. So 4 to 420, it gets down there, look for a bounce play on NIO. And again, this has nothing to do with like long-term or anything like that. And CCL is out and doing its dance, by the way. They did beat on earnings.
Yeah, I just put it out on Twitter there. If you come over to my Twitter, Carnival adjusted earnings, 13 cents beats 2 cents. Sales of 5.81 beating 5.7 billion, but CCL just taking the,
escalator down.
not that the ship is sinking, because CCL's been pretty good, but I mean, all of these names just continue to get beat up. So we'll wait to see volume coming in there. Initial move higher, this move now lower. Just sell Alibaba. I mean, I don't know. If like every other market right now, the MSCI All World is up on the year. The S&P is down. China's up. Brazil's up 19% or something. Joe and I went over this yesterday. We went over a couple of the different markets in the recap show. The U.S. is pretty much the only down market. Canada's hovering around flat for the year. Mexico's up as well. So I just feel that there's going to be some regression and some reverting back to the mean here. And that mean is always looking like the 50-period moving average. That's kind of why I have it up there. So I don't know if we're getting back to 120 or anytime soon, but it would not surprise me at all if we've seen the top right now for Alibaba on just for now. Like 145, DeepSeek, all this is already in. So I don't, we've priced that all in. Those were the moves higher. Now, if AI is a flop, like you're sort of seeing some of these U.S. companies come to the downside, guess whose turn it is next? It's yours, Alibaba. There's that video with a sell early. So again, I feel like today's witching day might be a nothing burger. These are very, very small numbers, right? NVIDIA, 2 million shares. Apple, just 1 million. But look what it's doing to the stock. Whoops, down 60 cents right there on Apple. Intel was the #1 stock yesterday. That was a short. It looks like it's a sell again. Apple, whoops, down to 209 again. Intel, I could just imagine, 23.50. Geez, yesterday we were short at 24.25. That was the big trade of the day yesterday. Broadcom, we had indicated that's also a net sell coming in as well at the end of the day. So yeah, man, you're starting to get pretty low here. There's Google with a sell. That wicked down to 160 right there. That might give us a bottom to play off of later on, but it's not good. There's Palantir with a sell. Look, this market, what's up to Corey in the chat? He or she is like, I'm not sure why Sean's not going more crazy with this market down. It's because this is what I'm expecting, man. I haven't bought anything in a while. I think this next earnings season is going to be horrendous. I might not dollar cost average anything until JP Morgan reports April 11th. I might just flatten that trade today and wait. I'm getting pretty negative here on the market, so I will not be buying too many of these names. But hey, that might mean I just signaled the bottom.
Yeah, with 3 minutes to go, there are some big imbalances in Toronto, but unless you're trading Toronto off the open, like regularly speaking, you probably want to stay away from them. But if you do see an imbalance on a Toronto stock like a TD or something in New York, just remember it could be the other way in Toronto. That's going to be a big thing. So at the open, as you said just a couple of minutes ago, QBTS, Rigetti, QBTS is actually a sell of 500,000 as well, but it barely even moved, kind of a little bit to the downside. It might have a chance to get up to that 870 to 875 area for that bit of a fade. So with the open, if we do get a pop, there's that. Palantir, I don't know. Palantir is just so far away from that 88 level. I don't know if we get the same break above 88, take the fail break. Yesterday, the trade was just a trail out that we wanted to grab. And of course, we'll be watching some Tesla 230 as well, and Intel at VWAP. But let's go back to the desk.
Yeah, real quick. FedEx just made a new low. I just actually went out on a higher time frame and tried to find the last time this thing was SSR. Got to go 2 quarters back. So not the last earnings, but the one before that. It was 15% after they reported.
A bit of a tougher look today, Brenda. Let's talk about what's going on. So FedEx revised its profit and revenue forecast downward due to persistent soft demand. CFO John Dietrich cited weakness in the U.S. industrial economy as a key challenge. They did adjust their full-year financial forecast, so full-year adjusted profit now expected between $18.60 a share, down from $19 to $20 a share. Revenue as well for the fiscal year ending in May is going to be flat or slightly down, so we'll keep an eye on that. And Q3 adjusted profit is going to be down to $4.51. Now, the reason all this is going on is apparently FedEx and UPS, kind of not surprised by this, are engaged in a fierce market share battle, raising concerns over pricing pressure. Apparently, FedEx ended its air cargo contract with USPS. UPS picked that up, and then FedEx announced its cost-cutting plans of about $2.2 billion, and apparently they're going to pick up 8 new Boeing 777s at a really good price from Boeing.
Can't all be bad.
Nope.
If you're buying or leasing planes, I'm sure they lease them. There it is.
Yep.
SSR right now, guys, for FedEx.
Yeah, I mean, probably won't trade FedEx. I know it's down 10%, but that's not the kind of stock I want to try for an SSR play anyways. But sometimes it's a bellwether for what's going on, and if FedEx is getting hit, it's not usually a good thing for the overall economy, and this sucker is trending down. So there was a bounce in a few names. We only have 30 seconds to go till the open here. There was a little bounce as a few of those imbalances got smaller. NVIDIA just popped up. Couple of bucks. I don't think we'll see 120 there. Gonna have Tesla on the watch, QBTS, Nike, Intel going to be in play. We'll see about it, but this is the triple witching bell to end the week. Adara, so should be wild off the open. Remember, extra volume, extra volatility on an open like this. So ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
Should be exciting. All right, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening here earlier on. I'm watching Micron. There it goes. Whoops. Right down there to the downside. We're also going to watch out for Nike as well here early. All right, so Nike actually not open yet. Probably better to wait for that. It just bounced off 65.80. We'll give Nike a chance here as well. Tesla, we'll give them a chance here for Tesla. Charts, there we go. All right, nice move up for Tesla there. So we wrote down Tesla 234 long in the pre-market. We'll have to wait to see if that comes through again. So we'll bid that. That looks like a decent level right there. It just was too early. Oh man, did we nail that 234? Wow. Okay, well, if it comes back, we'll have to take that level again. So 234, that was what we were looking for. We're not in it, obviously, you'd see me in it, but there's a nice little rally off the open. So here we go, man. Nice move higher there for Tesla. The name we wanted long, the price we wrote down was good, but it's a pre-market level. So there it goes, man. Straight up to the upside. Tesla really ramping up. Congratulations there. Tesla flying right now to that upside, man. Wow. Cannot hold this stock down, apparently. Tesla, monster move up to 240. Here we go. Wow. Tesla motoring, man.
This is insane price action.
Yep.
Tesla. It's
and
almost like,
NVIDIA as well. Nice move to the upside.
Nothing like Tesla.
No. Tesla. I mean, look, we wrote down 234, guys. I mean, it is what it is, but that stock is now gone. 118 for NVIDIA just held.
Well, it's easy to see when Tesla's going, it's like, oh, is anything coming into the levels I like for pop and fade? They're not. Like Palantir's nowhere close to the top. Intel's nowhere close it's not even breathing on 24 at this point. So, yeah, you're getting a little bit of pop. I wonder if Micron's making its way up. Nope. Micron actually might see this 94, 95 area. It's at 96 already. Micron's falling like a rock.
Okay, we're already $1 in the money right now. We shorted Tesla, so let's wait to see what winds up happening. 240, we're short right now. Big position. Let's just see, man. I got to just breathe a little bit here. There it is. Okay, nice move here to the downside for Tesla. So we're actually just trying to get out of some of this now. Ooh, that was good, man. That just went down.
Still on Micron.
It could still... What's up, Fabian? No problem, my guy. There it is, man. So there's Tesla, man. We just shorted there at 240 twice. Out right there, 238.60, 238.50. It's gonna stop out. If this breaks 240, we are out of that one, and then we'll say thank God we took a little bit of profit. But there goes Tesla. Oh no. Okay. Well, yeah. If it breaks 240, we're out. So I'm going to. This is looking like, oh my gosh, this is what option expiration is all about, really, right now.
Yeah, this
is like you're seeing tons of movement here, tons of volatility, some little bit of uncertainty on some of the levels, but we're not uncertain about the short right now. It's now $1 in the money as we try to break. Well, it just held 230. There it goes. Now it's more than that, Neil. Now we're $1 and change now as we get down to the downside. So let's see how far we can go there. Volume weighted average price could be a bouncing spot there. 238. Let's put a bid down there. But so far, so good here for Tesla.
Yeah, great look on Tesla. Micron's now through 95 and headed toward that 94. So it's falling like a rock. At the same time, QBTS, I haven't looked at Rigetti, but I'm going to assume it's trying to go green as well. But it's streaking into that 875 area that we're looking for, the curl. So those are the two things I'm watching.
There it goes.
Intel's nowhere close to 24 bucks. So it's 875, looking for a reversion on QBTS, and then Micron as well. So those are the two level twos I'm kind of cued in.
What was the low
cued in on? Right now it's 94.30.
40s, yeah.
30 or 40. So let me get a stop in first. I always want to have a stop if I'm trading it on a witching day. Have your stop before it gets in there, and then look for this to close at or above this 94 half level, and on the 3-minute bar. hopefully avert some of this move, and then take the first shot. VWAP's at 97, so there's plenty of room to VWAP, but if it can't close above 94.5, I mean, at this point, I don't want to catch that falling knife. Intel's starting to go up, so keep in mind if Intel gets to 24, I want to start working into the long. Don't want to get too early on it. Yeah, now Micron's starting to look like there's a bit of a bid under it.
All right, yeah, we're long Micron. So let's see what winds up happening on that one. So Tesla we actually wind up exactly flat on Tesla, which is too bad because it did have that chance to go. We're just lucky, I don't know, but we were able to get all of these out as it was going absolutely insane right there, up and down, trying to figure out the right price levels for Tesla. Up 2% today with a market that's down 1%. So, when there's blood in the street and everybody's talking so negatively about certain names, maybe there is a case there for Tesla long, right? So here comes Micron straight in. I mean, we talked about being long this name, so we'll wait to see now. Okay, there it goes. It's going to break through 9.
Got stopped.
Yep, exactly. So stop out over there. I got stopped out on Tesla and about to get stopped out here on a 94 break for Micron. So yeah, the longs today, man.
Oh no, it didn't break 94.
No, it did not. So right now we'll wait to see, but it is resisting that 94 break, as Neil just mentioned. I'm waiting for that level to break.
Oh, I know why.
If it does, then we'll get stopped out. So we're going to try to hold on to this one just a little bit more. Now, of course, Tesla's making that move back in. And I just say, of course, but it's just 5 minutes in. We knew we'd have to get some settling down here in the market. It's too bad that Tesla made the move now, but at the end of the day, that goes up to 240, 150. So our out was pretty fine there. I'm okay with it. We'll just have to wait now to see what's going on. But there goes Tesla, man, back into the downside. We probably should have held on to that. But for right now, it's just Micron. We like the 95 level. It's there and lower right now. So we're in this name. Let's go see. Come on, Micron. Make my day, baby. Let's get back up to the upside now for MU.
Yeah, MU needs to break that 95. It didn't break 94. I threw my stop and said I was stopped out. Looked back at it because I was trying to get into Intel and realized it didn't break. So just a bit of a keystroke error. It just tagged 95 and did an over-under. You can't even see these levels because of how big the wicks are. But it just tagged the prior bar high and came back underneath. So I took some out there at 95. I'm offering 95 quarter. I think VWAP is the target here because we are absolutely trending down. Intel, I was about to pull the trigger, then realized this is what you did yesterday, Neil, which was get into Intel a little bit too early. Either let it confirm that we're losing VWAP or let it get back into the actual highs up there. That's what it's all about on INTC. And patience paid, but I'd rather not start the day red on Intel to try to get green. It's witching day. Allow the first 10, 15 minutes to get in and then worry about it. Micron working so far. NVIDIA is absolutely, everything is, a lot of things are going to the downside right now, but NVIDIA just broke through the lows and is continuing to head to the downside. So I don't wonder if that doesn't mean, you never know, but could that avert the Micron move and bounce a little bit there? It just tagged that 95 quarter. VWAP sits at 96 half. I'm going to take another leg out in front of that and then try to hold for that pre-market low, which would be the next leg up. Micron's not SSR, but the characteristics are still kind of like an SSR bounce.
Yeah, we're fine. We're now flat on the day. Micron is hopefully going to be that name here today for me. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here with Micron. We made back our Tesla losses, but we just got some out. Our best out right there was 95.34s. So hopefully it can get going just a little bit more than that, and we will be all good on that front. So far, so good. On Micron, so let's wait to see if that bumps. All right, what else are we looking at here, guys? What else is moving around? All right.
SMCI, apparently.
SMCI, okay.
I'm just seeing it in the chat.
Yeah, we could definitely have a look over there at SMCI. All right, so I was just going to check over at NVIDIA quickly, but SMCI, let's have a quick look. The other names I wrote down was, we should probably look at Nike, Tesla 234, that's not coming in, and then the TQQs as well. So yeah, just hearing that NVIDIA is seeing the session lows, and so is Supermicro. Supermicro looks like it wants to bounce off 39. I'm more comfortable, okay, I was going to say I'm obviously more comfortable trading NVIDIA, as you guys see me trading that literally all of the time. So we'll wait to see now. I wrote down 114.50 for NVIDIA. If it gets there, great. But I just, I have a big position on in Micron. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening here. MU is on my mind right now.
Did you mention Nike's almost 10% now?
No, I wanted to look at it, but I knew it did bounce back to like 68.
Okay, so Nike is also Nike could get SSR as well, but it's still a flat bottom break. There was no pop yet to try to fade. Gonna go back over and show you. Micron is starting to press the 95 area at least. So I don't want to change the plan, but remember, VWAP is a moving target, so if it holds down here, VWAP moves as well, and I do want to respect the volume-weighted average price. Palantir was another one we thought would pop and fade. It's only heading to the downside. If we continue trend down, I did want to be short this off those highs, but sometimes you just got to look at previous day low or support to turn into resistance at 86. So going to work off a different level on Palantir because the market didn't pop for you to get any kind of a fade in that stock. Still just with Micron and
come on, Micron.
People saying what's wrong with Tesla. Randy Singh said, what's wrong with Tesla? I don't know. It's like there's no stock that's...
I should be shorted.
It's the only stock that's up right now, but it's actually making its reversion too. I think it's a short thesis, and outside of catching a dead cat bounce, which is what I think Micron is, I'm trying to get into some shorts that we Tesla. Like. So Intel, no short yet. It's so tempting to get in early on this thing. So tempting.
Oh, man. We could have had quite a day here, but unfortunately we had dropped out. Well, we're still up today. We took a big position on Micron, so let's wait to see what winds up happening here. I'm just going to try to sit in this one. You know, yesterday we traded 3 names. It was a big day. Let's see if we can just trade 2 names now. We'll trade more than that, but we need Micron to go. I'm waiting in the 30s again. Okay, 25s again. The best we've gotten is 30s, so if right now we're not quite near daily goal, but if we can just get a couple more pennies here up on Micron through 95.50, then we'd be a hell of a lot closer to that. So here we go, Neil. Yes, sir. Big trade alert right now. And again, guys, anyways, you guys know if I'm in a position here early, we should be something that we are trying to let it go. So let's see now if this one can get back up to the upside. There it goes. Okay, good. This is a good trade right now for sure for Micron. Yeah, let's just let it settle down a little bit. Yeah, let's take VWAP out, man. This is now $1 on big boy shares. So here we go, man. There it is, man. We've met our day goal right there on Micron, despite not losing flat on Tesla, but giving up that opportunity on Tesla for sure. All right, Micron, there it is, man. 95 up to $96. It's a big time winner over here for Micron. So we can't complain at all on that one. So there it is, man. You need a face slapper. I mean, there it is, man. It's 1 times daily goal right there off the open at 940. So we want this to still go higher. We could lose one day in 5 seconds here if this drops back in. So just a nice trade off the open. I think we'll get out one more piece here at 93, and there it is. Now we
96,
could just...
you mean?
Yeah, 95, 93.
Oh,
but yeah, $96. So right there, we take another piece out. We've still got on a little more than half despite this move. So I'm going to take out another piece here before we drop. But so far, so good there, man. Big trade alert for Micron. Glad you guys are on it. Glad Neil's on it. Here we go. It's Micron.
Yeah, that 94 level is holding great. At this point, you got to VWAP. I'm trailing it out underneath the first green bar, which is right here. So either it breaks 94.7, I'm out of 75%. So I'm looking for VWAP break, get into the pre-market highs or lows, and then gonna give it a trail. Just let it try to breathe and see how far it can go. Tesla, not really. Tesla's continuing to head to the upside there. CCL, by the way, Carnival caught a bid off the $20 level, and now it's starting to ride VWAP. If this just starts making a trend down, it's usually a trend joiner on earnings day with CCL. But I'm gonna go back to where we're trying to be patient. Intel, it's going up. It's just not near 24 yet. So again, preaching a little bit of patience with this because it took a while to revert it. It wasn't until about 9:50 yesterday in the morning that it really made its high. So I don't mind waiting another 5 or 10 minutes to try to short this thing. I feel like that's the prudent way to go. Only been in Micron so far. Palantir's not giving us anything. NVIDIA, I mean, it's still on the bottom end of the range, so NVIDIA's not looking all that strong. Yeah. I don't know why Tesla is so strong today, but I guess maybe that all hands-on-deck meeting was causing a spike in the stock. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was the long that we wanted. Missed it. Went short, flat. Oh, well. All right, man. Out of some more Micron up there near that top. It is fading out just a little bit, but we're going to try to find something else. We had written down TQs here that we wanted to get 61s, but that's not right now. Despite that move higher right now, we're still well off of that. Again, you know, it's different when you're writing these levels out at 830 and the levels at $61. But for right now, nice little drop in on the TQQs. That name trying to figure itself out, and of course, that is just the market. All right, so Intel, let's have a quick look over here. Nice move up into the 200 period moving average. That could be a short, right? Nothing wrong with that. If we get that again, 2380, you're not too far away from 2380 right now on Intel. That could be definitely a play that gets me a little interested right there. 24 is more the level, but it's getting there. It is definitely getting there. Amazon was another level that we looked at. We wanted to look at Tesla, Micron, TQs, NVIDIA, and Nike. We did hear that NVIDIA was near lows. I'm sure that that's not the case anymore. Well, actually, pretty good. Still 115.50 there, the drop-off spot right there for NVIDIA. All right, Micron's come back in. We're going to have to watch out for this now. So we actually only now have a third, a little bit more than a third, about 40%, I would say. I was going to say 35%, but that's close to a third. And this could come back into this level. I'm going to wait for 94.50 again, just in case it does come back in. And yeah, you know, we did take advantage of that early move, but if the market does fade out, they're not going to love Micron. So we'll wait to see what happens, but a little bit of a reload down at 94.50 is going to be the spot for me. Really glad that we were able to take all of that, not all of it, but the majority of it out there at 96, making for a decent move. Right now, I still want to look for Tesla maybe pulling back in a little bit, especially if this market is roughly near the highs. I don't know. I mean, 242.50 or so for Tesla. We've been up here before these levels, so we could see that right into here. That was the high just on the 19th, so 2 days ago. We hit this 242 area and then fell pretty dramatically. So 242.50 or so as the high. We can wait to see if you want to play off that a bit. What's up, Adara?
On GM here, this is General Motors. Apparently, the Secret Service Agency is announcing that its director met with executives from GM to discuss next-generation armored SUVs. So apparently, some armored SUV talks occurring here between General Motors and the Secret Service guys. So keep an eye on OUST. This company is called Ouster Inc. This is nary a red candle to be seen here in this one today. A day one earnings play for a smaller cap company with about a $500 million market cap and a 10% short float. Back to you.
Whole thing.
Just for all you real traders out there, have a look at the Toronto banks at the open, because there were some opportunities on a witching day that were very, very, very clean to the upside. I was just looking at a couple of them. Like Intel, I'm trying to preach that patience with it, and now I've just hit enter way too fast because I was still on Toronto. So the market's starting to come back up. So if you were looking for fading some pops, this is, I think, that moment as the Nasdaq's trying to get higher. We're still down 1% overall, but I'm now sitting 24.05 because that's where the local high was in the afternoon. I think if we get any kind of a pop, we'll get our short in that name. Micron, I'd love to see us tag VWAP again.
Oh, baby.
It's really trying to go. I think you've made a bottom here in Micron. It's just a matter of how far the market's going to let this one go. Hit enter twice. So it's made a nice hold. The higher low is held. I still think you need to break this out at the 96 level. And I got to go over to QPTS, the quantum names that we're watching. That's trending right back into that high, that 875. It didn't hold it the first time, but now you're working on a little bit of a trend break off of the open on QBT, on D-Wave, let's just say, because I might mix that up in QBTS and QUBT. But it's trying to make a bit of a trend break here off that 875 high. Again, it is racing to the upside, and it's SSR as well, despite being flat on the day. It was down 22% yesterday. So it needs to break for real this trend line, and then I can look for a short, or we wait for Intel, which is now getting very, very close to our 24.
Yeah, 24 was the level that we were looking at for sure.
It's going to get there.
Look, man, we've got a big position on Micron, and we just took some more out there in the 60s. So I'm just going to try to let this one settle down and see if we can't get a little more love here for MU. Get back up into, I mean, the next offer I have is 96.24. But now that we just had this move higher right here, there it is. Let's go. Come on, Micron. The only problem was we didn't buy the dip at 95. We waited for 94.50, thinking that this was going to be one of those downside moves. Palantir at all-time highs, at days high right now as well. DraftKings, you know, $38, that name going as well. But you know what, man? I'm just like laser focused right now on Micron. Nice move higher here. Where can we go? That VWAP 96.70, we'd like to get to that level if possible. That would be sort of the next little area. As I said, 96.25 is where I'm waiting for a out, and we'll see if that can come through one more time for us. But yeah, one more time. You sing it, Randy, as we get going. Man, we are having a great day. This is probably one of the best mornings I've had all week, but it's just one stock. It's Micron. Look at your Tesla right here. Boom, to the upside right now goes Tesla. And this is the story with the stock market, man. It's like the minute you think everything is dead, it wakes its ass up. Nice move there for Tesla. Again, they had that meeting yesterday. Elon tried to calm everybody. There it goes. We tried the short. It was a winner until it wasn't. Flat right now on Elon and company here today. But we're just really making our day right now with Micron, Randy. It only takes one trade, and that's exactly what we've done here with MU. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside. Micron, not yet, man. Let's wait to see what winds up happening with that one. But thanks, Randy. As we keep on going upside now, $96. We're focused, man.
Yeah, it's going to break this 96 any second now. I see you in the chat. TP, GME it's up, but it's not a rocket. But we'll get to that a little bit later when things calm down. I actually think the chart looks really good on GameStop for the next couple of weeks. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but it's not nonsense. Another tap of the $96 level. Now, I started red with a keystroke on Micron, so it's frustrating, but you just have to jump right back in. I say this every single time. If you ever accidentally get in, get out. If you ever accidentally get out, get in. It's just that simple as a trader. You don't want to let a trade go. I just misplaced the stop order. Now I want to see us hold the trend because we've double tapped VWAP. If we break a trend line, we get out. You know what? Intel is not breaking the highs. I'm sitting here waiting for 24, but the longer this is resisting the move, I think we got to be a little bit more patient. And Los Pollos Hermanos, Palantir is almost green. But my play on Palantir, it's rocketing up. My note was, look at the 50 period on the daily and what's been happening every time it breaks the 50 period. It's just wicking that top. So I'm looking for a mean reversion play on a break of 88, which is exactly the trade from yesterday. Like, let it break and then look for the trend reverse on Palantir. That's the trade I want on Palantir today, because I didn't think we'd get down to like the 80 level or anything like that. So I'm just waiting for it to get up there to revert it. That's what's been working, is sort of shorting those early day moves on a lot of stocks. I don't see a reason to get away from that today.
Big ups to any Canadian tickers. Yeah, let us know if there's anything you want us to look at. We could definitely do that. Come on, Micron. We just need to get this. 96.24 we're sitting at right here. This is going to be a... Oh, man. Like, the swings on the net here are pretty dramatic at some points here. It went to 96.20. Come on, man. We are just 4 pennies away from getting our fill there. Ahead of 90... Okay. See, when that ever happens to me, I'm just like, okay, you know what? Let's get out of 5% here instead. If it breaks above 96 one more time, I'd hate to have missed that by 4 pennies. Looks like we may have done that. That's too bad. Right there, look, 96.20, 22s maybe even. It went to right there. What? Oh, I'm waiting at 05 now? Okay, well, it just went to 04. So, all right, let's wait to see if we can get something out there, man. Tesla just continues to work higher as well. That name is Gonzo right now, up to 243. Good level there, good name, good long for anybody that had that. Oh, we did. Oh, no, we just did not get our Micron. I thought we did there, but we did not. All right, what else going on? Bitcoin down to 84,000. I say down to it, but I actually didn't look today. What is, no, I know it's 84, but what did we start out at right there? Okay, so it's been actually a nice morning. That's what I was trying to say. I wasn't sure if it was up or down, but there goes crypto right now. Well, at least there goes IBIT anyways. Looking at a bigger chart here for IBIT. Oh, that turnaround there on Micron, just missing by 2 cents right there, getting a piece out. Now it's probably going to tank. That happens to me all the time. 47.80 there is the 50-period moving average for IBIT. pretty choppy at these levels. I think we will stay away from IBIT. So, yeah, 47.70. We'll wait to see if there's some directional play and hope that Micron can come back upside. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. VinFast, the Vietnamese EV powerhouse, opened its new Green Series for orders earlier this week in Vietnam. The lineup features 4 models: mini car, ASUV, CSUV, SUV, and MPV, designed to enhance transport services and drive Vietnam's green mobility. The Green Series made a huge splash in Vietnam's auto market, racking up 45,813 pre-orders in just 72 hours, all confirmed with no cancellations. This unprecedented milestone not only sets a new record in the nation's automotive history, but it also highlights strong demand for VinFast green EVs among both individual buyers and service businesses. So far in January and February 2025, VinFast delivered over 22,500 EVs in the Vietnam market alone, already exceeding what they delivered in Q1 of 2024. Back to you.
Yeah, look, we probably should have. We probably should have got into Intel, but like I said, we're going to be patient with it. Micron just held trend almost exactly. Here, I've drawn it on my black chart, so I don't have to worry about it. Like, it'll just be sitting there. Because for you guys, I'll flip back and forth, but I have the same stocks up when I stare up. So if we break this trend line on the 3-minute, I'm jumping out. Right now, that's going to be like 95.25, and then we let this one, and I want to let that ride. So it's either I want to look at Tesla, but the eyeballs are on Intel and on Palantir, because those are the two screamers that we wanted to fade into. And Palantir is almost at that 88 level. It's been breaks of 88 that have been fades on this stock. So again, appreciate a little bit of patience. Tesla, I don't have any levels up here until it gets to it was 252 actually, 250 to 252 on Tesla. If you had that on your bingo card today, congratulations. On a Friday, a 250 level, yeah, whatever, man. That's a fade up there. If it gets to 250, I'm looking short on Tesla. I didn't think that'd be remotely a thought today, but it is now.
Yeah. I mean, we were looking long on the name, but yeah, 250 would be real nice, like, if it can get up to there. We did get...
You got at least 234. I wanted 230.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. On a witching day, we don't know. I mean, $4 is actually not even that much.
Not even that much.
All right, so there it is. Finally, we get a little bit. We got some there at 02s, but we just got out of 5%. Oh, is my Stream Deck not working? I think it was. Did it just say bang there? No. Okay. Oh, it's down. Okay, Stream Deck is down. Okay.
Oh, shoot. No, it's not.
No, now it should work. Yeah, she just, Ramin was doing something over there, so thanks, Ramin, for that. All right, man, Micron, we just got 96. Let's go over some more things here to see what's going on. Elon and company, 243, Neil just talked about that, so we'll puff pass on that for now. All right, TQs, we were looking for the short. We could short VWAP. That's something that I am deciding right now because we're at VWAP. I mean, we're above on the TQs, but on the NASDAQ right here, VWAP's coming into play right now. That's 19,740. So there is a potential play there up to 60.50, which is the 200 period. So this could be a good wick top fade right now on the NASDAQ. I mean, now we've settled out, man. We knew that there was going to be big volume off the open. That is what happened. Now the market's trying to figure itself out. So with that being said, I'm going to put another 5% out right there at 80. So we get that now on Micron. And I am debating. I mean, Adam, I don't know, or anybody there in the chat that trades like me basically is, what are you guys thinking about the futures right now? Or anybody in the chat there that trades the futures, because I don't know. It's at VWAP. I am thinking a little bit of a downside play. This is what the TQs look like, the Qs look like on a 30-minute chart. The trend is still here. We're still underneath that 484. It's just, we knew that today was going to be a little volatile. Nothing wrong with sitting on your hands, like we had mentioned there. We are now, if we close out our Micron position right now, then we get our daily goal. But then I'd have nothing rest to do rest of the day. So I'm going to slow down a little bit here. We just did get a piece off on Micron. I'm actually going to take another piece right now at 75s. So there it is. And then now we'll just wait for that 96.25 level. Hopefully that can come in. All right. Adrian says long off double bottom, waiting for yesterday's close at 60. Yeah. So 61.50. I mean, great minds right there. We wrote down on our sticky note right there, 61.50. So, we can look at Carnival. I mean, TQs. So we'll wait. So Nike short, we'll look at that. Micron long 98, that never came in, so we picked 95, and that's going to be the trade of the day. Tesla right there, 234. that was perfect. That's now $10 in the money, and we should have actually had that one. And be patient for NVIDIA down there at 114 is what I'm talking about. But there's that Tesla, man. It's just too bad that it hit in the pre-market, and on it, normally I would have taken it down here for sure. But there's 234, by the way, and that's what we had written down. But the thing is that when we're talking about quad witching, it's just going to be hindsight at the end of the day, because I wasn't going to take that anyways. You know, even when we were short here, I was like, oh my God, like, what is the price? What is the price? So I could just imagine down here, if it was fumbling, we would have definitely taken the long, but it never got that opportunity. It just went all the way to the upside. So for me, it was wrong on Tesla because we went short, but thankfully we lost a latte and made about 100 lattes right here on Micron. So that's the difference with me today. It's a big trade alert, but it's on Micron, and it was really smart getting out of Tesla. That's basically all that I can say out there. I'm thinking right now, maybe we've slowed down a little bit, but look at the market. The market just popped through VWAP. So are we waiting for VWAP at 240, or are we going short against 244? So,
I just trailed out of Micron, but also Intel's about to break trend, so I'm finally going to get into Intel. But we trailed out when when Micron broke trend, just trailed out at 95.40-ish. The trigger was at like 45, so probably about 40 is where the fill happened. But Intel finally looking like it's going to fail the highs, so it didn't go green at any point. 92, 93, 96, 23, 96 was yesterday's close, and it does not go green. So a good spot for a reversion play. Just need to see it close under. You know what? I'm going to nibble. We'll nibble 80s. Why am I still at 24.06? You have that bad habit of like, you really want a price and you just sort of leave it in there. Well, it's not going there. So the stop, if it goes green, I'm out, but I'm going to look to get into the short into the 80s on that. And then Palantir is the other one I want short. And it's right at that 88 level, pretty strong trend to the upside. If this breaks trend, those are the two things that I want to jump into. Maybe Micron double bottoms at 94. If it does, we'll take a shot. But one of these two shorts is what we're looking at right now.
We just shorted the market. We just took 20 handles, but we only got out of a piece. So let's wait to see. I'm going to go short into this, guys. I'm just going to play off the 200 period like we've been doing. So if we can get back up to 60-40 on the TQs, then we'll do that. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I mean, I do understand that I do have Micron as well. These both could go one way or the other, but we just take a little piece out right there. And then I'm going to try to go a little shorter, obviously on the upside, if we can get anything into 60-35s. 60-40s was the top right there. So we'll see if we can get a play off on that one. And then I am going to get a little bit more out on Micron now that we can get this pop through 95.40s. There it is, man. So we just get another piece out of Micron there. We'll go short the market, but that one will have to wait. So Micron working. We're getting more and more pieces out. It's a good thing we got out up there again on Micron. But here we go, man. The futures, it's trying to come back in again. Let's take 15 handles for another 10% if we get $60, and then we'll wait to see if we can reload. Here it comes. Give me it, give me it, give me it. Yes, sir. There it is, man. Well, let's go bearish on the market a little bit right here. And there it is. We put it on again, Neil. So here we go, man. Let's see if we can go 2 for 2 on our trades right now today. It's been a good day so far here. We'll just see if we can make it even that much better with a couple wins here on the futures. You want to do happening later or happening now?
Happening now?
Okay. All right, then let's do it. Let's go over to Adara and do happening now.
It is now.
After a pretty vicious sell-off yesterday, we have the S&P 500 once again here down about 1% to the downside. NASDAQ here down about 0.85%. We do have here a little bit of Fed speak on watch this morning, comments from Feds Williams and Goolsbee, but no other major pieces of economic data to watch out for. However, we do have Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth making an announcement here at 11 a.m. So keep an eye on LMT and BA. We're looking for some defense contract news to come out here. Here is FedEx, one of our earnings plays from today. Strong actual numbers here, but guidance a little bit more mixed here, or they not even provided for EPS guidance, their revenue guidance. They do expect a year-over-year decline for FTX. Here's MSGR. This showing here kind of a nice start to the day for Bitcoin and these crypto stocks. Now, though, giving up some of that move. Last but not least, your Tesla on watch. Another name that started off in a really promising way, but bleeding a little bit here. TSLA had an all-hands meeting last night led by CEO Elon Musk, who urged stockholders to hold on to their shares. So lots of tickers to watch out for. Again, no big economic data, but keep an eye on any of these defense plays at 11 a.m. Back to you.
Elon says, hold on to your shares, and the stock goes up. I remember when he said Tesla stock was overvalued, and it was like the easiest short ever because everyone just punched short. But Palantir got in a couple of times here. Well, first of all, we were able to get 87.40, and then it wicked again this prior bar at 87.5, grabbed some 60s up there, but it's not breaking the pre-market highs at 87.20. So as long as it's in that range, going to scalp the range. We're into Intel short as well as, by the way, Tesla's bouncing off VWAP for anyone who's interested. But Intel could break that 94.24. If we break out, then we're going to jump out of this trade. Feel like we're at least a little bit more patient with it this time, but we're able to catch it. This time I'm actually not in it too big. I never was able to add to it because it has not made any lower highs. But if we break out above 24, it closed at 96. I'll jump out. Remember, it was 24.25 that was the high, and then the local tops were like 24.5. So this is one that I want to take multiple shots at, but it's more about managing the risk on this. Because last time I lost what I would want to try to make on a full day on the first up move, which is nonsensical. This time we're not doing that. Oh, and the other play, like I said, Palantir coming back in, so that's okay. And Micron, we might get a double bottom on it. It's still holding those lows. It's a higher low for now. I trailed out when it broke trend. I'd still like to get a shot at this double bottom at 94. That's the support level on that 15-minute chart going back here, 94. So if it gets down there again, I don't see why we don't take another crack at Micron for the long.
Yeah, we're waiting for 94.50s. All right. I mean, we're out of half of the TQs. I mean, we got a great fill down there at 70 or 80, 77. I don't know what it was. Down there at the, well, I can check, but it looks like 78s. Down there at the 50-period moving average. So right now it's back to where we are. We've been taking out of some Micron. These are the only two trades we do have on board right now. Intel is popping off a little bit there, up to $24 as it continues to go higher. I know Neil's in that one, so watch out there. And then Amazon was another look for me. Come on, TQs. You guys know I'm only going to go here. If we break above this 60-60 area, actually, I put down 60-80, but now that I see this retracement back, let's go to 60-60. 60-61, stop out. I'm going to get more, but we have to get more. Oh, we just got a little bit more there. Okay, I was going to think about getting a little bit more, a little bit higher, but we'll take advantage of that. What reload? That's actually not a reload. That's the same. It is a reload, but it's just a little bit higher than where we were. It's just trying to get into more of a complete position. We still don't have it, but Neil, there it is again. Another one there. The TQs, the futures have been the number one P&L name for this show now for a very, very long time because we've just gone over there and it's just very calm trading. Because some days we'll go long, Tesla lose. I get Tesla and NVIDIA are probably the number one P&L names, but I feel like as far as the success rate for me, the TQs has been probably the most successful. So really glad that we're trading the futures with everybody now. Another piece out right there as we get a little bit lower. So there we go, buy some more there at 02s. Again, just taking 15 handles. If we can scalp out right now, I mean, look what the futures are doing. Right? Not much. So right now we'll scalp out. And again, different styles for everybody, as we always say. So I have to really monitor these trades. Using a little bit more shares, have to be careful with what we're doing. That's why I'm not reloading Micron until we get a lot lower. I don't love those trades. What I've noticed with my own trading is that if I'm going to continue to use these kind of share sizes, it's not really worth diddling in the middle. Smaller stuff, fine. But like if I'm going to be in something, I'm going to try to actually be in it. So I'm waiting for Micron to go. We were really patient with that. We're able to double top, see a whole bunch of times up there at 96. We were waiting for VWAP. Our best out was 96.24. We missed that by 2 pennies when it was up there. And now we're paying the piper a little bit. But our net isn't changing. Our net's actually going up because we've slipped into the futures now. So let's wait to see. If this can come back into the 50 period, we'll cover some more. That's 85 is VWAP, so we'll cover a little bit more down there. If we can get that, then we'll put another order back down at 80, cover another 10% there.
Oh, there's a flush.
And then hopefully we get that flush in now. So here comes the NASDAQ. Hopefully it flushes. Right now it's not doing too much. But Micron may be the flush there, yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know. I just saw a little bit of a bid drop on Tesla and Palantir at the same time. So you make the assumption, if I see a couple of big stocks drop the bid, then I'm thinking that we probably had a drop on the futures as well, because we just took 87s on Palantir just took 87s. Now I want to look for the reload. You got the wick highs, you're starting to make those lower highs come in there. All right, Micron is not, it's still at 95. I don't know if we're going to get that 94. So while we're being a little bit patient, Nike is only trending up. So we were joking around saying there's no chance it will get back into 69. It's above VWAP. It's not impossible now. I want to keep that one in mind. That would be a gap fill for Nike, I think, providing you with a little bit of an entry. But I want to be sort of focused on, like Palantir, I think you can get to VWAP, but it's still in the accumulation phase. So as long as it plays this range, I want to try to reload in front of 88 and then scalp inside the 87 to 88 range, hold the rest until VWAP. Normal Special just said gold is tanking. Really? GLD taking it on the chin. I mean, that not something we usually trade, but worth noting for sure. We want to keep an eye on the VIX usually as well. Yeah, if there's anything else that you guys have been watching that we're not covering, I know CCL reported. My focus is on Micron, Intel, and Palantir right now. Carnival still not doing a heck of a lot. There was an initial pop and then a fade.
Oh boy.
And now it's doing absolutely nothing. So hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts at least for the time being.
Yeah, that is for sure.
And then maybe it'll be your lucky day.
Potentially could be your lucky day, man. Luck of the Irish there. We already
just saw that.
We already missed that one. What was the lucky day reference about?
No, it was on the screen as I was saying that.
Shout out to Trade Ideas there. Go grab that. Cool. All right, so here goes the TQs, man. Downside now, down 3%. And there it goes, man. We're just trying to be, trying to make plays that we believe in and trying to make plays that we can, talk about, give you guys key levels. There it goes. Huge trade alert there for the futures, right? Glad that some of you are on that. Now it's 40, 50 handles in the money. We basically played off that. We tried to crowdsource some of this. You guys liked the trade. Oh, I don't know if you did or not. Some of you talking about 61.50 there. All right, I'm going to get out some more now on Micron just because we're getting some more 95s, man. I mean, we're taking 50 cents on it. What are we supposed to do? We are really now resting on this trade right now. So the futures are coming back in. We'll take another bid here at 75, and maybe it's stopping in and around this level. I mean, I'd be fine if Micron went, there it goes. Be fine if Micron goes back up to the upside. 59.40, 59.20 right here on the futures could be that trade. So we'll wait to see if it does come in. I'm going to put my next bid there, 59. Let's put a bid at 59.40s. We'll go 59.44. We'll put a bid right there and see if that comes through. Micron with a nice pop-up right there as well as we continue to go. So, yeah, I mean, same thing as usual, right? Yesterday was a big day over here. We did what we wanted to do. We made the trades. It was a big, successful day. Now today, we're only in 3 names so far. Tesla, which we're flat, completely flat on Tesla. Again, I wish this would have just, like, if we got some 38 fills there, it would have negated then and we would have been up. But our best fill on Tesla was 38.74. We were waiting down here for VWAP to get this 38, didn't come through. Now you're seeing Tesla make that move lower. So that's too bad. And we even talked about shorting up there, but that was risky for sure. So I'm not going to be too upset about that one. But I'm really, really happy that we got reloaded there in the futures. I hope a lot of you are okay today, but it's been a big day. So I don't know what else to do or what else to talk about right here. But there it is, man, 95.30. We just take advantage of that bump up in Micron as well. So, yeah, that's all that I'm doing, man. I'm just going to sit here. Neil, man, we're 53 handles now in the money on this futures trade. So, I don't know, man. So far, so good. Let's just continue to hold that. I might not even reload Micron right now down there. We'll wait to see what winds up happening.
The market's a little weak for I'm not even thinking I like.
Yeah, man. I mean, the market's weak. Yeah, we're 60 handles in, but
I can't think of a long that I like.
Yeah, I could probably think of okay.
Yeah.
We have to look for them. So there's Micron, 94. I will buy some more, but I'm gonna wait for 94.20. The thing is, guys, we have about 15% left of this trade. So we're gonna try to hold out for some hope here that we go a lot higher than this. We're at our day's high right now, so everything is good on this side right now, and we'll just watch out. The futures might bounce.
It's trending down.
Oh yeah, well,
but
so short.
Intel was the only thing that went against. Obviously, Micron worked clean, and then Palantir for now was working clean. But Intel did go up. It didn't break 24. It's now again trying to close, breaking the trend line. Like we nibbled in, but it didn't actually close under the trend line. It just ended up holding it. So I'd like to see it close under. Then that's going to be the place to add. That's what I want to see. Palantir, same story. I mean, I'm not going to tell you anything new on Palantir. It didn't revisit the highs after we covered some. So it hasn't gone back to that 87.5 area, 87.6. If we get that, great. If we don't have to fight it. I see people saying SMCI looks good. And you're right. SMCI with the upgrade and up 3%. But it's kind of it's not an inside day today, but this hasn't busted through yesterday's sell zone, which was like 40.5 or so. So I'm not even completely convinced this is not something that can be faded either. It wasn't on my list of things to look for the long side. I'm probably going to stay away from it. Micron actually looks okay and maybe could bust a little bit of VWAP. But I'm looking for reload on Palantir. Still want to be hunting for that bottom potentially on Micron, but it's now looking like it doesn't want to see that 94 at all. It's like at some point, if the market makes a fresh low, then I don't know how much I'm going to like that reload. And if you don't get 94, you have to try to find another price. So again, teaching patience, haven't had a loss yet, but Intel's the one that would be under pressure, I think, at this moment. Because again, it didn't break trend. So no add unless it actually breaks the trend line. On Intel, Tesla's not really sitting up for anything. And NVIDIA is, I want to call it a snooze fest, but you could just be shorting VWAP off NVIDIA. To be honest with you.
So I know you said you were really light on Intel. What kind of position sizing were you using today based on rebalancing and stuff like that early on?
I have 1/3 of what I had at Intel yesterday.
Okay, so you're dropping your shares. Yeah, but what about the other stocks? Like what was the share?
Normal on everything.
We don't release it. Normal. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Normal on everything else. But Intel was purposefully, because remember on Intel yesterday, like Intel yesterday just screamed up for 30 minutes or 25 minutes or whatever it was. And I was long it 3 times on this. And then eventually this was good and that was good. And so we got it back, but I didn't want to be in that position again. I want to make sure that if I get a chance to go all in, it'd be something like this instead of what's blasting to the upside. So it hasn't really given you that hump and then a lower high or a break of trend to get into. So I'm waiting for that moment. And it may never come. There might never be a moment that I think it's going to be an ad here on Intel.
Am I allowed to get out of it? Yeah. Okay.
AT&T.
No, they just wanted me to get into something here because they were testing something. So I punched short in AT&T just because AT&T does not move. So right there. So there we go. I'll punch in and I'll punch out.
I was going to say AT&T doesn't move at all.
Yep, there it is. So we are in and out of that one. All right, man. You're welcome. Ramin, for you, absolutely anything. All right. So there it goes. We did it again. So let's go. Right there. Good movement here for Micron. We waited for it. We got a 50 fill right there. And then that last fill was a wick high. I don't know what we were doing sitting there at 86, but it just came in at 86. I just went random there. So, sometimes we'll bitch about missing some of those high prints, but that one right there, we'll say thank you, market gods, because we were just waiting for somewhere near 96. Comes up, fills us at 86, and there it goes. Nice play there for us on that one. So, yeah, just ignore that Micron position. That was just literally they're testing something on AT&T. Sorry, don't ignore the Micron position. That's going to be P&L number 1 by 100x today. But, yeah, for right now, we'll just wait to see what's going on with this market, right? We keep on talking about, fade plays, reversion plays, dip buying opportunities. Let's just be calm down and see where the next trade is. We did get out of our TQ trade, not out of it all, obviously, but out of the last piece there when it went to VWAP, breaking through 80 right there. My next reload is right here. If we get up to the 200 period, then it's all good, baby, because we will take that fill if it does come in one more time. That's about it for me, man. Palantir, I know Neil's on that name, but I'm going to still look at it as Palantir's been a great trade for a very long time. Palantir right now, yeah, short 87.50, great call on that one, as that's the high there. That would have been a load up position for sure. All right, so good trade over there.
Out of Intel now.
Out of Intel, nice.
Intel broke, I don't put stops at even dollar levels, so it broke 24 and I got out 24.03. So Intel's going to do its thing, but the difference yesterday was I'd be down 3 times what I made on Micron in a similar, if I did what I did yesterday. So I just try to keep it a little bit more in the pocket because I anticipate if it gets up to 24.25, 24.50, anywhere in that range, I'm getting in again. It's just been too consistent of a stock when you get that fade eventually. So we'll be patient with it. Tesla might be something, but Again, just going to stick to the names that we're watching. Palantir, still it's not giving you the reload up top, but I'm still targeting VWAP in here. There was buyers at 86.5 anyways in yesterday's trade. So if you were shorting Palantir yesterday, you were covering it at 86.5, and now it's, some people call it a bull flag. I wouldn't call it that because it's kind of trending down, but it's still like a kind of a bullish move up, and whatever label you want to give it, I want to respect that move to the upside. Get out, take our buck, change if it gets into VWAP, and still be waiting for that reload. I see a lot of people putting in GME and RNAS, and all I'm going to say about GameStop is I'm actually considering swinging this after what I saw on the daily chart for GME. And I was telling this to Sean. The last time it bounced off 21 bucks, it was just a slow grind holding this 20 to 21 area, and then eventually accelerated into 32, just lulling everybody to sleep, and then boom, just kept on going. And it's doing the same thing. So if this can break out the 200 period moving average again, kind of thinking I'd want to take a shot in GameStop, because then you could have it 25, 26 with a 21 stop, and that's only like 20%. And if you can risk on a swing 20% on GameStop, I mean, that's really not the end of the world. So anyways, that's not a day trade. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, micro just went to 96 again, so that was a good play for sure. Like I said, man, we're at the highest spot today. It's been just another good day. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. All right, let's go over to RGTI again right here. So we'll go over to Rigetti. That name today, you know, we were all looking long or short, and we didn't call too many long prices there. Like
750 was the only.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we were looking short early. That was completely wrong. And right now, Rigetti up to $9. So we'll have to wait to see where that one goes. Down still 1.6%, but a nice day for sure for RGTI. I mean, you're definitely going to be happy with the rebound right there in that one. I am not. Those of you, I don't know if you're wondering or not, but I'm just thinking out loud to myself. I'm not going to reload the TQs right at this level. I have that 200 period waiting to go. If that comes through, then that's fine. $60.35. QBTS, the same kind of thing. Probably a short right here at 880. Like, this is what I look at when I'm looking at these levels, trying to find out where the risk is. And right now, like these tops, they're giving the trade to you. So yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Here's the TQ area. Oops, this is TQs. I don't know why the chart didn't switch. Right there. So you know what? That's 27s. I mean, if we can get, all right, we'll sit there with bats or something like that, see if we can get this price. Right there. Okay, so here we go. We will now see what's going on with this trade. I, again, like the idea of shorting, but trying to get a little more shares there. Now I'm going to change this to 60-50 if we blast even higher through that. Again, we just don't want to give everything back on one bad call, because that's what can happen, right? We talk about share sizes and things like that, and if you're trading a little high, you don't need, not high as in like, you know, puff, puff, pass, but I don't think you should trade that way, although
I would hope not. Oh, unless
I don't know. I think
that's regular for you.
Right, I was going to say, like, depending on like what you're doing,
Harvin,
maybe we'll let you trade more shares or something like that if you were there. But yeah, don't do anything inebriated, I would say, especially if you have money on the line. I think that's definitely good advice right there. So, all right, we did short. So what I was saying about the Qs is, I just, you know, you don't want to put on, like, if you were just short 10 contracts there, and all of a sudden you put on in like another 20 or 30, and then it starts to go up, it could just move 10 or 15 handles against you, and you've wiped out your whole 60 or 70 handle move because you've averaged in, and you averaged in more. You put on more risk there. So we're not going to do that, but more life as we continue to go to the downside right now in the TQs. We should have shorted that level, so we're there now to wait to see, and oh boy, was that a good out for us on Micron. Again, 86s and 96 flat up there for an out on MU. We're still here, man. We're still basically at the highest spot we've been at all day, but here comes the futures. We are waiting again, rate upside. Oh, my order log is not sorted by alphabetically there. 60-36s and 60-23s. So there it is. So we get just one more unit. We're waiting for 3 or 4 units up here. If we can get that, then we're going to stop out at 50. I don't mind if the market rips, man. We'll probably be net on that one. It's a small cap kind of day. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We haven't traded any of those, but I know Adara's looking at them. So let's go over to the board to figure out the small cap recap with Miss A. Adara.
There certainly are some small caps in play today, Sean. Here's the IWM. Made a bit of a double top yesterday, Both of these occurring intraday during Thursday's session. Now, though, since that second top there, we have been in a downtrend on this 15-minute chart, currently down over 1%. Here's RNAZ. This is Transcode Therapeutics. This is a multi-day runner. It runs semi-frequently. Most recently, it actually rallied a little bit last week. Transcode Therapeutics, the biggest thing to remember here is the float. It's about a 450,000 share float and about 81% short float. So massive short float, tiny float for RNAZ. Then we have two smaller cap earnings plays on watch. One of them is going to be Amprius Technologies, AMPX. Double beat here for Amprius last night. Also reporting last night was Ouster here. Q4 2024 earnings again. Here actually a bit of a double beat. OUST also has about an 11% short float. So two small cap runners and RNAZ on watch today. Back to you.
Just
a second ago, you could just see like Nvidia caught like a bid, and then it's like everything just in that same moment caught a big bid. Like the second I saw it, I was gonna punch out. Here, let me cancel those bids. I saw Nvidia spike up. I'm like, no, Palantir's catching a bid again right at that 87 at the same moment. Went to punch out to reload, but didn't happen. I'm gonna tighten things up and not let this go past break even. Because this trend to the upside, like here's what happened in the futures in that same moment. Like we just broke out the morning high. So you break the open range high. I'm willing to get out and just regroup and work to the next trade. Don't want to turn red on this stock, but don't want to give up the notion that we could get a fade. Because if you remember the morning idea, this is, to me, the reversion trade on Palantir is valid unless it breaks 90. I don't mind getting out to re-enter in a better situation on this bad boy. Glad we got an Intel because we'd just be sitting in it and it just keeps on going higher. So waiting for 24, 25 into 24.30, which would have been yesterday's high. I think it's exactly 30 or maybe 31. So if we keep going higher, that's the price that I'm waiting for to get another entry point. Still not in love with any longs though. Like everything else is, like only Micron that we got in and out of. And that doesn't seem to want to get back into that 94 level. So just more patience. We didn't get stopped out break even on Palantir, but as long as the futures stay on this upward trend, I'm going to leave the stop just at our break even spot.
All right, yeah, Micron. We got stopped out of the TQs as it broke 50s there, but again, like that was a pretty good trade for us. We went long at short at 35, out at 50s there. Now it's trying to fade back out. I actually will be going longer now. I feel like we held VWAP okay. If we do drip back in here a little bit, I want to take some shares. I might just I was thinking about what kind of units to take there. We'll take some at 20s, some at 25 there, and then some at O's if it does come back in. So just wanted to review that before we do this next little rundown here. So, all right, guys, you can see the ad on our screen right now. It is from Trade the Pool. So Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on, guess whose terms? Your terms right there. So remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com to start trading now, and you can easily just scan that QR code. Make sure you scan the QR code first so you can get the 10% off, and then go to the website after that for your Trade the Pool needs. I mean, I'd rather get 10% off than nothing, that is for sure. And we also do have the last day for trade ideas. That'll be flashing there soon as well. You can go over there and pick up your lucky,
well, you can.
What are they calling it? Lucky Day? The Lucky Day promotion? Right
Luck
there.
of the green or
Lucky, yeah, something like that. Something about luck.
The only green luck you need today is, no, I'm not. I was going to say betting on MSU, but I'm a homer, so don't bet on
They played tonight or they played last night?
No, they played today.
Okay.
Michigan was disappointing. I thought
They
Michigan.
lost Michigan, or?
No, they barely won, man. They barely won. Auburn looks good, but Michigan, they eked it out, and they should have had an easy win. So I'm bearish on the Wolverines a little bit there. Shout out to Ann Arbor, gorgeous campus. Intel is getting very, very close to that 24.30. So we get out, we wait for the next level, and the market is happy to try to oblige here at least. So again, we'll see if we can't go. Epic strategy. Do you flip the chart upside down to feel better about shorting? No. But it's one of those things where if you're a support and resistance, then it's inevitable that you're going to find yourself in shorts as something is going up because it's getting to a resistance level. there's nothing you can do about it. That's just how it works. So you have to find yourself an entry pattern that allows it to work. And it's sometimes psychologically you prefer when stocks go up, and you might want to look at those charts and they look better to you. For those, I'd say look at your inverse ETFs when you get a chance, or any of the inverted ETFs that you're allowed to trade. Maybe that works psychologically for people. I don't care. Support and resistance is what it is. Sometimes you're just going to be shorting a strong market, or you're long like a micron off lows. That's just part of the game.
Yeah, I don't do any stuff like that. For us, once you get more comfortable with the charts, it doesn't really matter.
Well, also, just quickly for people asking, IBO that's halted, it's on the AMEX, like the NYC America market. And for us, NYC ARCA, with the tap that we get when it's halted, is just going to be flat. Like, we don't actually get it's every single time these halts, I see 485, which is where it closed. It's usually on the other markets where we get something a little bit more fluid. So I can't really help you there. It is halted at the high. It looks like this is your small cap runner of the day, IBO.
All right, so it's out a little bit more of Micron here as we bounce around $96. We do have, we'll start along on the Qs, man. I'd hate to get we were short and then we got stopped out basically at the 200 period moving average. The only thing that is questioning the long rate here, it really, in my opinion, is that I'm trying to play the trend higher. It's just, the NASDAQ is still down, at 0.6. It's not looking great. This level here is 60, 70. I'm just trying to go long and see if we can play into that area. I want to buy 60s because it's been holding and get that back up there. But there's the TQs right there. I am well aware that that's that 50-period moving average. We didn't see it at all yesterday until basically the end of the day when we tried to make that move higher. We'll look to see what it wants to do around there. But for right now, we're back long. We're in the money 5 handles, or now we're flat, but nothing to really write home about. There's 60-60 right there. So I almost wish I would have zoomed out a little bit more to see that level and possibly not stopped out on that break of 50. But at the end of the day, it stops perfectly there. So yeah, our short initially was right there at 60.35s. So we basically be flat on that idea, but we did stop out. So we're going to try it. There's the 200 period. I'm just trying it against the 50. So we'll get longer as it falls back in right now. And well aware that this could drop out. So we don't want to put too much risk on this. That's why we're emptying out of Micron right here again. It's very choppy. This could be the rest of the day, just really choppy until we get to the close. I don't think so. I'm not really hearing anything in my ear about anything. That's a good point. I don't know if Donald's coming through or what anytime today, but you never know. Tariff talk. He talked about Liberation Day being April 2nd, of course, is going to be the days when those tariffs kick in. So we've got 2 more weeks before tariffs. So there could be some deals made. He is the deal-making president, so we'll wait to see if there is anything going on there. But here we go.
Quick note.
Yep, go.
Palantir just bounced off VWAP, so we're out. Just going to ring the register on that one. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Muscle memory, I hit the right button on the wrong page.
Nice.
It doesn't really matter, but we just bounced VWAP. Remember, this was also where the buying was in the afternoon. They double bottomed this at 85 and at 86 and a half.
Oh,
so
Micron.
take it to your level. Remember, the market is you're still trending up. So I want to be taking profits on strong stocks in front of VWAP. If I get a reversion, we're out of it. Don't mind reload if we get it. Need it to press maybe into the 88. Oh, exactly. Let's go to Adara, and Intel just got to 2420 and is now again threatening to break the trend. So we haven't gone back into Intel yet, but it got close to that prior high, getting close to the entry. Not yet, but close to the entry. Let's go to Adara.
Take a look here at Bitcoin. This is the crypto update. We're going to take a look here at this daily chart on Bitcoin. Interestingly enough here, bit of an uptrend starting to form from these lows on last Tuesday, March 11th, but we're still in the wider term downtrend after that double top. First top made here Tuesday, December 17th, the second on Inauguration Day on January 20th. So still that longer term downtrend, but a bit of a shorter term uptrend starting to show. Let's take a look here at these crypto names and see what's shaking in that department. Let's take a look here at Binance. Bitcoin still down about 2.4%, holding on to the 84,000 level. Ethereum also down about the same amount, just below 2,000. XRP down about 5%. BNB up about 1%. Cardano and Solana both slightly down in the day. So a little bit of a mixed performance, but generally all these crypto names are going to be slightly red. Also with regards to if Trump is making an announcement, I do want to repeat, keep an eye at 11 a.m. We are going to have Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth make an announcement here related to defense contracts. So keep an eye on any defense tickers as that comes through. Specifically, Boeing and LMT are going to be on watch. Back to you.
Fine. I mean, not finally, but we get a little bit of a move up. Thanks, Adara, for that one. As Trump, speaking there at 11. We'll wait to see if there's anything going on there. So there's a nice move up for the futures. We'll take a little bit out at that level that we got stopped out at there, up at $60.45. So we do take a little piece out there. That was 20 handles. But we're just going to wait to see now what winds up happening on that. So again, just a couple outs, trying to just negotiate, right? We're slightly lower than our highest spot today because we did, our highest spot was when this was tanking. So right there, we did get stopped out. Now let's see if we can rip. But why we're right here right now is your boy is still in Micron. So right here, man, we're trying to believe in this name. We talked about that. So here we go, man. Out a little piece there at 96.08. You just see that out right there. We're still waiting for that 96.20. Hopefully that can come through. And then it'll be yippee-ki-yay. We will not say the rest of that one, but we'll wait to see.
Y'all know what it's like.
Yeah, y'all know. But we'll wait to see now what happens there. It will be one of those moments if it does get back up to the upside. We're just really waiting for NVIDIA to go because that one's been sort of leading again. And if it can break that 117, then oh my, we should have a nice little day on our hands there for the longs. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. All right, 214 coming into play again. Look at Apple. We take a look at that right there at 214.50. OB, all these guys aren't going to come in because with their risk, they're going to just trade the close. So we don't get oh boy action here today. OB was in yesterday, by the way, at the close as well. All right, there's Micron. That was a good trade. Micron, $1.80 now in the money as we continue to hold just a little bit. Now we have 7% left of Micron, so that is all good, man, as that just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. So, let's see if there is that slow climb, man. I mean, we're in the money now, 10 handles. We could take another piece out right here. I'll take out 2% at 37s if we can get it. There it is. So we actually wind up getting that price. So now we're pretty much at our day's high. So let's just keep on going. It's kind of sad because we were already at one-day goal there at 940. And right now we've just kind of spun our heels here for a little bit for the last hour or so. But we're fine with that. You never know where you're going to go in this market. Like if the Q's tanked, then, we'd be huge. But instead we flip up our mind there. It does take out some of those levels. We can clearly see where the momentum is right now, which is why we're holding on to these longs. So let's just see if it continues to print out, man. Again, like these stocks here today, it's been working out. Let's see if the momentum can really work now for us. I could see today in the Qs, like if we're going to have a target, what about 6150, like what we initially wrote down? The market's going to have to go, and you could see it's barcode nation right now. So I don't know if it is going to go or not, but I don't have any more offers. I have one more at 6050, which is the highest we've gotten since we've been in this trade. After that, man, then it is completely washed out. So then we'll see about a higher high. So let's just wait to see if that can go. I'm going to be sitting on the hands, man. We've had 3 trades today. Tesla flat, which is too bad because that's come back in. But I'm not holding that $4 against me, obviously. So right there, bouncing off the 200 period. That was one idea. That's completely flat. Micron is your trade of the day. I think that's pretty obvious right there. Down there, upside, still holding $1.80 in the money. And then the TQs, man. That's been a good trade as well, but needs some work. So that's what we're doing.
And I was able to get out VWAP. And every now and then, you get out at a target, it goes lower, you look like a fool, you get out, it bounces off that level, you look like a genius. But the key is that you found a level or a strategy that works for you. And if you're looking for a place to hone your skills, eSignal is going to be that for you. Why? Because first month's free. And if you're not willing to try something, and we talk about this with food. If you're not willing to try something, don't tell me you don't like it if you've never tried it. You have all the data you can possibly imagine at your fingertips, reliable, highly customizable. It allows you to back test, forward test. You were talking about, Sean was mentioning maybe going over some of the tick replay at some point live for everybody. That's another valuable feature, especially on a wild open like today. You can slow things back, replay it, see what you could have done better, could have done differently. You can connect the API to it, do a little programming if you're into that, able to connect multiple brokers to it so that you can trade directly through your account. At the end of the day, it is a fantastic tool for traders. It is eSignal. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you, or check the link in the description, and shout out to eSignal for that. So we might get an opportunity to reload here on Palantir. It just bounced VWAP. As long as it doesn't break out the afternoon high, like it's just done since the first move up, it's just done the afternoon range. 87 half bottom, 88 change top. Sorry, 86 half bottom, 88 change top yesterday, and then 88 today. There's always a chance we can get another reload if it fails that high. And then Intel still trying to break down off this trend, which I keep having to redraw because I'm not saving it. Still hasn't really broken through this trend line. Every time it dips, it ends up holding the trend. I'm waiting for it to break that trend to get back into the short. That's the difference between today and yesterday, just keeping it a little bit more clean. Micron has a chance to break out. It's holding a trend line as well, which I was waiting for another retap of that bottom at 94. We might not get it. And one more for you that was the fourth and one of the other names we were watching. I've only traded 3 names today. Thankfully, 2 for 3, and this time not bungling Intel so that it wipes out the wins. And that's going to be Nike. You know, Nike, which we gave 0 chance or a very slim chance of getting back to 69, is at its highs and still going higher. So it could get into pre-market high 68 or even into that 69 area, which would be a gap fill. And that's a gap fill, a monster gap fill on the, well, it's not a monster gap fill. It's a monster support level that it'd be filling the gap to, which is another place I'm looking for shorts because I'm looking to fade moves until proven otherwise. Right here today, Nasdaq's down 0.7%. ES is still down, so we can patiently wait for the next setup. It's 10:40. We got a couple of super chats in here. Apologies for missing that. We got Ben's Spy Max Payne 580. That looks way too high. Could you give your opinion? Well, I mean, if you're looking at, to me, on a day like today, you don't throw at any levels. Like, did we think that Micron was going to get to 94 today? Not really. It seemed unrealistic. I ended up getting to it there. I would argue that is one of those, no. Like, there's almost no chance that you could see 580 on the spot. I hate speaking in certainties like that, but come on. Like, that's way too much to expect for us to get to there, Benza. So if you're looking for levels to work off of, that's not a realistic one for a day trade. Maybe if you're waiting for a couple of weeks or like maybe next week for sure. Valley Palms, thank you for the super chat. Any on RGC? No, haven't looked at it. I've been holding since 1066 since last Wednesday. Not sure if I should ring the bell or register. Where'd it go? That just disappeared live when I clicked away. Shoot. I was just looking at that RGC one. Oh. Now it's gone.
I didn't see it.
No, but we got the symbol anyways. That is so weird. Sorry about that, but it doesn't matter. We got the symbol for you there. So RGC, like I haven't looked at this thing at all. This is the. No one ever went broke taking profits. I don't know what this is, but I've got a strong suggestion that if you took out a breakout here and it's already taken out that top, just do some simple math. That is literally a double up from a prior high on a stock which has a history of doing that and then coming all the way back in. So, hey, congratulations. I don't know what this thing is. Probably one of those little foot runners. It's done 600,000 shares, so there's not a lot of liquidity with it. But, you're up 5x. And who knows what these guys do. So congratulations to you. But every time I look at one of those charts, I always cringe when people don't take profit.
Largest TQQ position now on. Let's go over to Adara.
Lots of red in this market today as reflected in our sector board. But really where to start, I think finance is maybe one of the most sharply red sectors. Berkshire Hathaway, which is just at all-time highs yesterday, sharply down in the day. Consumer services pretty red. Producer manufacturing red. Health technology red. Energy minerals also red. Retail trade, utilities, commercial services, consumer non-durables here, of course, with Nike pushing this group to the downside on earnings. Health services, industrials, non-energy minerals here, and then also distribution services. Now, with our tech names, again, it's going to be red, but there are some hope spots. Netflix nicely up on the day. Google and Meta relatively flat, but Microsoft pushing to the downside along with Oracle. Electronic technology, Apple and Broadcom a little bit more muted today, but Cisco, NVIDIA all red here as well, as is Micron. Micron, of course, earnings day one. So a lot of these earnings names are pushing down these moves in their sectors, guys. Back to you.
All right. Just a quick little update there. This went up to the 200 period moving average, so we're already in scalp mode. If this drops, here we go. If this drops below 59.85, we're going to be gone because now the futures are going the other way completely. So in tune of not losing your whole day, as we talked about that over and over again. This right now is out 20 handles. It looks like it does want to come back in here. So we could wind up losing net on this. But again, at the end of the day, good outs up there at 20 and 25s. It's just looks like we will. I mean, I don't know if we hit it, but there's the VWAP. We gave it a little bit of love underneath it. So the fact that we bounced a little bit right here, I'm going to take out another 5% if we can. I'm waiting at 06s here. I don't really know why 06, just because. And again, the reason why I offer a little bit higher than the offer most of the times, or bid a little bit lower than the bid, is to make sure that we get picked up, because if you punch in, it is a different fee structure. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You don't ever want to miss even 1 penny by doing something like that. So just be careful doing those methods. But at the end of the day, now we're flat on this trade. Again, I don't know. We're buying it off of VWAP. We could have waited, but I tried to take things a little bit ahead of VWAP. This seems to be a little bit more aggressively ahead of it. We probably should have waited. So we'll take out a piece there, sort of, learn our lesson. If this comes back up, I don't have any more offers. I have one at 60.20 this time. So we'll see if we can get out of that. And then after that, 60.30. But, we're going to wait, get some orders out, get focused here, see if the TQs does make that move higher. We're long right now at $60.09 on a decent position. Getting lighter up here. There it is. So we take that fill as well. So, okay, Neil. I'm always saying this because, I'm in so many positions and averaging in and averaging out. But right now, we're at the highest spot again that we've been at all day. And it's only, again, because we did put on some shares here. So I'm going to get out of some more right now at 19. And there it is. We get that again on TQs. Take these 12 handles, 13, 15 handles on bigger positions, fine. And then if it rips up, we still will have a piece on. So we've got half left right now. And I'm not super proud of getting out of half. But again, we'll put the money in our pocket. There's only now 15 minutes left before we go off to the midday show, which I'm hoping these guys are around. And then after that, we'll get going. So for right now, it is what it is. We're starting to get some out on the TQs. My next out is $60.30. Here it goes, man. Let's go, Neil. These are chicken dinner winners now. That's what we're freaking talking about right now. So, oh yeah, nice trading there as it goes back up to the upside, man. We take the risks. We get the money. There it is. Finally, TQ starting to go back upside. It was a little frustrating for a minute there. We're going to take a little bit more out there at 27. Let's go right now. Number one P&L name today, Micron, followed by TQs. Let's just see if this can keep going, because in 1 second, the TQs could be the number one P&L name to the downside. So let's just, stay in our positions and watch out for this, man. I mean, it's been a big trade. We're watching levels. We're playing off VWAP. There it goes. Let's see if it can keep on going. So what's up, Adam DeLuz right there? I know you're a real one as well. So congratulations. Hopefully these futures can work out for us, but I don't know. I'm starting to get a little lighter on all of these positions, my guys. So there it is. We just took another out there at $60.16. Take those 12, 15 handles. If we can scalp out, fine, because, hey, man, money is money and it can disappear real quick. Best outs right now, 29s. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, this market's starting to get a little bit range bound, but every time we rub the trend line here, I'm going to get in and just wet the beak. Not going to get in full until it breaks it. So same thing as before. Give it to the prior high. I'm talking about Intel, obviously, as you guys can see with the chart here. That's the only thing I'm watching. Palantir looks awfully strong. And you know what? I feel like when Palantir is strong, sometimes you should just take the shot and run. The tape is distinctly stronger than the other stocks I'm watching. It's stronger than NVIDIA. It's stronger than right now the market. So unless I see, like here, you were rejecting 87.5. Like you see the wick tops on the 3-minute, like you were rejecting those. So I feel more confident, liking a short when you have those wick tops, as opposed to pressing the way the Palantir is. So we're going to let it break 88 and then work into where it was the short yesterday. I'm not going to reload that one. We're just in Intel. Still has to break the trend to add to it just like the time before. And a shout out to Nicole Harris. You're trading opening range on ORB, remaining patient for a clear break. A day with both political news and triple witching. The fake out risk is high. I agree. I mean, isn't there political news every day these days, though? I feel like that's almost always the case, but on a witching day, yeah, there's going to be lots of fake outs, and you want to make sure for the trade that you're in, it's going to look good. Like I'm in less stocks than I was yesterday, because there were like mean reversions everywhere. Like here today, and I look back at maybe I should have been in QBTS. I'd make a strong argument that, while I had Intel up for the reversion, I could have just had QBTS up. So I can slap the fail on that one, but you're not going to have every single trade. Just happy to be up today and still looking for that next opportunity, whether it's in Palantir or still right here with Intel. It goes right into that prior high. Doesn't scream to the downside, QBTS, but it is slowly heading to the downside there. Nike is the other one that I'm watching out for. It's got a little bit of a bull flag, just kind of hoping it breaks it out and gives us a chance to the upside, but it now has also a very, very distinct trend for Nike. Whether you can suddenly connect the dots, it's not at 68 or 69, but I didn't think their quarter was good, and it's still underneath that prior support level on the daily chart for Nike. Down 7%. I do believe it tagged 10% to the downside. So this technically was an SSR bounce, I think, that you could have had. But it's about to break its trend line as well. So Nike was the only other name that we're looking short. Palantir, Nike, and Intel.
Yeah, man, nice. Congrats. Nice battle back after yesterday. So, okay, man.
Yesterday we'll battle back in the afternoon. The morning was terrible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're green or red yesterday. But here we go, man. Here goes the TQs. I'm offering right now $60.44. So here we go. This is going to be a good trade. It's 30, 40 handles. Let's see if we can take these outs. I mean, we are just scalping. That's what we do best. And we're just going to continue to do that one more time here today. We've had this month, I think we've had like 1 or 2 red days. So, oh no, what's Obi doing? Where's Sharif at? Oh, he's not here. Was Sharif not here this morning?
Yeah, he was. Of course he was. He was on the desk this morning.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I didn't know if he was filming something.
I was wondering where he was.
Yeah, remember I looked over there and I was like...
Well, because usually, you know what it is?
Yeah.
You smell his, like the egg dish that he has every single morning. Like you smell, it's just...
Oh, that's what it is.
He heats it up and you're like, okay, Sharif's at the desk eating that 25 egg concoction that he has each morning. No, but let's go to, apparently we're going to the desk. It's time for Money Talks. It's 10:50, everybody.
We're going to get into Money Talks, of course, but I really want to remind everyone at 11 a.m., we have a catalyst on watch. This has been reported by a lot of different entities, including the Wall Street Journal. Donald Trump does have a press conference scheduled with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at 11 a.m. in about 10 minutes. At this conference, they are expected to announce a multi-billion-dollar jet fighter. So I've seen that both Lockheed Martin and Boeing are on watch for potential moves with regards to this catalyst, but other defense talks, of course, include Palantir and RTX. So this announcement apparently is going to be for a jet fighter, which could be the most expensive fighter in history. And it's apparently a jet that the Air Force does believe will be vital to deter China's military in decades ahead. So that is the catalyst we're on watch for today at 11 a.m. With that in mind, let's get into the U.S. dollar, which is trying to curl a little bit. We talked a lot about this downtrend, this push to the downside, but now we actually have a 3-day winning streak. Now, the area of resistance we really need to clear would be this 104.10. As of right now, we're trading just below 104s. Here's the CME FedWatch tool. Of course, after that meeting, which went as expected, more or less with regards to the decision on Wednesday, there was no change in the rates. Now here for May, we are still seeing 84% of participants expecting, once again, we will have no change in the rates. However, about 15.6% expecting there's going to be a 25 basis point cut. Things start to get really interesting, though, in June. Now we have the overwhelming majority of participants here, about 64.4%, expecting we're going to get a 25 basis point rate cut in June. Almost 25% still expect we're going to have no change, but then 11% actually expecting a 50 basis point cut. So in June, we really start to see participants pricing in a potential rate cut going forward. May, though, it looks like we're going to have rates stay the same as of right now. Keep an eye on these defense stocks once again as we knock on the door of 11 o'clock. Back to you.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Dara. But right now we got to go over what's for lunch. So it was pretty good yesterday. I think the sandwiches were well received. We had chicken salad as a topper as the protein. I'm hoping today for tuna as I've reached out. All right, today's a great one, man. Butter chicken is in the building. Hopefully today is what we're reading there with. Yeah, vegetable biryani, aloo gobi, which is real nice, man. We like that, man. Cauliflower in there as well with the aloo gobi, of course. So we're really happy with those. Again, little South Asian there meal today. So props up to our caterers. They've been doing a heck of a job, and that is what is indeed
I'm getting some of the butter chicken for sure.
for lunch.
That's a no.
Right
I
over
didn't have
there.
the sandwich, but
Yeah, you guys are all very, neither did I. You guys are all very lucky to have Obi. So Obi's going to be coming through in about 5 or so minutes right there. So we'll see some, we'll see some trades happening there on the midday with Joe and Obi. So we're getting ready for that coming through. Joby is in the building
Adobe got
on
today.
the midday. So yeah, man, let's go. My wife makes a crazy butter chicken, man, and we actually had that on the weekend. That was absolutely fantastic. You got to have the fresh naan and stuff.
yes,
because,
that's it.
and then we use the biryani rice as well. So yeah, I'm all about that.
Got to be
man.
fresh.
We put on like 4 pounds.
I wonder if they'll have fresh. Sometimes we get naan here. I'm hoping they'll have that.
Yeah, it doesn't say it, but yeah.
Usually I thought we get naan bread. But
Yeah, I don't think normally it says like when we get pitas, it doesn't say it.
it
So,
doesn't tell you.
yeah, we'll see. This morning's breakfast was Western omelets. They weren't too bad. I cut one in half there. It's all right. I don't really prefer the omelet, but it's okay. Pastries and bagels, fresh whole fruit. And then I actually just recently here, you guys follow on Instagram, this is generally what is for lunch or for breakfast. So you get the fruit, the pastries, and then in there, it was hard-boiled eggs on Monday. So we put that up on the old gram right there. Make sure you go follow us on all of our socials. Instagram, I just found out that Trader Joseph has it, at Trader TV Joseph. So go find him as well. But yeah, Micron is dripping down a little bit. So I have I already told you guys this, I have 2% left. Once we went up there, that was the fills. We were waiting there for those fills. They came through. So we talked about it. This is a great reload spot. Honestly, it's just, I'm going to wait a little bit lower.
I want 94.
Into 94.20s or so. So again, pick your poison if you're interested in any of these names. But for me, I'm going to wait a little bit. And we're not even dropping down, my net is not changing at all. It is, but not by much. The TQs here is a little interesting. I'm going to take out, I just wanted to call this up. I wanted to trade it sort of in front of you guys. We've now traded a couple outs here. Just one out at 60.20. There it is. I'm getting another one right there. That's the 50 period, and it's also the 200 period. Adam and everybody else, there's that 45 fill that we got. So we did make some nice hits up there to the upside. And the thing is, we pride ourselves on reading tape and reading charts. I mean, that's why every day, you're never going to see me go 2 and 6 or anything like that on a name. It's my problem on stocks on the, if I trade 8 stocks, pretty much I'll be 4 for 4. That's generally what it is. But it's share size. It's because it's about trying to figure out, and Obi and I have talked about this, the most important thing about trading is the share size and figuring out when to use more and when to use less. And it's just that's the big thing. So I'm trying to get better on averaging. This didn't even really hurt because we averaged in right here. So when we got stopped out, we take the L, but we just took another fill there at 30s. So it's just when this happens, as long as we're at the right prices, just right here, right? We got it closer to VWAP. We didn't average in all the way, right here on these futures trades. This is the evolution, honestly. You're seeing it live right there. I'm telling you, I'm making more money this month than last month, than the month before again. And here go the futures right back up to the high side. So, we're getting much, much better at what we're doing right there. So there it goes, man. There's your hot dog trade of the day again. So there we go, another one, Neil. There's another 50 handles for everybody. So boom goes the dynamite. Again, man, trading these futures has really changed the game here for us at Trader TV Live.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Have your style of action. I don't like averaging in, but whatever works for you. If you're a scalper, you're a scalper. We get off pounds here for a quick little second because I got over to Intel. We got it. It did again, does not break the trend, so we don't give it to the prior high. We'll take a shot at Intel. Still, at least not going to be giving it away on this stock. It still wants to head to the upside.
Boy.
Still going to wait for this 24.5 level. That's going to be the next play. But sometimes the best trade you make could be one that you avoid. And I didn't reload pounds here, and we're glad it's looking incredibly strong now on pounds here, heading back. And it looks like we're going to get at that run at the 89 to 90 level on PLTR. I do still favor Micron. I know Micron broke down or is breaking down. I still like this 94 level. I think we'll go back. If it can do any kind of a trend reverse off the 94, I'm still going to jump in. Only 3 minutes to go. Nike, which we just got into for the first time here today. So that's the only other stock that we traded. it broke an uptrend, and we're looking for a VWAP retrace there on Nike. So pretty much the only thing that we are left in. Intel will have to wait for 24.4, something along those lines, and Micron going to wait for that 94 level for sure. Thank you, Epic Strategy. You're a holder, but you love the content. Everyone's a holder in the long term, but there's always a place to learn from even just process, because process is transferable across all kind of time frames. And random IBO ready to go again or topping. I had not been tracking that small cap stock. And in the midday, with Sharif not here, I don't know if anyone's going to be looking at that IBO. It doesn't look incredibly liquid, but it's done like 74 million shares. Purple level 2, it doesn't look like it would be, but this is an incredibly strong one. Good luck trading it for sure. Just remember, this was a 40-cent stock 2 days ago, and it's now at $6. So there's going to be profit takers on any kind of a pullback on a name like this. Just always be careful trading these names. And no one can, to me, you never go broke taking profit. I don't like them because I find there's no good risk to reward when you try to trade those. To me, I like risk to reward. And if you can determine where you want to get out, but can't be sure where you're going to get out when it breaks, that's a little bit troubling, usually for me. That's why chasing these moves I don't like. If you can get it in these tighter ranges in here, fine. But I don't like chasing those types of moves. So good luck with that IBO if you happen to be trading it. Looks like a good one, but not for me. To each their own.
Thanks, Calvin. We really appreciate those kind words there because, yeah, man, the TQs and the futures have really been great. We'll watch out to see what's going on with your Nike position. Micron, again, we were talking about maybe not buying that one, but it looks like that was a mistake. Should have bought it for sure as we look to see what's going on right now with Micron as it's bouncing off that 94.50 right back up to 95 again. So Micron trying to make them sing a little bit right there. We'll watch to see if it continues its climb higher back into the 50 period. If we can get that, then we can get that. There's nothing else.
Another one.
We've been giving you these trades all day.
Another one.
And there goes the futures, man. We've talked about it. We've done it right now. We're holding it. We've got those diamond hands on board right now. Obi, it's just 80 handles in the money. You're going to kill it on the midday, so go get that money right there too, my friend. So, yeah, so far so good right now. There it is. Nice moves on the TQs. It's gone. The number one P&L name will be Micron, followed by TQs, and then that's about it. And then I guess some of your trades will pop in there because I only have Tesla, which I am a latte down on. So right now, Tesla coming into play for a very, very small hit right there. But we are leading the day here. There goes, like now we're almost a whole 100 handles in the money right now on the futures. So there it goes, TQs. We're actually trading triple the futures right now. So nice upside move there as we choose the NASDAQ. And Pikachu, I choose you. Good show, Neil. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more here on the midday. We'll be posting up in there. And damn, that butter chicken smells good.
It smells ridiculously good, but don't forget, it is witching today. So the close is going to be a different beast. When we come back on at 2 o'clock, there's 2 to 3:30, and then 3:30 to 4 is going to be a different beast. And if you've never paid attention to the close, it should be a wild one. You never really know, but last time was insane. Apple was absurd. The last time there was a quarterly rebalance. The trend up and the trend down was moves that you haven't seen in a long time on that stock. So make sure you tune in. But for now, you've got a treat because Obi, as Sean said, Obi is going to be joining Joey Options for Learn to Trade. Go get them, boys.
That's
all right. What's going on, everybody? Happy Friday. We got a lot of options expiration. You've seen that volume come in today. I'm with my boy Obi to the right of me. He's stepping in for Sharif. Yeah, guys, good stuff. We're going to wait for some people to start to come into the chat here, Obi. Then we're going to do some roll call. Who do we got here, my friend? It is Friday, so it's going to be a good day, I can tell you that. NVIDIA is starting to break out. We got PMG in the house. We got Hath and Yasan. What's going on? Pitchbull, what's up, my friend? Fiddleback, Darwin, my guy. Kalua, how are you doing? I know you've been making some money here lately, and I hope you got that phone that you were talking about. The Piper, Oscarito, Anonymous, what's up? Obo, no, what's up, Joe? Okay, I see how it is. Los Polios, hermanos, mi amigo, ¿cómo estás usted hoy? Jimmy J, who else do we got here? Fabio, Mio, Mr. Out of the Box, Frank Hanley, E-Mad, all right, Klua once again, Ed Miller, Randall Longera, Ricky G, Michael Hanji, and Laura Sanchez. What's going on? It is the duo today, what we like to call Joby. Obi, how you been, brother?
Not too bad, not too bad. How about yourself? How's the morning?
It was good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, we're gonna definitely talk about the morning.
Yeah. I wasn't in the morning. I just got in about 10:45.
Okay.
Because the main trade today.
Ooh.
The highest probability trade today.
What is it?
May show up at the close.
Ooh.
So nothing else is really. Everything else to me today is a little bit fugazi, but
lots of contracts.
It is what it is. But the highest probability for me might probably be at the close. I'm willing to take a couple stabs. I've set up, just watching a couple names. I was watching.
Yeah.
I did do a scan last night. I had some earnings stuff on watch.
Nice.
Mike Ron was pretty solid off of the open. I saw that. Had to be short in the pre-market though to get that flush 4 points right off of the open. Oh boy, that was a beautiful continuation of a gap down short there. And then Nike as well. Nike. Giving a little bit of a chop off the open, but holding that VWAP last time I saw it. But what else was I looking at? I was looking at some China names as well for potential continuation.
Okay.
That didn't really come in today, but the NASDAQ, oh boy, are we bidding up a little bit there. I'm watching this Amazon right now as well. I know you were looking at Amazon, so I was looking at that. NVIDIA, we were just called out, attempting to push for day highs, but look at that, just trading within the opening range. Nothing too crazy there. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, what's in play for you today, and yeah, quad witching. So definitely some interesting stuff at the close. Might be a little spicy, but we're more than capable of taking
hey, we can handle the heat and the spice. Hey, that's what we like to do. Yes. All right, guys, let's get right into it here. We'll take a look at what we got going on NVIDIA here real quick. If we can pull up my screen, you can see that we're in this. It took multiple attempts to get this really going here, guys. So I punched out right there, a little bit of paper hands, and I got right back in. I'm like, okay, let's play the crack of the high here. I got stopped out here, and then I'm like, okay, it's ready to go. This underlying just has multiple fake outs. That third attempt is usually the one where the ball really starts to get rolling here, guys. So the tape is continuously strong. Nice entry in here. 116.41 we're in at. We got that crack there. How much do we have left here, Obi, before we dive into the lesson? Not much, about 30% left of this position. So we're going to hold that one for the dream, my friend. But let's get right into this lesson, guys. Lot to talk about. We were going over the basics of options yesterday. Now we're going to dive a little bit more into the Greeks and some other key things that we need to know for all those beginners or even experienced individuals out there. And next week, we're going to get into the advanced Greeks, all right? Something that we don't usually talk about quite often. So intro to options part 2, guys. Let's get right into it. So this is what we're going to be going over here today. Options, moneyness, the Greeks, at the money, in the money, out the money, and then some basic options strategies. Okay, guys? So, hey, if you go back yesterday, and then you go back or you stick with us here today and watch this lesson, you have no excuses on the fact that it's like, oh, I'm a little bit scared. Don't worry, we're here with you. I'm in some Amazon calls as well too, guys. I told you about that, working out pretty nicely right now. We're going to look to add to this position. All right, guys, let's get right into the Greeks, all right? So, Delta. So first we'll talk about the Greeks and what exactly they are. So they're a metric, right? They're a financial metric used to gauge and how they affect underlying assets like these options contracts within the options contracts, all right? We're going to get right back into the Delta as soon as we get back from Madeira.
Great move here for Boeing to the upside. As mentioned here, we're waiting to hear an announcement with regards to a next-generation fighter jet contract worth billions of dollars. Boeing has received this contract. According to Bloomberg, President Donald Trump has awarded Boeing a next-generation fighter jet contract. Again, this is worth billions. Some people are speculating this could be the most valuable contract of its kind. I could not find a stream for this in the White House. It looks like they're not streaming this event, but keep an eye out for potential comments here coming through from Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, with regards to this announcement. Also worth keeping an eye on other defense-related names, including Palantir and I think more chiefly Lockheed Martin, which was also up for this contract, falling to the downside after Boeing receives it instead. So keep an eye on BA and LMT, any defense names with this catalyst in mind. Back to you.
Wow. That's
LMT, that momentum to the downside is absolutely crazy. All right, guys, so yeah, the Greeks are just a financial measure that used to gauge how the options contracts will fluctuate and how it affects it from a day-to-day basis. All right, so delta, the primary Greek, something that we hyper-focus on as options trader, this Greek measures the change in the options price for every 1 point move in the underlying asset or the stock itself. It's also referred to as the rate of change, all right, guys? So delta has a range of negative 100 to 0 for puts, and then 0 to plus 100 for calls. So the delta on puts will always be negative, and the delta on calls will always be positive, all right? If the contract's delta is 0.8, this means the options price will change 80 cents, all right, in options terms. Using the options contract multiplier of 100 means $80 for every $1 move. If the options contract is valued at $1 with a delta of 80 cents, the underlying asset has a $1 move. That means the options contract will now be valued at $1.80 or $180, all right, guys? Fairly simple. All right, so this is just an example here of delta. And you'll see it'll always be kind of at that half level, at that 50% level when you are at the money. And it's also gauged as a percentage metric of where that contract may expire, all right? So you can see here in this example, with these at the money calls and puts, our delta's about 50% here, all right? So we'll go 52%. So what does that mean? There's a 50% chance that this contract is going to close in the money or close out the money. But it's also a gauge in that if it has a $1 move, it's a rate of change. If it has a $1 move, that contract will now appreciate by $52. Okay, so if you can see here on the ask, if we go from 242 to 243.5, so if we go from 242.5 to 243, this contract will now be valued at $16.77. All right, so that's where you get that $50 increase, and that's not including gamma. All right, gamma we'll get into briefly here, all right? So gamma provides you with the expected change in delta for each $1 change in the underlying asset. At its greatest for at-the-money options, decreases after the option contract trades more in the money or out the money, okay? Gamma is always positive, and like theta, gamma increases as you approach expiration. So if you want to reduce your gamma exposure, you go further dated out. And then gamma is also referred to the rate of change is rate of change, right? It may sound confusing, but gamma is delta's delta, essentially, if that makes any sense. Okay, guys? So moving forward. So example, the contract has a delta of 0.7 and a gamma of 0.2, with the underlying asset moving from $100 to $101, the adjusted delta would now be 0.9 or $90. Okay, guys? Very simple stuff. So theta. Options writers love theta, all right? Doesn't necessarily, we don't, as options buyers, we don't really like that too much. That's why I always refer to buying more time, okay? That's exactly what I did with my Amazon calls. I don't want to have to worry about time decay too much, so we go further dated out, reduces our gamma exposure, and we don't have to worry about time decay within the underlying, all right? So theta is the Greek metric that represents time decay in contract values. If stock XYZ is, $100 and its 105 call is $1 with the theta of 0.2, in simplistic terms, that means the options contract value will decrease $20 per day. All right. So while theta works in favor of option sellers, theta works against options buyers. All right, guys. So keep that in mind. Vega and IV. You'll see me often refer to this, increased implied volatility, keeping it correlated with the VIX. So Vega is a measure of volatility. Historical volatility is an actual measure of the stock's past price movement. So IV can essentially say, hey, you're looking for a plus or minus percentage range in that specific time period in what the underlying asset can fluctuate, okay? So IV or implied volatility is a measure of the stock's potential price movement. And then a volatility of 30% on a $100 stock determines that you might see a $30 swing to either direction over that extended period of time or whatever that time frame may be. All right, Rho, this is not the most commonly talked about options Greek, but that's okay. So Rho is the Greek that measures the influence of interest rates on an options contract pricing. It does not affect it that much, okay? So based off the risk-free interest rate, usually T-bills, treasury bills here, guys, least used Greek metric and least influential on the contract pricing. Okay, so moneyness, we're going to go over moneyness real quick before we send it over to Obi. Options moneyness is a fancy term of where the contract stands. In order to construct certain option strategies, you need to understand where and what contracts you are selecting. In the money, contract ITM is greater than 0. At the money is equal, it's flat, you're at that money. At that money, yeah. Out the money is less than 0, all right? So if that contract, if you have a $200 strike and the underlying asset is trading at $195, it is $5 out the money and holds no intrinsic value, all right? So here you can see we have all our metrics here. We have delta, IV, and everything along those lines. This is what we want to pay attention to here, guys, on the chain, okay? So strategies, beginner, long call, and put. Simplistic stuff, just buying a put means you have a bearish thesis. A long call just means you have a bullish one. Covered calls, all right. So if you own an underlying asset and you want to start selling some premium against that, if you see a temporary downtrend, then you can sell some covered calls. A protective put, so again, to the downside, you're looking to protect that, and then you can buy some puts on that. And then cash secured put, that is when you are selling options, but you have cash on the sideline to get acquired, to get assigned those options at that specific strike price that you are looking at. We're going to go over the intermediate option strategies in a moment here, guys. Let's see what we got going on. I'll let Obi get ready there. I'm waiting. It's looking like we're going to get stopped out break even here, Obi, on NVDA, but that's okay. Waiting for this to hold. This underlying is really, really tough to trade sometimes, and it's moving eastward. No definitive direction, so you can see a high amount of volume coming out of the open as well here too, guys. So we got to keep an eye out on that, but we are starting to come back into VWAP, and the volume to the downside is also starting to pick up, but that's what we got going on Amazon here, on NVDA. This is what we had going on Amazon earlier in the day. It's unfortunate that we missed the majority of the move, but I liked it here. You can see that we opened at the top of the range, and then I should have added to the position, but I did not. And then I actually hit an all out here by accident, which was slightly frustrating, but that is okay. So yeah, nice 2 trades, and I have one more on TQs here, guys. Didn't get much out of it. Again, I took some off here, and then I got stopped out break even, and then the market was just kind of moving sideways. I'm all out of NVDA right now, so not a horrible trade. I don't want to mess around with this underlying too much. We got the move that we were somewhat looking for, so we'll be patient. It seems that it wants to be slightly choppy, but I do like that FXI is breaking out here, Obi.
I'm watching just both Boeing and LMT, both fresh news here. Oh boy.
You're muted, brother. Yep.
No, it should be open. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, yeah. So I'm just watching both Boeing and Lockheed Martin right now on that fresh news. As that comes in, you can see LMT taking quite a bit of a sell-off here. 480 is a little bit of an undisturbed price. Let's see what that specifically is right here. So the high coming in at 478-ish, 478.07, and then flushing down, trading to a low of 436.77s here. So yeah, a pretty strong move there. Market's taking a bit of a pullback off of that 19.8 as well. But yeah, Boeing distinctly different here as it takes up to the upside. So what am I going to do? I want to put on a little bit of that anchored VWAP, not only just on Boeing, but on LMT as well, to see if we can get an opportunity if price can kind of come back in. Already we're seeing that Lockheed Martin kind of rejecting its anchored VWAP off of the event here as of right now. So let's see if we continue to see more of the same. 450, a little bit of a confluence level there on LMT as well as it trends down a little bit here. So I'm going to be continuing to watch. I'm going to continue watching both of these names here to see if there's any opportunity. Off of the news though, oh boy, that was the moment to get in. Punch short on LMT, punch long on Boeing. Both of them looking decent for continuations as of right now. You can see Boeing, nice little consolidation. It's looking like it's flagging underneath or on top of this 180, however you want to look at it here. Let's go to a higher time frame real quick and see the 182s. Let's see where we have some resistance here, 184s, 182. So yeah, we're cranking up as of right now here on Boeing as well. So don't really want to chase the move too aggressively as of right now, but I'm going to stay patient and see if it presents me with another opportunity here. Just a little bit of a dabble here on Intel. Let's see if this one can continue to the downside here towards VWAP. But before that, let's see what Adara has to say.
As we get this pushed down in the market, it's worth noting that we have comments coming through from Feds Williams saying the U.S. central bank is not in a hurry to make the next monetary policy decision, saying that it has become harder to forecast the outlook currently, noting that downside economic risks and upside inflation risks are, quote, both very high. So we have a bit of a push down in the market as Feds Williams flags some risks with regards to inflation, the economy, and saying it's a little bit harder to predict where the market's going to go with regards to these rates. Also saying that how the Fed responds to the tariffs is going to depend on some factors because at this point they can't really tell how tariffs are going to be impacting inflation. That aspect of his comments with regards to tariffs echoes a lot of what we heard from Fed Chair Powell on Wednesday, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
What do you got going on?
Yeah. Someone in the chat.
On NVIDIA.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Solid,
Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, it took 3 attempts, right? Like here's attempt 1, didn't work out. I kind of paper handed that one. I'm like, okay, we're gonna get the retest. I waited for that indecision candle, and then once we broke this low here, I just got out, and then I waited for it to come back, and then just hopped right back in there and pop, partial out there. So Jag says, Joe, great lesson. Let me know if there is a call wall at 560. Just want to know if I can tell call walls. So I'm going to say not necessarily, right? So you can see that there's about 3,400 open contracts. But if you want to go to larger size, that's going to be at 365, right? So you want to identify large areas of open interest, and then that's going to lead you to 570, all right? So I believe the market is going to have issues today cracking 570. That's why you're going to collect nothing. So if you're going to be shorting 0 DTE from 570 on the call side, you're not going to be collecting much. The market's not going to price that in. I don't think that we breach 570 today. I could be totally wrong on that front, but that's where you see about 70,000 open contracts. Look for something on the OI column. So whenever you have your options chain pulled up, you want to see something that eye pops and sticks out to the rest of those other contracts and throughout those other columns of strike prices. Okay, so not quite 560, you got the right idea, but if I were to just continuously go up the chain, 562 has 7,500, 563 has 7,200, and then we would take a jump right to 565, so we get that hole in half, 19,200, and then something that really stands out to me is at that 570 because it is relatively balanced on the call and the put side, with 55,000 on the put side and then 69,000 on the call side. All right, and then if we were going to go a little bit lower, we see 560. So on the put side, you're not wrong. Okay, so yeah, I apologize on that. On the put side, you're not wrong. You have 88,000 open contracts. Let's see if the market continues to hold within that range. So my apologies on the put side. You are right. I know you said in the question, is it a call wall? But no, I see that open interest on the put side there, Obi.
Yeah, the market's taking a little bit of a pullback here, so we're getting a continuation off of that 19.8 rejection here. So let's see if Intel can get below this 24 level. But yeah, throw it up in the chat. What are you guys watching? I'm still watching what I said before. Boeing and Lockheed Martin still continuing absolutely beautifully in their own respective directions. And another name that I kind of missed this morning, I did have it down on my morning trade plan. Now, again, this was a bit of a morning trade plan right there. Well, this I have to change. I don't think the VIX was at 2150. That might be from yesterday. But I was looking at Nike, Micron, FedEx, CCL, and PDD there. Some of those earnings names as well. So CCL was the one I kind of forgot about here. So let's take a quick look at CCL. I'm still watching this Intel. Let's see if it can crack through that 24. That 24 has been a bit of an interesting area here, and a lot of volume being traded at a bunch of these prices. I know that's very arbitrary, but Intel doing some interesting things over the past couple of weeks. A couple of days ago, we saw that Intel was disconnected from the rest of the market as it sold off. Oh boy, Carnival, maybe that's setting up for something. But first, let's see what Adara has to say.
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. The Vietnamese EV powerhouse opened its new Green Series for orders earlier this week in Vietnam. The lineup featured 4 models: the mini car, ASUV, CSUV, and the MPV, all designed to enhance transport services and drive Vietnam's green mobility. The Green Series has made a huge splash in Vietnam's auto market, racking up 45,813 pre-orders in just 72 hours, all confirmed with no cancellations. This unprecedented milestone not only sets a new record in the nation's automotive history, but it also highlights the strong demand for VinFast green EVs among both individual buyers and service businesses. So far in January and February 2025, VinFast has delivered over 22,500 EVs in the Vietnam market alone, already exceeding what they delivered in Q1 of 2024. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm just kind of waiting. I'm watching for you what you guys are trading in the chat there. A lot of people talking about, a few people talking about Micron. I'm watching Micron as well. Micron just got through its day low as well. So yeah, some strong earnings names here. This was a trade I was talking about on Micron off of the open there. You kind of had to be short in the pre-market here. Look at that beautiful rejection of that 100 level here on Micron, and look at that. It doesn't really give you much time off of the open to get short as it slams right through that 98 all the way down for a 4-point run of that 94. We're coming right back into those levels right now, but VWAP is held. We tried to hold, we tried to bounce, but dead cat it was for the continuation to the downside. 94.04 is trading as of right now. And what was interesting to me here, Joe, was last night I was watching this, sitting here looking at this earnings report, and I was like, oh boy, all right, 110 is potentially incoming. But by the time we got into the 8 p.m. close, we pretty much gave back everything. And coming into the pre-market session, the selling continued into the open, giving back not only the reference price of the earnings, but also giving back pretty much this low, consolidation low that we've been holding since Monday. So it gave up the weekly low below 100 in the pre-market and could not get above that 100. So yeah, definitely a decent action to risk against that 100, and then you get that nice little flush. And getting that continuation now going into the middle of the day here is Micron. So absolutely beautiful if you had the idea to get short. But yeah, I think long potentially was valid here for a reversion to VWAP. But then when those sellers step right back in after they've been so obvious off of an earnings report, when you give back the whole price and then break week low, I don't know about you, but that shows a little bit of weakness to me. And we're getting that weakness coming in pretty aggressively on the day today. Now, again, distinctly different from the rest of the chips here. Let's take a quick look at the semiconductor ETF. Again, look at that. Pretty much sideways, not really doing too much. So Micron is one of the only ones that is kind of selling off the way it is. I have my tech basket open up here as well. You can see that, yeah, AMD's pulling back, NVIDIA's pulling back. You can see the market's also pulling back into that 19.7 mark, as well as the ES, making our first I guess an attempt at a break of trend that we've been holding since the open here. You can see we've been kind of holding these 15-minute candles back to back over and over again, and finally we're catching a bit of a sell off of the 19.8 down into the 19.7, so about a 100-point move there to the downside here. But yeah, waiting for the next trade. Let's see what else I got on watch here. FedEx reversion was nice. I think shout out to Adara. She said she was in that reversion as well. So good stuff on that. But yeah, again, I'm not really seeing too much else. Maybe Carnival. Carnival's been catching a bid since about 10 o'clock. Finally catching some selling along with the rest of this market. Let's see if that gets some continuation. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at FXI right now, Obi. I kind of like how it's curling up. Again, I don't want to chase it right now. You can see that we're starting to break up here, guys. You can see we're punching through some of these pre-market lows, and then you get this nice curl over type price action. The issue here is that these lower highs, right? So it's just continuous. So we need that volume to really step in order to push us through that. You can see it is picking up on the 5-minute time frame. But that was one of my primary plans for today. I wasn't expecting to trade Amazon and NVDA. I'll pull up my notes for you guys here real quick. Just because, yeah, that just wasn't in the game plan. I had MU, but Obi and I, we've talked about MU before, and I'm like, there's just too many fake outs in the underlying. But here we go, guys. Again, just honing in. Those are the top, just the daily focus rules today, and that's what we tried to do. And then this is just the game plan writing. So I was really hyper focusing on the TQs, FXI, and TSLL. Unfortunately, I didn't trade Tesla, and it was one of the better big names today. But Amazon was fantastic, and I can't complain about it. I've seen my price action pattern start to set up, especially because from a Camarilla pivot point structure for all my cam traders out there, we're sitting at a key level of support And you can see those buying pressure candles on the daily start to print. So that's why I'm like, okay, let me hop into a bull call spread here. So right now I'm hedged, but my intentions are is to ratio trade this. So what I do is I have one short call and one long call open right now, but then I'm gonna add a multiple long calls once the thesis starts to play out. So that was my number one idea. Was I liked FXI in the morning because it gapped down and it was weak, and I was looking for a recovery because we know China has been relatively strong, so just looking for a rebound in that. MU, I knew what was possibly to come with this name. I've traded it multiple times. Oops, we don't want that. I've traded it multiple times on earnings. Dude, we want to pull the stock up here, right? And I'm just like, I don't love it. So again, to the short side, really nice. I like how Obi pointed out, yeah, we rejected VWAP. And then if you were to look at yesterday's open interest on the options chain, I have my notes here. I believe 107 was was what I seen for the most OI on this OB. And I'm like, okay, we got to really watch out for this. So yeah, 105 and 115. Right here on the old notes there, guys. I don't know if you can see it. It doesn't really matter anyways. We've rejected it and we've had the inability to hold those levels, and now we're continuing to bleed. So this is the print here, the earnings report print. We've cracked through all of this daily lows and the low of this print and just continued to bleed. So I'm just going to avoid that. Yeah, and Obi wants to touch on something. What do you got going on, brother? I thought you were talking.
No worries.
I thought you were talking to me, yeah.
Ramin here.
Oh, okay.
No worries. I just got to get into something.
Okay, yeah. Do you want me to continue going here? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, guys. So that was the game plan. We worked on NVDA. I seen that we were selling in the pre-markets as well too, guys. So I'm like, okay, this could be a potential day for a rebound. I don't usually like it when we rally into the open. I like a little bit of a sell-off, and then you can kind of get those rebounds if the market's going to be strong. And we've seen from the previous past couple sessions that buyers are starting to engage again. So that's a positive sign there, guys. Sorry, Ramin, I didn't hear what you said there.
She's just talking to me.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Bear vs. Bulls. Appreciate you. Joe, can you check out CBOE, your thoughts? Okay, yeah, for sure. I didn't know that was an actual CBOE. Let's see what you got going on. Global, that's a whole market. Okay, that's interesting. I have no idea about this thing. So the CBOE Global Markets, I'll go over that shortly. I got to read some more stuff on that. But Jimmy, I will most definitely do that for you, my friend. If there's anything that you guys want to. So Los Polio says Doji on the Qs on the 5-minute. I don't necessarily see that right now. I would want to see it below the volume weighted average price. It looks like the market wants to continue bleeding, but I think I might be frozen here. So I got to be a little bit patient and wait for things to start picking up, and there we go. Yeah, I don't see that just yet, Los Polios. So I'm going to be patient, going to keep my eyes on FXI for this pullback, and then make for a possible entry as we are running into some resistance right now, Obi.
Yeah, so again, just continuing to watch this a little bit, 3 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to print. Let's see how this one prints here. But Boeing, oh boy, I was looking for the reversion. I was like, all right, well, how this news is trending pretty aggressively, pretty strong to the upside. And oh boy, does that reversion come in real hot, right from 182 halves all the way down to 179s here on Boeing. So absolutely aggressive selling, kind of giving back a decent chunk of the move here. Let's see if the market bounces off of this 19.7, or do we continue a little bit to the downside, kind of giving us more of what we've been seeing since the pre-market session here, kind of trading below this 20,000 level, got below 19.9, got below 19.8 off of the, going into the open, and then in the open session as well, 19.8 acting as a little bit of resistance here on the day. But yeah, Boeing absolutely wild there. Kind of that was a hard flush. I was watching it and I was like, all right, well, should I really be getting in here short? 182s risking up to 183s, and by the time I thought about it, it took way too long there, and then straight quadunk to the downside for about a three-point flush was pretty fast there on Boeing. Let's see if the market can come in here potentially as well. Intel got a little bit below that 24 there, just looking for that continuation back into that VWAP level. VWAP sitting just a few pennies away, 23.85. 186s as of right now here. NVIDIA still chopping around sideways as of right now, and we're starting to print a little bit green here on this 15-minute candle on the market. So let's see if we catch a little bit of a bounce here. But let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. I'm more than curious to know on a day like today what everybody is involved in. So throw up your tickers in the chat. We're more than willing to take a look at them as we get some strong volatile moves in this market. So something else I didn't really do after sitting down at the desk was take a look at the VIX, because we know the VIX has been a little bit spicy as of recently, trading almost into 30. Now we know we're around 20, so I do want to keep an eye on it. As of right now, it's at 20.36. So interesting price there, or interesting level there for the VIX. We got all the way to 29.57, Joe, and we've been pulling back off of there.
Yep.
A little bit of volatility reversion happening there on the VIX as it kind of pulls back in. But yeah, nothing else really on watch here. I'm going to do some scans here while you guys throw up in the chat. I see a lot of tickers coming up in the chat. Oh boy, all right. So let's take a quick look at some of these. Mark is saying Nike. Okay, all right. So Nike was definitely part of one of my tickers that I was watching in the morning here. And yeah, oh boy, what a reversion here. We pull back into 65s. Can't really get any lower. So looking distinctly different. I was looking for that same kind of micron trade where we pop on the earnings report here, and you can see it gives it all back going into 8 p.m., makes a little bit of this shelf here, support at 68. Look at that, trading below that in the pre-market, coming in off the open. 67 is resistance confluence with VWAP, but take a look at that. 65s, we can't get below 65s. The bid steps back in. We reclaim VWAP. We reclaim on top of the high a day. As of right now, we're trending a little bit higher, back up into that 68 level here. So I'm curious to know where, if and when, selling will step back into Nike. It could potentially come in. But shout out to Marcus for trading Nike here on the day. Absolutely beautiful bid that it's caught since about 9:35. So didn't really sell off for more than about 5 or 6 minutes off of the open. We've been only catching a bid since then. So shout out to any Nike longs there. That price action is definitely just doing it to the upside. So let's see what else you guys have on watch here. Harry Connor saying TQs. Yeah, I got TQs on watch as well. Again, got the NASDAQ here, but let's take a quick look at the TQQs, triple Qs. Right there. But yeah, kind of a similar story here as the rest of the market as it kind of chops sideways. Consolidation here. We are technically making higher highs and higher lows. We've reclaimed VWAP here on the TQs, but you can see still kind of within this pre-market sell-off range here as of right now. We did attempt to take back some of it here. You can see the selling kind of started, that aggressive volume coming in, going into 8:45 in the morning session right there and flushing us a little bit lower here. So we kind of gapped that move in the open session as of right now. So let's see what we have in store. I'm looking for a third red candle here on the markets, as this is the first kind of selling that we've started in and around, when it's 11:15, so around the midday as well. I kind of like my reversions in the middle there of the day. As well, but yeah, reversions can happen any time of the day, really. But if they happen in and around the middle of the day, I do like them a little bit better. CCL potentially coming in for a turn here. Got that on watch as well. Let's see what else you guys are watching. SMCI, yeah, I saw SMCI. I was like, oh boy, that one went crazy today. A little distinctly different relative to some of the other tickers on the day here. When it comes to chips, you can see it's been catching quite a bit of a bid. Nice little grind trend up all the way to 41.24s. Now pulling back for a bit of reversion here to VWAP. Let's see if we can get that on Intel as well. What's up, Adara?
Hi, here on TME. This is, 10-cent music, so not necessarily like the exact same as 10-cent proper, but it is worth noting 10-cent is launching its Hungwan T1, its DeepSeek style reasoning model. So we know Alibaba's had a reasoning model. Now we get one from 10-cent, guys. Back to you.
For that, Adair, is there anything else you want to go over there, Obi? Or
not really. I think Marcus again with TM Tempest AI. Okay, let's take a quick look at TM. We know this was Pelosi's ticker, right? TM. I think this was one of her picks as well. So let's see how this one's been doing here. I know a lot of people involved in this name as well. It's been catching a little bit of a pullback here off of its highs. Went all the way up to 91.45 in the middle of February, and look at that beautiful reversion, almost 100% reversion off of these prices here, but a 50% reversion off of the highs here on TEM. But holding its own here. You can see over the past since August here, we've been kind of fluctuating in this range in and around mid to high 70s, 80s, and then low 30s as well. So yeah, let's see what this name has in store. I know that a lot of her tickers tend to work out pretty decently. So I definitely have eyes on this one. I don't want to get involved as of right now, but maybe some more price action, maybe some holds above a little bit higher to get involved there. But yeah, the backside of the move was absolutely beautiful on TEM as well. But yeah, intraday, don't really know what it's doing other than just bidding up. So looking very similar to, I guess, that of, kind of that of SMCI, but not really. But holding trend above VWAP is a little distinct. Trading below 50. It's trying to get through that 50 is what it looks like as of right now. Wow, Boeing right back up.
Boeing right back up there. Right? All right, Obi, we got a bunch of super chats here, my friend. $19.99 from my friend the Valley Palms. Any ideas why RGC is holding up? I'm still holding at 1066. Rumors are they might split. I mean, maybe Adara can get something on. I'll pull up it real quick here for you because thank you for that super chat. So Regenicell Bioscience Holding Limited is a bioscience company that focuses on research, development, and commercialization of traditional Chinese medicine. Okay, very, very interesting. News from a news standpoint, I don't see anything right now. Holding Limited to resume trading. So yeah, I'm not too sure about that, but you're in at 1066. Nothing wrong with locking in any gains. Again, so do what you please. Trim a little bit, put some profit in your pocket. It's Friday. It's quad witching day as well too. So if you're waiting for that split, then you'll just be the proud owner of more shares than what you currently have. So again, it's up to you. Lock in some profits, in my opinion, but it's your position. I believe you should do what you want. There's no financial. Let's see what Adara's up to though.
As we get these moves here, again, in Boeing, it is worth noting Donald Trump is making some more comments here in case you missed it. Boeing and Lockheed Martin both moved, Boeing to the upside and Lockheed Martin to the downside after Donald Trump announced at 11 a.m. that the Air Force is going to be working with this fighter jet, and Boeing has been selected for the contract. He's adding some more details on the fighter jet, saying that it will be built during his administration. So it seems like this will be happening by the end of 2028. He also said that this new fleet will be built over the next couple of years, and that the experimental version of this fleet or this jet has actually been flying for almost 5 years. So more Trump comments on this Boeing jet fighter on watch, guys. Back to you.
Adara, another $5 super chat here. Obi, Joey, should I share with my profits with someone who won't invest if we're in a relationship? No, this isn't a therapy session, man. Yeah, what on, man? Okay,
wait,
all right. Okay, so it's Joey. Should I share my profits with someone who won't invest if we are in a relationship? Ramin says it depends how long this relationship has been going. What do you have to say? I'm gonna say it's up to you, my friend. Yeah, is it equal playing grounds? Like, are you guys feeding each other? You know, food's a big way to the individual's hearts. How do they take care of you, etc. And I mean, if you believe it should be reciprocated, then by all means share those profits. So I don't know what you think about that.
Here's the thing, man. Profits are subjective. You mean profits in the market? Maybe your partner is giving you profits in other aspects of life as well, right? Are they an investment to you? And how do you view that? Money's not everything, man. Like I understand it's not a therapy session, but you know what? It's up to you. How do you feel about your investments, and do you feel that your relationship is an investment as well? And if so, are you guys both really sharing profits? That's the question.
One thing I will say too, Obi, if you are making money from your investments, displaying it to them usually leads people to be like, hey, I want to start investing too. So instead of sharing necessarily your money, you know how the old saying goes, you can teach a man to fish, all right, and feed him for a day. Yeah, exactly. Are they give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. All right. So that one's a little bit there, more on Wall Street. So I think that one's up to you. If you really care about that person, then yeah, why not? All right. We got another $6 super chat from my guy DJ 2AM, dropping those Dolph mixtapes. Nice work there. The Dream Team. Happy Friday, everybody. Go get that money. And then one more, another $5 super chat here, Obi. The both of you are awesome, and I appreciate your professionalism and calm demeanors. Bang, appreciate you for that one. And we got some food. I don't think we're gonna get the food today, but I mean, dude, we got a lot of money for food, and I don't think your boy hasn't forgot.
Butter chicken.
You got butter chicken, but I'm talking super chats,
biryani,
man. We got like
I'll be the judge if that biryani is any good.
We got yeah, there you go. We got a couple $100 in super chats here that we got to put on food, but Sharif's not here today, and it doesn't seem like everybody's here, so we're gonna have to wait on for that. But I vote for tacos. Right, so we'll see where that one goes there. So Marcus James Reed, inspiring pro. No, you are a pro with your professionalism there, my friend. Thank you once again for those super chats. And let's see what everybody else is looking for. My money is my money, and his money is also my money. Bang. Okay, let's go. That's how it's done. It is all for one and one for none, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on. Oscarito says, don't let him simp. Don't be a simp. What do you got going on? You printing up over there?
No, I'm just like, I'm just trying to be like, all right, give me that fill. It's trading at 23.90s. I'm sitting at 23.90s to cover a little piece there, and I was just like, give me the fill. Sometimes I like to talk to the tape. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I know it's a little wild. It's a little crazy, but I'm just like, oh, come on, you can fill that. You can fill that. Come on, baby. Let's go. 23.90. I mean, sometimes you got to talk dirty to it. And I'm like, oh boy, come on, draw.
Oh, trust me. I mean,
market's dropping down right now below that 19.7. I'm looking for a continuation, a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if we can kind of come back in and revert to the mean, which is VWAP. As of right now here on Intel, only about a few pennies away from there. So let's see if we can get there. No idea if we can get all the way down there, but it is working out as of right now. Market finally catching a little bit of a continuation on the selling that we saw off of that 19.8. So break of trend on the rest of the market. But yeah, that 24 level continues to be a little interesting here. Let's see if we can get down to VWAP. Not really looking for too much here. But yeah, some of these other tickers obviously going to get a little bit more of a push and a tug maybe from the market move to the downside here. But yeah, if we wick back up, that's perfectly fine as well. There's a minute left here for this 15-minute candle to print. So we've gotten 3 red 15s in a row here on the NASDAQ and the ES. So, oh boy. Let's see if we get some more selling here. That's all I'm really looking for. That was an aggressive flush that came in. LMT kind of coming into its lows. Boeing actually wicked right back up and came right back down. So looking very wicky on the 15-minute chart is Boeing as of right now. CCL still holding its own a little bit here. Nike though looking distinctly different from the rest of the market. Continuing to bid up on Nike. So wow, this is the best kind of, this is the dream reversion, man. It's like, all right, you have the sell off of the open, the bid comes in, you finally catch the bid, you're like, all right, are we gonna revert back to VWAP? That, I think that little chunk might be a little high probability. And then we reclaim VWAP. Oh boy, probabilities are changing. We hold consolidate above VWAP. We break the opening range high. Probabilities continue to change in the favor of the longs. And look at that, nice little push back up to 68. Now the question becomes, that's that earnings reaction low on Nike is exactly, well, not exactly 68, but 67.98. So just underneath that level, we're trading 67.93s with a high of 67.98 as of right now on Nike. So let's see if that support turned resistance in on Nike over the overnight session continues to show any sort of significance here as of right now, as we pretty much drive right into it as the bid coming in all the way from 939 all the way to right now, which is 11:45. So yeah, pretty strong bid there on Nike. Let's see if sellers can step back in, or are buyers going to stay in charge for the rest of the day here, Joe? I have no idea, but that's what I'm watching as of right now. Nothing too crazy going on during the midday here. But yeah, if you guys see anything crazy, let us know. I'm more than willing to get involved in something that is spicy and maybe fits or aligns with my playbook as well. So that's what I got going on. What do you have?
Yeah, I'm looking at some IBIT here, OB. I see some outstanding volume, but I'm also looking at this wedge start to form here on NVDA as well too, guys. I know I mentioned that I don't necessarily want to trade it, but this, for people who are looking to play this wedge here, you can see that we're forming these consistent higher lows, right? So higher low, higher low, higher low, and then now we have somewhat of a resistance zone right here that we can't get through. I'm going to wait for volume to step in, and just with the overall market sentiment, it may be to the downside, but if it does decide that it wants to break up, I don't know why I haven't full screened this yet, but again, these are just more or less whipsaw moves in my opinion, through this resistance zone, because you can see we have multiple touches and then you fake out through it and then you just come right back into this zone. But we'll look for this price compression pattern to come into play. I do like IBIT here, so I'm going to hop into that. I have a definitive out on it, guys. It's printed this doji candle, but you will see a little bit of selling pressure here. So this is essentially what I'm trading off of. If we break 47.48, then I'll just get out of the trade. It did pop up just a little bit. I punched. I probably should have posted to get a little bit better of a price, but that's okay. I punched that, and then maybe we'll add if we can continue here, because I think from a daily standpoint, Bitcoin isn't really in a breakout zone or anything along those lines. So I'm not expecting too much, but if the market wants to recover, then I think it'll join it and participate as well too. But NVDA is really interesting as price starts to compress here, and that's what I'm going to continue to monitor. If we sit on top of this zone and you see a large amount of volume come in that can say, hey, classify this move as a genuine breakout, then that's what I'm going to look for. And that's what I was when I was trading here. You know, we always talk about volume and just following it at that standpoint. So this is where I got in. I don't remember the exact trend, but I think I might have took a little bit off and then got break even and tried it again. But essentially, this is what I was following right here. This was determining to me, all right, the low has been put in. You now get this engulfing volume signature and you crack a little bit higher. So I was looking for that continuation, but you see me ran right into these pre-market lows, which again, you see we rejected multiple times. So there's some zones that we need to get through in order for this thing to continue to climb higher. But it does look like it wants to break out. We just need the volume to support it, all right? But what I will do here, OB, before I send it back to you real quick, my guy, is we're going to take a look at the chain to see what we got going on NVDA. There is a ladder, I'm pretty sure, yeah, through 121 to 26 of OI. So if we can crack through, to be honest with you, I mentioned before earlier in the week, 118 being a really a pivotal spot for NVDA, because we can't crack through that 37,000 open contracts on the call side, but then there's 97,000 on the put side. So we're getting some pinning, and the market has really been struggling to get through those levels, and that can be displayed through the chain. So yeah, there's a little bit of a ladder on the call side in order for us to get through. So that momentum, and I mean with the options expiration, we can definitely get through those levels, but we need to see that volume step in there, OB.
Yeah, that's for sure. Did you see what potentially could be an interesting ticker on the day today? I know I totally forgot about it. DoorDash. I think that's it's a little bit of I think is it being added or deleted? I forget. I gotta check. I
believe it's an addition. I believe, yeah.
It's an addition, right?
Yeah.
I think so. So a little bit of a consolidation sideways, holding that VWAP as of right now. It did some decent relative volume in the pre-market here, and you can see that we're pretty much trading in yesterday's range here on DoorDash as well. So that was another one that I kind of forgot on my watch list as well. Zion Lala, yeah, I think Sharif is okay. He just had to go deal with some personal things. So I'm just filling in with him as of right now. But yeah, I'm sure he will be back on Monday for sure. But let's see what Adara has to say right now.
Nice little drop here for FXI. This is, of course, Chinese-related stocks. Financial Times reporting that the U.S. is going to be probing some Chinese telecom groups that it suspects of posing security risks. So nice drop here for FXI here. This is the 3-minute chart. As you can see, this push to the downside as the Financial Times report that U.S. is going to be probing these Chinese telecom groups. Guys, back to you.
Before that, there, yeah.
Yeah, so Catching a bit of a wick there on this current 15-minute candle on the market. So yeah, I'm just looking again, very simple kind of. All I'm looking for today, like I said before, just simple base hits, nothing too crazy. Not willing to put on crazy amounts of risk just yet. But yeah, well, if anything does show up, I will have eyes on it as well. For example, like Boeing and LMT, very, very distinct action there. Didn't really catch any piece of any side of those moves just yet, but you can see how aggressively the action came in and pretty much how it dissipated as well. A lot of that buying pretty much dissipated here on Boeing. LMT, the selling does continue to the downside, so we're getting that continuation here on Lockheed Martin. Maybe a little bit more affected by the news because again, LMT kind of maybe expecting a little some, and it's going to Boeing here as of right now. Now Boeing has also been pretty beat down as well. We have to remember that on a higher time frame. You can see where this ticker is kind of coming in from, right? It's had a little bit of issues over the past year or so, and we've been kind of selling off pretty aggressively. You can see that little quadrunk that we had in and around the middle of February 2020. I guess that's the COVID low, and then we've been trading within that range. But this is the one I'm talking about here. Kind of, we've been having some trouble here off of 260s. All the way back in. That was January of 2023. So we know that Boeing, again, they had there was a lot of issues there with Boeing, and then now the price action seems to be kind of stabilizing, holding a little sideways since then. Now a little pop on some fresh news here on Boeing. So interesting stuff. Pop goes the market as well.
Ooh, oh yeah, there goes NVDA there, brother.
So I got to keep an eye on this one as that comes in.
Yeah, NVDA is starting to break out there, guys, heading into some resistance zones. You can see here that volume starting to pick up on that 1 minute time frame as you break through some of these key levels here, guys. So that is the look on NVDA. Not going to participate just yet. Lots of wicks. We're going to wait for some more volume, but on the 2 minute time frame, it is slowly starting to stair step up, and that's exactly what we want to see. But I'm in some IBIT. It's not looking too good here, guys. Do you know why? Because look at this shelf right here that we have to monitor. So this is a support zone, now acting as a clear resistance zone. We got a little pop through it, but then we weren't able to sustain it. And you're seeing that selling pressure continue to hold up here, guys. So I'm going to have to hop out of this trade at the break of this low as the market comes in, and there it goes. We are out there. What a flush.
What a
yeah, exactly,
I was just like, oh, that was an aggressive bid that pops back in, and I'm like, I got to wait, I'll be patient, and then boom, slams right back in.
Massive rejection there, Obi, which is unfortunate, but we'll get out of this. The volume just really picked up. Resistance across the market. NVDA came in. So that's it is well said there, Obi. Fugaze, not too good of a look there. So that's it for IBIT. We're not going to be trading this one too much. We're going to stick to the names that have been working for us throughout the day, and that has been NVDA and Amazon. All right, guys. So we'll continue to that. I don't want to trade the Qs. I showed you guys my little touch on the Qs here earlier in the day, but again, it's just massive fake outs, some sideways type price action, not necessarily something that I'm looking to participate. I like to see that orderly style price action, not everything overlapping each other, not range trading or anything along those lines. But that volume print here on IBIT is really juicy. I like the look of it there. A nice hammer candle print there, Obi, on IBIT. We'll give this one maybe one more stab. It could have been a liquidity grab here. If we crack those lows, then we can always just get out of there. But I like this hammer candle print. It actually almost hold it to a T, but I'm like, if that volume is picking up and then it's to the downside, I don't want to be any part of that. I got out when I was supposed to. If we get in right now, again, we have a better price than our entry. And then if things turn around, that momentum to the top side and that volume to the top side starts to kick in, if NVDA wants to break out, I believe we can really start going here on IBIT as well here too, guys. So we'll try it. Actually, no, I don't want to try it just yet. Going to be a little bit more patient. Wait for that precision entry. As long as we don't crack this low, then I believe this thesis can be valid and we can climb higher and higher here in Bitcoin. Oh, one thing I did want to note, guys, is that Bitcoin is mid-cam range, so it's sitting between S1, S2, and R1 and R2, and that's when you get that really choppy type price action, all right? So that's one of my keynotes that I had today, and I'm not even looking at the Camarilla pivot, so for all my pivot traders who do have access to it right now, look where IBIT is sitting, and you'll see it mid-cam range, and that's why we get this toppy type price action. But I am liking NVDA for potential breakout. We just have to wait. It's either, I think it's going to go one way or the other here, Obi, to be honest with you, especially how we're just consistently forming these higher lows, but then we have this flat top. So again, I don't want to grab it all the way up here into resistance without seeing that volume confirmation. So we'll be patient. I do believe it's going to climb higher. It just has a lot of levels to go through on the options chain, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. I think market catching a little bit of a bid here as we trend a little bit higher. So we reclaimed, there's about 3 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Intel seems to be catching a little bit of a bid. We didn't quite get all the way down to VWAP. VWAP was at 86, 87. We got to 91s, a little bit of a hold on 91s. It was kind of reserving. So I was watching it. I covered a little piece there, not really that much, and we're trading back above that 24 as of right now. Again, market tailwind definitely a little bit affecting the price action here as the market bids right back up pretty aggressively. We're back above this whole dollar level here on Intel, trading at 24.03s as of right now. Boeing still kind of chop sideways, hasn't really gone down to VWAP just yet. But yeah, that selling did come in pretty aggressively there on Boeing. And I was looking for a continuation back down, but it seems like buying kind of stepping in here, 179, 180s as well. I'm curious to know whether or not we continue to make some fresh highs as this news kind of digests here and as the market takes that in. But yeah, technically this is still trading above that reference price, so still kind of trending to the upside as of right now. Quick little reversion, quick little selling came in, but yeah, that didn't really last for very long here. Let's see, with only about 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, Joe, let's see if the market can sustain this bid. Again, we've been bidding for a decent chunk of the day here. You can see the 15-minute candles since about, when is this, about 9:15, 9:30. So coming into the open, we've been we've had a bit of a general uptrend on the futures since then. Sure, the constituents not really looking very much the same. But yeah, let's see if that selling can kind of come right back in. We're trading 24s again. 24s seems like an interesting level here on Intel. We attempted to break back above. Now a little bit of a false break here of that 24 level. Let's see if we can catch anything back down into VWAP, or again, waiting for this candle to print a minute 30 seconds left for this 15. Maybe we print the second green, right? No idea what the market's going to do. I'm going to try my best to stay a little bit nimble. There goes Boeing back up into its highs there, so aggressive. Buying coming into that 182 as of right now. What are you looking at right now? Are you going to be taking any? Do you have eyes on anything? Are you hunting for something? Right
now? I'm stalking. No pun intended. NVDA. I would like to see it. We had some good attempts on this name, and I was telling myself, and I was referring to it yesterday, Obi as well, that this name is really, because of the float so large. It's now sitting in that $1 trillion club, close to 4 trillion, whatever it may be. Not anymore anyways. It just has multiple fake outs, so you got to start small and just get out when you're supposed to, because it will just wave you out and then it'll eventually do the break. So that was exactly my game plan here. So I got in. I paper handed this. I'm like, all right, let me get out. I don't love the tape, and then I was actually kicking myself. I'm like, oh no, this volume is here. It's stepping in, and I'm like, I could have got a little bit more out of this, but I didn't. 60 cents probably would have been closer to it. So I got out, and then I hopped back in, and then I got stopped out, break even right here. Or not, so I stopped out for a small loss right here, and then I got right back in. But again, I just like the way that this price action is starting to formulate. We got the higher lows, and then we have that flat top there for resistance. So I'm waiting for that volume really to step in here in order for us to either break to the downside or to the top side, because I believe that's what's going to happen in this wedge type PA. I'll zoom out. Okay, so we can see it a little bit here. So it's just consistent higher lows, and that's what we want to continue to monitor here. So if we get that breakout, that'll be nice. I'll edit this candle here just to make it a little bit more clear. There we go. So yeah, you can still see that we are on the 5 minute, we got another candle there. So yeah, you can see just that consistent with this trend line right here, guys. I showed you on the other chart, and then the flat top. So, but what we really need to be able to identify is this start to pick up. It's dwindling. This is why all these pops are getting faded. There's nothing sustaining the move through these resistance. So through the resistance. So this is really what I'm focusing on right now, and I'm going to be patient. I'm going to have to figure out a risk to reward here as well too, Obi, because if that volume does step into the top side like I'm looking it for, I got to find a base where I'm going to be wrong. But I do expect the breakout to have a retest of that range before it continues. So I'll be patient. We're down about 1.5% here, 1.5 on the day. But I do believe that it can really start to get the ball rolling here. So yeah, that's it. NVDA, I think it's looking up. It's looking prime right now, and so is Tesla as well. It's kind of forming the same pattern. Tesla relatively stronger than. I sold Tesla in my long term.
Okay.
And I bought some hood.
Okay.
But I sold Tesla. So I had a game plan that I didn't stick to. I was telling everybody I had an over 100% return. Then it went down to essentially flat almost. There it goes. Look, there it goes. There, Obi. And I started to acquire some hood. But Tesla went up 5% like that same day. But that's okay. I do believe that there might be some more downside in the long term. But guys, you can see here on NVDA is that we pop up there, the volume steps in, but then it just gets faded right back, right? So that's some frustrating stuff to sit through, and we're just range bound. What we're gonna want to see is an outlying volume signature that's greater than the masses, all right? So greater than most of this. We are starting to stair step higher. Let's see if we can punch through these resistance zones. Mr. C, $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that one, my friend. Can we go over SPY? Yeah, absolutely. It looks like a head and shoulders here, Obi. I don't know what you think. Shoulder one, head, shoulder two, possibly here on the SPY. Okay. Beware for the support levels to be cracked as the momentum is starting to pick up to the downside. NVIDIA moving to the downside as well here too, guys. So be wary of that. IBIT broke through those key levels that I was looking for it to hold. Thesis invalid. We're going to be patient. What's the next trade, my guy?
Yeah, no, I haven't really looked at the spider just yet, but yeah, we can take a quick look at SPY here. There's a bit of a flush that came into the market there as that candle right here, 15-minute candle. Again, 11 minutes left, almost 12 minutes left for it to finish printing here, and a little bit of a flush to the downside here. But yeah, let's take a quick look at the spider. Wow, the weekly. Look at that weekly, man. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
Wow, look at that.
Just popping
aggressive volume coming in
popping?
both ways here on the market. So interesting stuff. But yeah. Let's take a quick look at a shorter time frame here on the spider. You can see that we've been selling off for the past 4 or 5 weeks here on the SPY. The weeklies have been pretty red here, but well within the bigger picture range, I would say. But yeah, I don't know if I would call this a head and shoulders, maybe on the intraday, but it's more sideways chop to me, to be honest, and kind of in trend as well of the higher time frame. Like we saw over the past couple of days, a little bit of a rejection of that 570 coming in here. And then we're trading a little bit lower, stepping down a little bit lower here at that 561 level, just trading, just consolidating sideways. So stair stepping to the downside as of right now. So nothing too crazy that I'm seeing there on the spider, but let's see what's going on with Adara and NEO.
Here's the market. The S&P 500 still down about 1% here. The NASDAQ down about just about 0.75%, so slightly less red than the S&P 500, but a lot of news coming in this past hour. For one, we did have Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense in the U.S., announce that they are giving this contract for this jet fighter to Boeing. BA popped in the announcement and LMT dropped. But also keep an eye on car manufacturers here. I'll pull up GM or General Motors. This one on watch here, as Donald Trump says, he really wants these car companies to build in America, so keep an eye on GM, Ford, any manufacturers. Also worth noting that he said that he's going to be speaking with Xi of China, so keep an eye on FXI. Also, Donald Trump saying that there will be a flexibility on tariffs because a lot of people are asking for tariff exemptions. Though he said the U.S. could not be expected to, quote, carry Canada. So still having a little bit of animosity towards Canada, but saying that in general, there will be some flexibility on tariffs. So keep an eye on the market in general with tariff-related comments. Here is CCL, one of many earnings names I'd watch. So keep an eye on Carnival, keep an eye on FedEx, keep an eye on Lennar, keep an eye on Micron, and keep an eye on Nike. So many earnings names to watch. Also NIO, Chinese EV NIO also reported earnings. So slew of earnings names to look at in addition to the overall market and these defense plays. But without further ado, it is time for Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Lesson of the day, always bet on green and always bet on your Michigan State Spartans tonight. But anyways, that doesn't really matter. On witching days at the open, you always try to preach patience, but one thing that you want to consider on a witching day, or sometimes just generally at the open, is the liquidity grab. And we've always talked about liquidity grabs, and essentially what a liquidity grab would be is a stock goes to a key price area, there's a bunch of volume, and then a complete rejection, and then runs away from runs away from that price. And I think on a witching day, you see a lot of that. And what you can try to do, well, there's two ways you can play it. You can wait for it to exhaust and you can fade the move, or you can be just waiting for the stock to show the test of that key, maybe prior day support, whatever it might be. And then the second you get, and this is a 930 candle. See the 930 candle, rejection, and then that tight little, I guess, nod, and then you hold on the next 15-minute bar. Just look for that little entry there. There's your confirmation of the wick. You try to get in very, very quickly. And this does mean you're sitting out, you're sort of sitting out on having resting orders, looking for that wick, and then the reversal. And the other side of the coin, and this is especially true on witching days, and I saw someone in the chat saying Amazon was trying to break out earlier today. Well, when you look at a stock, and Amazon's the perfect example of this, maybe even more so than Palantir, which we were just showing, you get your liquidity grab, and it's trend up, and then it does the same thing at the high. So oftentimes on witching days, or it could be like in post-earnings play, you're going to get these obvious key levels that you're able to work off of, play your reversions, but you're sitting it out, just waiting for that liquidity grab moment, which on a witching day, you're talking about specifically that 930 candle, where you get that crazy wick bottom and reversal. And all you have to do is know that there is a key level out in play, sit, wait, get your volume event, you have that little tight re-entry in there, and then you're just taking this breakout trade. And then you can be done, and that's your one play, and then wait for the close. So this is the kind of thing you can work with. The other example I was going to use was Tesla. I think Tesla gave you another, not as big of a move, but a much, much tighter range to be able to get in. So on options expiration, sometimes on a stock that might have big earnings, or if it had big earnings right in that open, I think CCL would have been an example today. Or just anytime you have a big gapper and mover. If you like that one shot at the open type of play, let them liquidity grab either the pre-market low, or in the case with Amazon or in the case with Palantir, let them grab that prior support level. Everyone sort of gets stopped out or gets triggered into a short breaking that low, and you're getting in right after it holds, and then make that run. Now, I was really only ever fading those this morning. I think a lot of times you take that exhaustion at the other end, and that's another way that you can play it. But obviously, sometimes being patient and going for that snipe of the liquidity grab is especially good on a Friday like today. So your lesson of the day, take advantage of those liquidity grabs that you see. I think Palantir is one of the better examples of it. Today, it happens in both directions. But the 930 candle on a witching day sometimes is just going to be absolutely perfect for you. So we've all seen what happens multiple times. You've been trading for a while, but this is your first time looking at the third Friday at the open. Oh boy, they're all fantastic. And I was even saying in the morning show, I was looking at some of them in Toronto, and you could have made some great trades in the Toronto market with the same principle, because it just shot after lit grabs off of some of the bids. So take advantage of them while you can, especially on high volatility option days like today.
Thank you very much, Neil, for a great lesson once again. But yeah, no, gotta keep definitely gotta keep the volatility on watch. And I think as of more recent, because the VIX has been above that $20 level, every morning I make note of knowing where the VIX is at, just keeping that in mind, and kind of I'm still learning to kind of compensate for potential potential volatility based off of the current VIX, and then maybe risk accordingly as well. There goes Intel all the way to the upside. Oh boy, 2410s coming right back in. So that didn't really work. What do you got going on?
Coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, you can punch out and get right back into it as well, obviously, you know that. And that's what I was referring to. We were talking a little bit about Tesla, Obi, and I'm like, yeah, I'm out of this stock. Yeah, it's rebounding right now. But there's always going to be another opportunity for me to get back into the name. I just think the overall sentiment in the environment around it is not good. Unfortunately, I did sell at the lows, like a pure rookie move. I should have stuck to the game plan, but again, just from a portfolio management standpoint, I just couldn't allow myself to have such a positive return go anywhere close to negative. So I had a dodge on that one, and it's just a little bit of management. So I rotated into some other names. So with the likes of Hood, and I haven't even looked at Hood yet, but we love Robinhood, that's for sure. Yeah, guys, being patient. The thing is, like, we continuously keep rolling here, but that volume isn't stepping in how I want it to, even though it is picking up here. There we go. There we go. So yeah, we'll be patient. We're gonna wait for the retest. I was expecting a little bit more to step in here, guys, but it's still early it's near the end of the minute, so we're gonna wait for that next minute to print. But again, you can see that price was just continuously pressing higher and higher, and now it's dragging the overall market back up with it. So that's a positive sign there too, guys. So yeah, good look. Let's see if this can be sustained. I think it's gonna be really important. Keep an eye out on the time of sales. You can see, there we go, we continuously lift the ask, and this is what we wanna see here. If you're looking for those breakouts, and we want this volume to be continued here, guys. So yeah, I might have missed that train, but again, I was waiting for it, and it didn't necessarily set up how I wanted it to, so that's okay. But I do like IBIT at these lows, potential double bottom here, guys. What I'm looking at is now we have multiple indecision prints, but the issue is look at the volume by time profile. Not very good here, all right? But again, some buying pressure, multiple buying pressure. But again, if I was in at the break of this candle, then maybe I would have been half decent. But yeah, gonna be a little bit more patient. Bitcoin starting to roll here as well too, guys. NVDA dragon. A rising tide lifts all boats here, Obi, apparently. Sure. So there goes NVDA dragging the market up with it. We're gonna wait for the retest here. We're now through these resistance zones on IBIT as NVDA continues to trade higher. I mentioned earlier this compression pattern. You're going to want to see that volume step in, and we can see from where this is the highest volume signature for the past hour and a bit there, guys. So nice look there on NVDA. Going to be patient and wait for this pullback in IBIT because I believe it will come. The volume by time. The volume profile is not that good. Again, we'll just be patient, wait for this to hold, and then maybe we'll look for the continuation. We are still negative here on IBIT. Apple breaking up through those highs. Let's go Amazon, continue to climb higher, my friend. Tesla now at 243. Feels good to be out at the 230s, being sarcastic, obviously, but it is what it is. We don't dwell on that one. So we'll be patient. Wait for that pullback in IBIT, and then look to pounce on that one, my friend.
Yeah, that bid came in pretty aggressively. We were talking about the close of the 15-minute candle. There's about 1 minute left, just under, and we get that strong bid off of that 19.7 all the way back up to intraday highs here on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So yeah, aggressive action there. A spider, we were just talking about that. Is that a head and shoulders? I was like, no, it's kind of trading in the range, and look at that, it comes right back to the top of the range pretty aggressively there on the SPY. So with the rest of the market as well, back to 19.8s. Let's see if that can bring us anything. Intel all the way back up to high, so stopped out of that one there. It didn't really work. Again, got to respect that reserve there. I was literally sitting at 23.90, and I'm like, all right, well, is it going to fill me? Is it going to fill me? It's not really filling me. It's reserving 91s, and seeing that, I post a little bit out. But only about 10% of my full position, and then it comes in and stops me out on the rest. So not the best look there. Got to be a little bit more nimble, and I've been trying to do this a little bit more in this current market, where I'm realizing it's not necessarily, again, with the volatility being the way it is, it's not really giving me those level to level moves that I'm really looking for. It's kind of choppy. It's not really getting there. Maybe it's stopping a little too early. But regardless of whatever it is, if I do see, I just got to go back to simple, basic reasons to buy and reasons to sell. And if I just stick to those, then it's more than good there. I was looking for an extra 4 or 5 pennies there on Intel down into VWAP, but again, if it's not going to give it to me and it's going to show me a reserve and then it's going to break that downtrend to the upside, that's more than enough reason to cover a decent chunk there. So I just got to follow that a little bit there. So back up to the highs. Let's see if we break out with any sort of vigor here, but a little bit of selling coming in on this 15-minute candle as of right now. So that's what I have on watch. Let me know if you guys caught the long on that move there when the bid comes right back into the market. So absolutely crazy. Not a lot of things are looking like they're about to sell off with that bid there. SMH back to its highs. I'm looking at TSM as well. Micron catching a little bit of a curl as well. It made a day low at 93.70s. And NVIDIA attempting to push back towards its opening range high, which is sitting at 117.67. So we just got back up through 117s on that one. Intel pushing for its day high as well. It was a double top at that 24. I had conviction for the reversion back down into VWAP, and guess what? We did pretty much get a reversion back down into VWAP. Doesn't have to hit it to the penny. We came to the area there and then coming right back up into the high. So I have no idea what this market is going to do for the rest of the day, but trying to stay nimble is what I'm trying to do as best as possible. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, Donald Trump concluded his event at the White House with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth with regards to that Boeing announcement for the fighter jet. He did talk tariffs a little bit. I had a couple headlines on the screen, but overall, not super market moving. Always worth noting, though, he has stepped off the podium for the time being as the Qs try to make new day's highs. Back to you.
Yeah, market continuing to climb higher. I mean, let's go Amazon. We like this name. I mentioned it time and time again. I believe that there's some bottoming signals. I think that this selling was overdone here, guys. Down 22% from peak to trough here. 22. That's a hefty haircut on I think, such a phenomenal name. So, yeah, we're in and around these lows, which I really like. And I'm going to look for that move to 210, 208, and then we're going to add some contracts if the thesis does work out. But one thing you guys know, I have my out already planned. That order is already in. So if we crack 189, later, Yater, we will find something else that is setting up, and we'll just be patient. I mean, the good thing is, though, is when I sold Tesla in the long term, sitting on 10% cash, feels good on that front. And then I was actually completely liquid for a while in my swing account as well, so it feels good to just kind of find a bottom and a potential bottom and then climb higher here. Market wanting to continue to go. Oh, yeah. NVDA is grinding higher and higher here, guys, so that breakout confirmed. That volume did step in on the lower time frames, so there you go. You can see that clean, nice, orderly type price action there, guys, as we break through some of these key resistance levels. 117. We'll take another. I have the chain still pulled up, so 118. Watch out for that. If we can break through that, then we might get some nice squeeze type price action, but that's a little bit of a ways away here, Obi, and that's going to be the pre-market highs as well too. So you can see those pre-market highs being highly respected, and that's where the options chain comes into play. It helps you identify levels and etc. So we'll be patient, continuing to go. We like this as a positive sign for the market, especially when some of these big names are starting to work. That's when you can see us continuously start to climb higher and higher, and that's what we need in order for I think this market to continue to do so. Is you need your best players to be your best players. And speaking of best players not being their best player was, we lost 5-2 last night in playoffs. It sucks, man, but it is what it is. There will always be another game, and we'll be back next Thursday. Hopefully get the W.
Nice. Yeah, no, where's always the next game, always the next trade, right? It's the same kind of mentality there. Where's the next trade? And I'm looking at this bid, and I'm looking for the next trade here. As the bid continues to push up higher, we broke past that day high here on the Nasdaq and continuing to push a little bit higher here as well on the rest of some of these constituents. Boeing still holding consolidation in and around that 180 as of right now, so continuing to keep an eye on that one as well. Let's quickly go through what tickers are making or doing some of the top volume on the day here. We know that again, involvement in NVIDIA, definitely NVIDIA is on watch almost every day, but IBO, and we know we were talking about this one as soon as I got on there. I think I heard Sean Neal mention it there, but yeah, nice little push and pull back here on IBO, a little bit of a pop off of opening range highs, back down into a reversion to VWAP right here. ALUR doing some decent volume as well on the day. Nice little push. Wow, there goes NVIDIA. Isn't this there goes Intel. Isn't this prior day's high at 2430? I think so. Prior day high at 2430. Intel coming in with that market tailwind. So aggressive bid going into this market as of right now, pretty much across the board there. As again, there goes. Okay, so TSM just broke through its day high. Intel, we're already watching that one. SMCI back towards its day highs. SMCI actually held $40 confluence with VWAP pretty well, and we're getting that continuation. Let's see what else. Alphabet about to push its day high. Amazon's pushing its day high as well. 195.95. Oh boy, that 200 level could be interesting. TQ's also pushing as well, and 61.30s on those, and the Spider some fresh highs as well. Those pre-market highs at 563 on the SPY are a little interesting to me as well. So yeah, let's see where this bid kind of stops. But we're breaking some prior day highs on a few names there. So I got that bid on watch. Let's see if that bid dissipates or comes back in. Tesla, of course, as well. 244 is trading as of right now. We did break through that day high. NEO. Trades volume, yes, but not really watching it on the day today. QBTS, we know that we had that quantum event yesterday, and wow, what a sell-off since then. I think it started around 1 p.m. there, and in and around a little bit before, a lot of these quantum names started to kind of sell off, volume kind of coming out of, or going into the ticker there, sell volume. But Palantir, little consolidation, holding VWAP as well. VWAP seems to be a great place to kind of watch tickers here. So 68s, we did break that 68 on Nike. We got all the way up to 68.37 here on Nike. So still trending pretty nicely to the upside on Nike here. Reverting a little bit of the move that it's been doing. Lucid, oh boy, we know that this name had earnings just a couple of weeks ago here. Pretty sure a couple of weeks ago. Or it might have been a catalyst here. But yeah, a few days ago, definitely had a catalyst. But it's a nice, strong trend to the upside here on Lucid on the day as well. Pretty much held that VWAP in the morning session and continues to keep going there. Micron coming back up into VWAP. Let's see if sellers can step right back in. 95.50s is where VWAP is right now. And yeah, VWAP sellers off of the open and in and around, what is that, 10.30, 10.40 as well. VWAP sellers coming in pretty nicely on Micron. So that thing is going. Carnival, CCL, oh boy. So we did revert off of those highs there. I was looking at a 15-minute chart. You can see nice little reversion. Didn't quite get back to VWAP. We've given back up We've pretty much given back a decent chunk of the sell-off. I'd say just under 30%, in and around 30%, 25, 30%, just eyeballing it of CCL's pullback there. But let's see if we can continue down to VWAP. Intel, of course, I'm watching this one. Look at this. Look at this candle, man. Look at these candles. Absolutely wild, aggressive bid. Crazy. I was shorting here. I'm glad I got out 24.11s as it breaks that prior day high, pushing back up into some of these prior levels here. Aggressive bid with expanding volume on Intel. So, oh boy, I'm going to wait for this bid to dissipate and see if the market also dissipates as well. But definitely don't want to stand in the way of that one. There, Apple to the upside as well. 215s coming in, and SMCI. We just talked about that one there as well. What you got going on, Joe?
Yeah, guys, we got Trade the Pool, guys. Our friends from Trade the Pool are back on Trader TV Live. The Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using companies' capital. That means no more risk in your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time. Perfect your strategy and get funded on your terms, guys. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now, guys. Scan that QR code right there on the charts, or on the screen there, guys. Charts, that's all we think about. So the chart life. But yeah, here we go. We're starting to climb in IBIT, guys. Added to this position. We're breaking out here, Obi. Not a horrible look. We added as well. So there we go. We'll take a little bit off there, guys, at these highs, because we can break down. That volume is dwindling, but if we can crack through some of these local highs, then I think we'll be sitting pretty, and we can tap into 48. What are we going to do when we see these breakouts going on? We're going to take a look at the options chain to see what it's telling us. Even though the crypto market is slightly different. Ooh, okay, 39,000 open contracts at 50. That might be in the works for today, but we do have some overhead resistance at 48, which we're kind of trading around right now, guys. 16,000 open contracts on the call side and 10,000 on the put side. That is greater. Yeah, so that's going to be one of your larger open interests there, right at 48. And then when we go into 50 and 50-50, that's when you're going to see those higher levels of contracts. But yeah, good look there. Let's see if we can continue to climb. Here on, the Qs are ripping. Amazon's through the high of day. We're in some IBIT here on this breakout. I would have really liked to be in here, guys, but I didn't. Slight hesitation on the trigger pull, but when we got in, we added to the position, and now it's just continuing to climb. So hopefully this resistance zone can hold and act as support, or we're going to have to get out once it comes to our break-even stop there, Obi, and it looks like it wants to. The momentum to the down, the momentum to the top side isn't being sustained, and there's some overhead resistance as well, too. That is some support that is now acting as overhead resistance. So you get that over-under effect here, guys. But again, if we can crack through that, I think we can tap into 48. But these flushes on the tape are not a good sign, even though we are holding up relatively well. We're going to be patient, hold on for as long as we can. Tesla is continuing to climb, 244 in the works. NVDA continuing to climb as well here, too, guys. So 118 in the works, but is rejecting it right now. These levels of OI are coming into play here in the market once again, Obi.
Yeah, so that bid came in pretty aggressively. It's still kind of sitting around. Let's see, we got about 3 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print, and it seems like we're printing pretty much near the highs there. So let's see if this bid kind of continues going into the next few candles here as the day goes on. But yeah, I'm just patiently waiting, watching some of this price action. But like we said, VIX at 20 is definitely a lot of opportunity, a lot of chop in the market here, a lot of aggressive action as well. And that bid came in across the board here on a lot of these tickers here. Bovin saying TNXP. Let's take a quick look at TNXP here, see what's going on with that one. Wow. Okay, so how much volume has this one been doing? About average volume, it seems like, about, what is this, 1.81. We've done about average volume as of right now here, TNXP to the upside. So a nice little push, doing relative volume as well. So, oh boy, nice look on that one there, Bovin. TNXP trending to the upside as of right now. So a nice little push. Maybe that market tailwind giving us a little bit of oomph as well. But it seems like that thing's had a bid pretty much for the whole day there. So nice little look there. But yeah, no, more than welcome to kind of look at some of the tickers that you guys are watching. Someone mentioned RDDT, Reddit as well. And Reddit, nice little trend to the upside right now. 115s can't really get past that as of right now. 114.90 is the day high there. VWAP sitting at 111.79. So Reddit as well, pretty nice on the day. So a lot of things trending nicely. So I guess the trend trades are working if you got involved at the right places on some of these names here on the day. So that's what I really have on watch. Tesla, Epic Strategy saying, let's see what Tesla is up to as well. Wow, Tesla 245 is just coming in on Tesla. So that thing is going. Oh boy, what a wild day.
Yeah. It is wild. I was going to ask you, Obi, in your long-term portfolio, if there's one name that you don't currently own, what would be one stock that you would like to own for a long period of time?
For a long period of time?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe something like a staple. I mentioned these tickers on the show a few times. Like stonks only go up. You can see that Walmart. Walmart's a good one. But again, gotta try to get in at some of the better prices on the strong pullbacks when people are selling for a long time. You can see that every time we've been selling off, or we have sold off aggressively on some of those staples. Over time, those have been some of the better places to kind of accumulate inventory on those names. So maybe something like that. I like Amazon as well, and we kind of talk about good companies, how to like being able to buy high and sell higher, and you can definitely look towards doing that on a strong tickers like some of the Mag 7 as well. We know how well that worked over the past couple of years. I don't know how well it's working as of right now if you've been buying some of these tops, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback as well. You got to remember, the past couple of years, the market has performed pretty well.
Yeah,
so
back-to-back 20% years.
Yeah.
Right, so there you go.
Something to consider.
Yeah, a staple. All right, I like that. Yeah, guys, I think that IBIT's going to break down here. You can see that we're starting to construct these lower highs throughout this trend. So that's not a positive signal. We want this base to hold, but if we can crack through that and sit on top of this range here, then I think we'll be okay to break this previous peak and then continue to climb higher and then run into those next levels of resistance that we're looking for. So, but we just need to see the strength within the time of sales and the strength in the time of sales. Yeah, Sixto TV. Yeah, I'm only messing with you, man. I know you're doing the same thing, but it happened with Tesla, right? It is what it is, and I'm happy about it, to be honest with you. I just don't want to sit through the turbulence of what the character Elon is, especially when the stock essentially doubled in a span of a couple of months and then just gave it all back in the exact same time frame. So yeah, there we go. We're sitting now on top of this resistance zone. Let's see if we can continue to climb and punch through 47.80. We need to see the strength. You can see also on the L2, it's relatively balanced. If I filter it a bit more, then we'll see kind of what is leaning more to one side. But again, nice flushes here, continuous. We just don't want to see those below the bids being constantly hit, and then also the price reacting to it. So every time we flush there, I like to see that reaction to the top side as the market looks like it wants to take another leg higher. So once we crack 47.80 and run into 47.85, we'll look to take a little bit more off there, guys. But again, big rejection right there on these flushes. You want to pay attention to the size here as well. It's nothing crazy. You're only seeing a couple hundred shares, but it's nice and consistent. But then when we do move to the downside, you'll see the size outside, the outlying size on the bids and at the bid and below the bid as well too there, guys. So Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Meta, no competition until Judgment Day. Yeah, I mean, hey, I like Amazon. I told you guys I'm in some calls, and there we go. We're starting to climb higher here in IBIT. We like this one there, Obi Bang. We'll take a little bit off there, guys. Breaking through that resistance zone. I mentioned that we are forming these lower highs, and we had to sit on top of this in order to break through. Said that real time. I drew that and it sat on top, and then now we're starting to climb higher and higher. Let's see if Bitcoin can go positive here today. Go to Adara. Sorry, before we go back to Obi, guys.
Check out this new graphic here we have from Trader TV Research on X. Posted this earlier, corrected some typos. It is now being reposted here on X at TTV Research. So this is the performance here of Nike stock under all of its 4 CEOs that have been appointed since 2000, starting here with William Perez, who served a pretty short term, not even 2 years here, December 2004 to January 2006, about 7% downside during his term. Then Mark Parker, by far the best CEO for the company from a stock perspective here. Mark Parker's tenure led the stock to rise by almost 900%. To be fair, he also has the longest tenure by far of these CEOs, so the amount of time is, I think, worth noting as well. Then we've got John Donahoe, who lasted just about 4 years here, down about 20% in its time. Elliott Hill took over in October 2024, and he has Nike's Win Now strategy. As of yet, the stock has not been super responsive to that strategy, but as of the close on Tuesday, it's down to about 10.7% since he took the reins. So you can check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
What do you got going on there, Opes?
Not much here. Just watching some tape here, watching some consolidations. That bid came in pretty strong, but we're slowing down a little bit here. So just continuing to watch that piece on the Nasdaq here. Again, that let's see if we can get back down to 19.8. That seemed to be a bit of an interesting level. Strong push over the past 30 minutes or so, and a bit of a stall here. But yeah, we broke day highs on a lot of different tickers here. Something I'm not really wasn't really watching were both SMCI and ARM, and you can see both of them are doing pretty well here on the day today, trending to the upside. printing some fresh highs there. Are you guys involved in any tech stocks there? Any what do you call chip names on the day? Some of them, like I said before, have been trending pretty nicely since off of the open. Some of them not so much. Micron's a great example. Micron, let's see if that came into VWAP here. We know that sellers at VWAP were kind of dominant in the morning and midday session. Not yet. So not really getting to VWAP just yet. About 50-ish pennies away from that level as of right now on Micron. So yeah, market kind of doing what the market does. Some craziness. Tesla and Nvidia saying Los Pollos Hermanos. Nice. Yeah, Tesla and Nvidia definitely tickers to keep watch most days. Again, very liquid tickers, very conducive to day trading, but yeah, gotta watch out as well. So they can be pretty aggressive as well. And again, if you got the strategies in the playbook to play on those names, if the setup shows up, then yeah, all the more power to you. Yeah, a lot of people talking about Tesla and Nvidia. So we got an XRP in there as well. Nice shout out to XRP. Yeah, that again, crypto's been taking a pullback here. We talk about that 100K kind of consolidation that we were having, a little bit of a step down into the 70s and 80s as of right now on Bitcoin as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff on watch. I know that you got involved with the BTC through IBIT very often. What is your take currently on the Bitcoin move? Do you think we're going to see 70s? Are we going to see 60s? Or are we coming back into 100? Are we still kind of in a very are we in no man's land?
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's well said. I think that's exactly where we're sitting. Obi is in no man's land. If we were to just take a look at Bitcoin from a daily standpoint, I would think that would be exactly how I would put it. We are sitting around that no man's land. I would like a test of 90s again. But I think you just need a new wave of participants. Obviously, we're bullish. IBIT long term, my largest holding by far. Google being the second largest holding. Tesla no longer, and starting to build a position in Hood. But again, for the long term, I am bullish. IBIT. I have a really great price on it. I bought it shortly after they had that IPO, even though I guess it's like the ETF IPO. I'm like, all right, I think this would be a good buy. And then hopefully 10, 15 years down the road, it's one of those trades where you look at it and it's like, okay, that's your 10 bagger or whatever you'd like to call it right there. But yeah, I'm long-term bullish on Bitcoin. We know that there's a finite supply of this. But one thing to note there as well too, guys, and as I was just reading through some stuff, with quantum coming into play and everything like that, and all those individuals who know a lot about crypto, hard forking. So you need about 51% of the computing power, and you can fork the underlying. So essentially, you can create more Bitcoin, which again, if the crypto community agrees to do so, it can definitely happen. It's what happened with Bitcoin Cash, so it's been done before, and it's happened with Ethereum Classic, because Ethereum Classic was the first one, and then now that's what we have now is the Ethereum, is because it was hard forked. Wiener would know a lot more about it than me, but again, yeah, I think it's such an iffy space. Like, I don't want to say iffy, but we need a little bit more of a use case. I understand the store value of it and everything along those lines, the blockchain, etc. But yeah, I'll stay bullish until otherwise. Individuals like Michael Saylor, again, hate him or love him, he is what he is. He believes in it, and if the big money is really starting to believe in it, then I think, like, I'd be a fool not to as well. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I really like some of the music that comes out with as a remix to some of what he says. Michael Saylor. I know that I think there's an artist who makes crypto related music called Lil Bubble. I don't know if you've heard of him.
No, I know.
But
Lil Bubble.
he has some good mixes. Yeah, Lil Bubble, right? Yeah. He has some pretty good music. I really like him. But if you're ever looking for crypto related like stocks songs, he does parodies of famous songs there. He is pretty good at what he does. And yeah, no, there was one, I think there's one called Going Up. It's like an EDM mix. I think I really like that one there. Yeah, it's like, and it's Michael Saylor saying Going Up. it just keeps going up, and then it's like remixed to some EDM beats, so it's pretty solid there. But
my issue with this,
yes, Bill and Wood.
What do you say?
We know that song as well. I don't want to say it out loud. Have you heard the famous quote from him? He's like, I think Michael Saylor says, we have a name for people who hold fiat currency. We call them poor. That's what he said. There's a song on that as well.
Ask Michael Saylor what he's using to buy Bitcoin. If it's not fiat currency, then I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Fiat, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, the guy's doing what he's doing. Congratulations to them for over there at Strategy. But one thing that I wanted to note on Bitcoin as well too is just the length of the consolidation phases, OB, and then the no follow through. I mentioned before we were just trading within like a $10,000 range for the span of 8 months, and then we moved for about a couple months, and then now we've given back the majority of that of what we've gained on that front. Again, so I would have liked to see some more of that be sustained, some more healthy pullbacks, and then the continuation to 1 1/4, et cetera, whatever it may be. But it just doesn't look like it right now. We didn't get the reaction about the Bitcoin stockpile that I was looking for, or the reserve. So he's not going to use taxpayers' dollars or anything along those lines. He's going to use what they've confiscated from a criminal standpoint, et cetera, whatever they may use, and then look other ways to allocate some more Bitcoin. But I didn't get the reaction out of that. Is it going to be delayed or anything along those lines? Maybe, possibly. I think so. But again, I think it's something that we just have to be continuously be patient with. The volatility comes in and out of the name, and it just comes with the territory. It's like owning Tesla stock, essentially.
Yeah. No, I think, Bitcoin, you definitely want to expect a little bit of volatility there. In the past, we've had, 40, 50% pullbacks, absolutely aggressive pullbacks as well. So a little bit of looking back at the chart and seeing how the ticker kind of moves definitely helps you stomach some of the moves that it might be currently doing. Again, like I said, if it pulls back, I was like, I'm looking for that 75. 75 didn't really come in. We got to 77s. So I was like, I think 76s or 77s. I was like, all right, that's close enough there on that push. And Bitcoin kind of it popped off that 70, so it's doing pretty decent there. It's consolidating since then in the 80s. But the question now I'm asking is does it have the ability to stair step down? Right? It's like, can we make that stair step down and have some of that beautiful price action there? A good example of a ticker that stair steps is Tesla. You look back at it, a little bit of a stair step squeeze on that ticker as well over the past few years. So, That's the word on Tesla. I'm not really watching anything else other than the NASDAQ, Intel, some of the chip names as well. All right, so Ben Fishing with the Super Chat. What's up? How is your perfect taco made up? This is for the taco fund. All right. So
we gotta pause. This is really controversial here. I gotta hear your opinion because this is a lot more serious than what Ben Fisher is probably expecting it to be. This is really key here. Let me hear your perfect taco.
You want so I like the classic like the pulled beef, the birria. So birria tacos, absolutely solid. I like the little bit of a hot sauce as well. I like my tacos spicy.
Okay.
Jalapenos.
All right.
Jalapeno, maybe habanero sauce as well. You gotta have the cilantro, the classics as well.
Oh yeah,
some guac.
For sure.
And onions, tomatoes.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's all I needed. Tomatoes in there. So you're more of like the old El Paso. Let's get the taco.
What do you like? What do you like,
dude? If I'm going authentic, all you need is a little bit of onion, cilantro, and some of the green sauce that they got going on. So if you know Gus Tacos, for all my fellow Torontonians, then that's a classic one. There you get the brias there. That's all you need. I heard someone say they don't like cilantro. It's a really it's a miss or hit. It's a hit or miss with cilantro. It's either people love it or they can't stand the smell of it. Okay, so there we go. The Chilean Nightmare chiming in. It is a genetic thing. What is your take on it, Ramin?
Taste soap?
I love it. Yeah.
Cilantro tastes like soap to some people?
But that's the thing. People's taste. Yeah, exactly. Really? So it's like either you love it or they feel like it tastes like soap. I love cilantro. I put it in my eggs. I put it in a lot of things. So I'm big that. So thank you, Ben Fishin, for that. I know Sharif's not here, guys, but we're gonna set up that because we got a lot of money for food. We're not doing the food today, are we, Katina Man? No, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. He's riding the bear. He's too occupied. They're just continuing to cash in there. So yeah, maybe next week we'll get that. We got more to the taco fund. We got a lot going on. Carnitas are fire as well too. For all my Mexican folks out there, I like sopas as well too, if I'm saying that correct. Love those. Empanadas. I think that's maybe, I don't know if that's necessarily Mexican. Enchiladas and everything. You bring me in front of any Mexican cuisine, there won't be much on my plate after that. That's for sure.
What do you think the best taco place in Toronto is? You mentioned a spot. What was
Gus?
Okay,
Gus
cool.
is good.
I gotta check that out.
But also, okay, so it's not authentic. It's not authentic like Mexican tacos. They're more like a Canadian twist to it. It's called Rancho Relaxo, and their jerk chicken tacos are so fire. It has this chipotle mango on it, chipotle mango chutney on it, and it is so good. It's actually like so phenomenal. It's one of my favorite places to go. Yeah. Quesadillas. Yes, there we go, Derek. Yeah, exactly. I'm a Mexican, I guess. Yeah, I'm a Mexican and Canadian. There you go.
Yeah, I like that.
Mexican. That's a good one there. Empanada is Argentina. That's why I corrected myself there. But yeah, we love Mexico here.
Empanada is Argentina. Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's South American. Yeah.
I didn't know that. See, learning something new every day.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
So. But yeah, this market, so with that last 15-minute candle, we printed a little red here, starting off this candle with a little bit of green. So kind of watching that one to see what that'll bring in as of right now. Kenny D saying added on SPY calls. Nice, interesting. Maybe we do get through that 5,700 mark on the SPY. I just got an alert for my VIX. So let's see what the VIX is up to. VIX trading a little bit lower here.
Good, man.
1961 here on the VIX. So nice little push there on that one as that comes in here on the day. So going to continue watching these said here markets and see what we have in store. And yeah, ticking to the upside a little bit on a lot of these tickers as of right now. Let me know in the chat, what are you guys watching? Like, as you guys know, I don't necessarily watch a lot of tickers. I know some styles are to trade multiple different tickers, and that works well for those who's when it's part of your playbook. For me, I like to focus on one or two tickers and maybe use my risk a little bit that way there. And as of right now, just watching Intel, nothing too crazy on this one. But yeah, Softy's attempting to push its highs as well. Again, market's near its highs. We're attempting to push a little bit higher as of right now, but nothing too crazy. No aggressive strength that we got over these past two candles. When did this come in? That came in about 11:15 and 11:30. So those two candles, that bid coming in pretty strong on the market. So maybe a little bit of reversion of some of the selling that we've been having over the past few days there on the market. But yeah, I'm not really watching anything other than chips, is that's what I was saying. So ARM, I was mentioning ARM a little bit earlier, so let's take a quick look at ARM and see what that one is up to here. Again, look at this trend, man. Absolutely crazy. Some strong consolidation pretty much throughout the day here at VWAP. We finally kind of break out, holding that VWAP on ARM pretty decently, and the other one was SMCI as well. So SMCI, nice little push to the upside on SMCI, continuing to make fresh highs there, 42 incoming on SMCI as of right now. So strong action there on some of those tickers. Pretty much an all-day bid. And let's take a look at AMD as well. I know that AMD is one that I haven't been really giving much love to, but AMD as well, still holding some of that opening range low, trading a little bit higher, more choppy there, but back above VWAP and back into some of these pre-market highs. So let me take a quick look at Nike, because I know Nike, that 68 was interesting. Are we doing anything interesting with that 68? We're trading above that 68 as of right now. So a nice little push on Nike there. Continuation, oh boy, that's coming in real nice. And and that one is working well for those longs who were involved in the mornings. Shout out to whoever mentioned in the chat Nike a little bit earlier there. Tesla moves every day. Yes, pro day trader, definitely. Tesla moves every day. On the blockchain, saying Meta about to break out? Question mark. I mean, a lot of things have already broken out some of their highs there. You saw that. Maybe Meta is poised for a little bit of a breakout as well. Current day high 595.09s, currently trading at 594.71. But you can see nice little trend to the upside. It's holding VWAP, so pretty strong on the day is Meta. So are we poised for a little bit of a breakout? Man, we're not that far away. We're only about 20, 30 pennies away from that breakout level. So yeah, if the market does a little bit of a pop and we hold some of these levels, maybe we push towards 19,900 as well. There's that 15.7 on the ES. And yeah, there goes Boeing as well. Nice little push. Let's see if Boeing breaks out as well. That reminds me, we got to take a look. If we're looking at Boeing, we got to take a look at Lockheed Martin as well, as that was trending the opposite way on the same catalyst here. So nice little quadunk there. No real bounce here, Joe. So absolutely distinct kind of action here. Any sort of bid getting sold into on Lockheed Martin there. So that one's a little bit to the downside as of right now. And I hear Sean saying Micron. Yeah, Micron, oh boy. So Micron, I was looking for that VWAP, Sean, and it's still not here yet. And I think Sean is long on Micron. 94.13. Oh boy, nice, solid. So they're trading at 95.06s, so almost with the dollar club as of right now. Pretty much the dollar club right there. 95.47 is that VWAP. I'm watching Micron as well to see if it can come into VWAP and see what it does in and around some of those levels. Chips looking pretty strong here. Market holding that bid, man.
Yeah, I agree with you. We got a couple questions in the chat here too by Saif. Joseph, do you think we go up until next earnings on market, then we sell bigger again? Possibly. Yeah, the earnings could be hindered. What was I referring to earlier? I mean, we are slightly oversold, so I'm not surprised to see the bounces in these names. Can this be sustained? Maybe, possibly. Is there that much confidence in the market? I don't know, but Q1 will be really important. Sorry, excuse me there. It will be really important, and I think we have to be patient for that to come into play. Are we going to grind higher until then? We're just going to have to sit and just follow the price action and see what we got going on. So, yeah, Los Polios, the double doji on Qs worked well. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Nice look there. You had that called out. Some nice hammer candles, some nice indecision, right at volume weighted average price, held relatively strong. So that is a really, really good look. If there's anything you guys want us to go over, just take a look on the options chain, see if we see anything from an open interest standpoint. I'll pull up Tesla here real quick to see where we might start to see some overhead. Resistance, we broke through some key levels. 245, I believe it was 248 is where I seen. Okay, so 247.50, 24,000 open contracts, and that's where you can see that we're hovering around right now. So yeah, we'll pull up Tesla. I'll show you guys here on Tesla, and you can see what the high is on. So it's not a coincidence, guys. Can these levels be breached? Absolutely. SMCI 42 call wall, says an individual in the chat. But again, like Tesla 247.50 is where we have that next high level of open interest. We now stalled out at 246.50. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll take a look at the market as well to see if there's anything that stands out to us and why are we stalling up here. I mean, we climbed higher, which is a good sign, but now just starting to cool things off. NVDA is going to struggle to get through 118. I mentioned that before. 24,000 open contracts at 480 on the Qs. Where's the high right now? Let's see if this is going to be respected. 479.24. All right, so. Yeah, NASDAQ is starting to turn positive. That is very, very much true there, Kristen, Norman. So Charlie Chav, Oscar has Tesla to 50 in May, so we should all buy some puts, yeah? I don't know who Oscar is, but he's $50. That I don't even know what to say about that. That would be absolutely disastrous. SPY, please, says Mr. C. Yeah, we'll go over SPY one more time. And then let's see what Dumbo Things Films. Will you look at Tesla's options chain? Okay, yeah, I was just looking at that. So watch for 247.50. We do have some overhead. We do have a potential wall there. There's the most levels of open interest. Let's see if we can get through that. And then 480 on the Qs as well too, guys. So pay attention for those levels. If we break through them, we can most definitely continue to climb higher, or we reject somewhat around there. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do kind of grind up into those levels and then look for somewhat of a pullback. I'll go through SPY one more time before we send it back to Obi. I know Mr. C was asking that. And it's the same narrative, essentially, right? What is this 2S? I got to ask Wayner about this. What is 2 SPY? Because there's two things displayed, and I noticed that the other day. It's like the SPY, and then there's always one that has 2 beside the SPY, and then it's something different that I can never get popped out of. So if anybody in the chat knows what that is, please feel free to let me know. But again, on the chain, 565, highest levels of open interest with 19,000 open contracts. And then you're going to see somewhat of a bounce. There's 63,000 on the put side, 19.2 on the call side. Check out Lucid's options chain. Yeah, I'll do that right after. Can you please go over the small caps? Yeah, we can go over some small caps in a bit. But Obi, what are you up to, my friend?
Yeah, no, we can take a look at some of those small caps as well. But yeah, just watching this Intel continue to grind to the upside here. The market's still kind of holding a little wicky there in and around these levels here. This is around 19.850s here on the Nasdaq. So nice little bit up there. Micron got all the way up to that VWAP as of right now, 37. So 46 is just 10 pennies away from that VWAP on Micron as of right now. So gonna keep an eye on that one there. Looking for that selling to potentially come in. Maybe that selling will come in with confluence with the market as well here as we continue to bid a little bit higher here. So just watching. Those are the things that I'm watching. Nothing else too crazy. Wow, this Intel's absolutely wild there. Continuing to aggressively bid back up. 24.50s. Oh boy. Absolutely crazy, man. Yeah. This bid is continuing in. So that bid that we got, that aggressive bid, maybe we're getting some continuation here as of right now as we continue to hold on higher highs and higher lows across, not necessarily across the board, but on a lot of these Meg 7 names as of right now. So what do you guys got on watch? I got nothing else. It's almost 1 o'clock. We got about three more hours until the close, man. So gonna keep that on watch. Let's see if it brings us anything special today. So. Are you watching? You're gonna be trading anything on the rebalance? Maybe watching some of these crazy large caps here on the day, perhaps. Yeah, no. Looking at the Mag 7. I know that Neil mentioned prior we had that aggressive move on Apple on a rebalance day, so that was pretty interesting there as well. Yeah, maybe we get another large cap huge mover. I think it was like Apple. I forget when this was, but it was Apple with like a 30 million imbalance. That thing ripped up to the upside there. Aggressive push on Apple through on that imbalance. So maybe we get something like
short imbalance.
Was it a short or
yeah,
was it a long?
It was a short. I remember you telling me it was definitely a short that just dumped, and the boys cleaned up on it.
Yeah. So. Definitely, that one was definitely interesting here. There goes the market continuing to the upside there. So shout out Jimmy Donnelly saying watching Lucid at 201. So yeah, definitely Lucid one to keep an eye out on. Here's Micron back into VWAP. So I'm curious to know if sellers kind of step back in on Micron there at that VWAP level. Let's take a quick look at Lucid as well. So Lucid. Okay, so yeah, Lucid, what did you say? At 201, oh boy, so that's a swing. So you have, how long ago was Lucid at 201? That's interesting to know. Let's see, take a quick look. Oh boy, that was, the low was 199, so you got in pretty early there. Let's see, some of these lows, so you got in, I'd say March. Middle of March there, if you've been holding that Lucid on that move there. So yeah, nice little push on Lucid, multi-day move off of a hold of that $2 level on Lucid. So interesting stuff there.
Yeah, here we go, guys, on Bitcoin. We got this pullback was a little bit too deep, and we got stopped out, break even. But now it's starting to break through these highs. About to go positive on the session as well, too. Not a horrible trade considering that we added to it, so we stuck to the game plan. But just getting back into the trade would have been more ideal. again, I mentioned to you guys my style more of like a sniper. I would like to classify myself as, right? So I'm looking for precision within the entries and then the ads. We had a nice trade on Amazon earlier in the day as well. And then what else did we trade? NVDA. So we're getting the entries that we're looking for. We're getting buyers stepping back in to these underlying assets that we're looking to trade here. So that was NVDA earlier in the day, and then now we're cooking up here. We were cooking up on IBIT, but it's now cracking through. Running into some key zones here, guys, so pay attention. This could be, I'm not going to say we're going to get into the squeeze or anything along those lines, but we're starting to run into some overhead resistance and run into that being slightly extended. So Amazon looking to crack the high day there, OB. Tesla continuing to climb. Definitely oversold, and now that bounce is definitely coming into play here. 247 looks like it's going to be in the works. FXI continuing to climb higher as well too. A nice hammer doji right at VWAP there. Unfortunately, we missed that because that was one of our better ideas, and I liked how the price action was setting up here. So you can see that hammer candle right at that 5-minute print on FXI at VWAP and holds. Doesn't crack the low, and then that's when you want to play the top end. So that's what we're going to do this weekend, guys. I'm going to do a revised version of VPA, volume price analysis, and then later in the week we're going to go over some of the advanced Greeks. Okay, so that should be some good stuff. And here we go. The market starting to put in a little bit of red. I do believe that we might climb, but the nice flush to the downside. We are extended from VWAP on Tesla, Amazon, IBIT, and NVDA. So that breakout candle is we had our guest from Trade the Pool on, talked about just following the volume, and that's what you wanted to do. We had this kind of like planned out, and once that volume stepped in, we didn't enter the trade, but now just a nice slow grind, OB, here on NVDA through some of these resistance zones. We're looking to test that pre-market high, and there you go. It got right below it and now rejected. So that's where you want to use it. I mark out certain levels every day. That's previous day's close, PDC, pre-market high, pre-market low, previous day high, previous day low. And those are some of the key levels that I like to play off because they're very highly respected. And you can see a lot of them coming into play here. So a nice shelf there in the pre-market. Some pre-market lows holding as well here. So you get that support, and then you get the resistance, so you get that over-unders type price action there, but that volume stepped in. Nice, strong candle, bullish candle, and then you can continue to the top side there. So yeah, that's the look on NVDA. We're going to wait for a pullback in some of these names, or if there's any topping signals that will be like, hey, we're ready to turn around here and go back to the south side. But mind you guys, it is Friday. OB was waiting for the close. We're going to wait for the close. So yeah, we'll be patient and wait for these trades to come to us.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you gotta, this is what I tell myself as well. It's like, all right, I definitely perform much better when I'm waiting for the trade to kind of fall into my lap and waiting for that setup to kind of show itself to me. Run through a bunch of checklists as well, being like, is it checking off criteria for my playbook? Is it doing this? Is it doing that? Is this a level? And then you get a bunch of confluence there, and then waiting for all of that confluence to kind of line up for you, and then see if the trade kind of comes in, put that risk on when you have enough confluence. So yeah, it's all about waiting for the trade to kind of set up and fall into your lap, and managing your risk along the way as well. So that's something I am trying to get better at along the way as well. Wow, I pulled up Ford a little bit earlier. Ford held that VWAP quite well. Again, traded about 60 million shares on the day today. So Ford trending to the upside, holding that VWAP as of right now, just about cracking that $10 level as well. Nice thick ticker is Ford, and provides you with decent levels there as well, or decent structure to risk off of as well. But Lucid, again, shout out to the chat there pointing out Lucid. I forget who it was, but holding this trade from $2.01. Pretty strong trend on the day today as well. Just continue to watch this one. Couldn't get past that 243 as of right now, but still holding. This market's taking a little bit of a pullback off of this just 19.9. So it seems like every 100 points roughly on the NASDAQ, we take a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if selling can come in, or do we continue to bid up into the close? So that's what I'll be watching for here on the day. NVIDIA taking a little bit of a pullback. Tesla got past that level. We got all the way to 246.89s here on Tesla, and taking a little bit of a pullback here, 245. So let's see how much further that can go. But it's still got 11 minutes for this candle to print, man. We've got lots of time for this candle to print, so that can potentially come in pretty nicely here as well if the selling does come in. But yeah, a lot of these tickers just trending to the upside. If you caught that long off of VWAP or some other place, their prior highs as well, the continuation on this market is absolutely aggressive and grinding to the upside. So got to be careful there. That's me talking to myself, trying to revert some of these moves here as we get that grinding bid price action to the upside as of right now. So nothing else on watch. Jimmy saying Lucid could and probably will take a sharp turn to the downside. Yeah, I have no idea, man. Let's see. I got eyes on it. Let's take a quick look at that one. Or I'm going to keep an eye on that one and take a quick look at it if the selling does come right back in. But it is on my radar now, so thank you for pointing that one out to me. Let's see, Mag 7s, nothing too crazy. We just went over those. LMT maybe starting to catch a little bit of a curl here. Nike still catching that bid. FedEx also continuing to catch a bid here, printing some fresh highs on the day. Intel as well, printing some fresh highs on the day. So some strong trending stocks. Boeing, oh boy, Boeing taking flight off of that news, man. Absolutely crazy that, look at that double top maybe potentially happening. Nice little flag action here. We talked about this action when it was building up, and we're back up towards those highs. So the question becomes now, can we break these highs and continue with this market that's been bidding up so aggressively since about, I guess the aggressive bid came in here, but we've been bidding up since roughly around open as well. We pulled back a decent chunk, gave a decent chunk back, and then gave all that back and more on the market as well. So got to keep eyes on. Nothing else on my radar as of right now. But what do you got going?
Yeah, I'm just talking to Timo. We're having a good conversation in the chat there, Timo. I agree with you. I mean, it happens. Just focus and do your own thing as well, too, right? I've been there, done that. We've all done that. But again, it's just the hesitation, right? And it's just like, oh, okay, why are you hesitating? I go through it all the time, pulling the trigger and smashing keys. So it's nothing to worry about. Just stick to your game plan. If you get stopped out at anything along those lines, just know that you followed your rules and you did what you planned to do, whether it works out or it doesn't. All right. So just keep that in mind and stay focused. So I know you'll get it. So no worries about that at all. Taking a long weekend or what? No, I'm here, Gerald Fitz. I've been here in the chat. I've been talking, been trading as well too. We were in some IBIT from about 12:20 all the way into 12:37. Now waiting for a potential setup. You can see that the market. We talked about some of these levels. I don't know if you guys had them jotted down. 48 on IBIT, 480 on the Qs, 47.50 on Tesla. And we're slightly rejecting those levels, so we'll go over them time and time again. But Timo, I hope you have a solid day. We're only about 1 o'clock, so you still got half the session left, roughly there. So yeah, be patient, wait for that setup. Don't chase up here unless you're looking for the reversion, which I believe OV is still sitting in INTC. So good patience there, my friend. Looking for that breakdown. Actually, let me do something here. Let's see what we got going up here on INTC's options chain, OB.
Oh yeah.
0 DTE. Okay.
Today is Friday?
Yeah, it is Friday.
What are those 25s looking like?
25s? Ooh. All right, that's good for you. 89,000 open contracts on today's expiration cycle on the call side. 49,000 on the put side. That is by far the largest within a 5-point move there on INTC. So I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks down from that. In order for it to grab through the 25s, I think it's large enough participants are going to have to grab that and absorb that liquidity. But so that's looking like some good overhead resistance. True. Oh yeah, it looks like some good overhead resistance for you. Sorry, yeah, we're going to send it to Adara. Give us 1 second. We're going to do the playmaker poll here, guys. Adara, is it breaking news or? Okay, it is news. We'll send it there. We'll do this after.
Watch out for Microcloud Hologram. This came out, I guess, a couple minutes ago now. They released their earnings, weirdly, at 1 p.m. Eastern. Microcloud Hologram here Fiscal 2024 EPS much better than their losses per share last year. Also, revenue increase on a year-over-year basis. With MicroCloud Hologram, there's a couple things to know. A, they have had some quantum-related catalysts in the past. B, they tend to rally pretty frequently when they get going. Last February, they ran for most of the month on and off. And C, they have a notable short float of about 45%. With a float total of just under 6 million shares. So small float, notable short float for HOLO. Back to the Playmaker poll.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, just documenting yesterday's loss. And then we're going to dive right into today's price action. There we go. So we're going to be at trade 66 here now, guys. 66, where are we going to be entering at the SPY? 563.26. 563.26. All right, so we got that there, and we're going to look for a profit target of 565.26. And then our stop loss is going to be at 562.26. We're going long. We're doing it live. 109. 109. We're in March 21st. Oh, I didn't even realize yesterday was March 20th. Okay, there we go. First. There we go, guys, and then 100 shares. So let's see if we can cook up on this one here today. So we gotta fill in some of these data points as well too, and catch up on the cumulative. But there it is, Playmaker poll. We'll have that done by this weekend. Right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So let's see.
How's that been going?
It's good. We're definitely positive on that. Nice. By quite some bit. Ooh, Obi 24.55, continuing to squeeze here. INTC. How much higher can this name climb? I want to take a look at it from a daily standpoint, see what's going on with this name here. Oh, okay, all right. So, I mean, nothing crazy. A nice base being formed here is possible support. A big engulfing candle as well right there, guys. So, yeah, that's a look. It's going to take some time, I think, in order to break through this and some more positive catalysts. So, yeah. That is INTC. Let's see if this 25 holds up on the options chain, which I think it will here, Obi.
Yeah, that 25 could definitely be interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting look on that Holo. Yeah, releasing earnings in the middle of the day. Interesting stuff here. Pushing it back through that $1 mark. 105 current high. VWAP sitting at 87 pennies. There it goes, breaking back below that dollar level here. Let's see if we can get back down to VWAP. I'm gonna watch this one as well. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to watch small caps a little bit more closely. Just because I think they might definitely be worth taking a closer look at as well. So shout out to Sharif. I definitely have to start talking to him about some of the scans that he's running in the mornings to catch some of these. Sometimes a lot of them do show up on my scans overnight and in the morning, but I do tend to miss some of the fresher ones with the morning action there as well. But yeah, small caps, definitely an interesting look here on the day, and price action, absolutely crazy on those. You know what I say? It's like, sometimes I'm like, oh, it's too low price, but it doesn't really matter. All you got to do is move that decimal over a little bit in your head and trade it accordingly.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly.
It's all relatively the same. Like, who cares what the price necessarily is, as long as it's doing volume, as long as it's playbook, it's in the playbook setup. What does the price really necessarily matter? But maybe part of the playbook is only getting involved with certain price tickers as well. So it could be really anything here. About 3 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. Let's see where we go from here. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback here off of that 19,900. We did look like we were going to break out pretty aggressively, but a little bit of a pullback. Almost finished printing this candle. Let's see what it'll potentially bring in for us as the day carries on. But yeah, nothing else really pulling back too aggressively here. Again, maybe in anticipation for another leg up on the day. A lot of these chips still holding within trend. A lot of these Mag 7s still holding within trend that I'm seeing. Let's see, nothing really breaking or cracking any sort of strong trend as of right now. Maybe Nike. Nike's been bid up since the open, like we said. Maybe some selling on Nike. That 68 still a little interesting. We got to a day high of 68.73 as of right now. So going to continue keeping that one on watch. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching on the day, what you guys have traded, and how those trades went. Like with a show of tickers, you can be like, okay, Tesla, were you up or down on it? Did you take the trade you were looking for? I'm curious to know what kind of trades. I know that Tesla, like we talked about Tesla and NVIDIA, a lot of people trading that Tesla and NVIDIA pretty much every day. And I think pro day traders said, yeah, Tesla gives moves every day. So I'm curious to know, what kind of trades are you taking on Tesla? You don't have to give away the edge. I'm just saying, what classification are you taking? Are you taking something related to VWAP? Are you taking something related to the opening range? Are you taking something related to ATR? I'm curious to know. Or are you using price action? Are you using just intraday structure to look for short-term offside moves and taking scalps off? Lots of different ways to trade these here markets, and I'm always looking for ideas and the way other people are participating in the markets to kind of just compare and contrast with methods of my own, and definitely build and continue to build on my methods, as my methods definitely need a lot of work there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in some TSLS. Shout out to Dara. So that's the inverse there, guys. So yeah, I'll pull it up here just so you guys can take a look at it. So if we get a little bit of a breakdown here, TSLS, then I'm going to use this vehicle here. If we break through 1206, then I'll just get out. So there's a lot of room that I gave on this trade. Just because it is to the short side, I will be looking for VWAP. So hopefully we can continue to climb higher in this one. So shout out to Dara for this one. Much appreciated. Ken, I think this is a fantastic question, all right? Ken, what else do you guys look for entry when everything's just going higher and higher without pulling back to VWAP? I always just end up sitting and watching. That's like, in my opinion, just sitting and watching until you get those specific levels that you want is the right idea, in my opinion. We'll get OBs on that very shortly. But if you're looking for that VWAP pullback and it's not coming into play, then you got to think about, like, okay, how are you going to modify your strategy? How are you going to audible? And what are you looking for to, in a price action standpoint, to change? But if your game plan is, okay, everything is extended right now, NVDA is starting to pull back towards the volume weighted average price. The market looks like it wants to pull back as well too. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait for VWAP. Then wait for that plan. I think the majority of trading is just sitting and waiting. I sit on cash, and Obi just said, oh yeah, I'm sitting on cash in the swing account, even intraday, and wait for that opportunity that puts probability more in your favor. So Ken, I like the fact that you just said that, is that there's nothing wrong with sitting and waiting, because look at some of these big names start to pull in right now. NVDA is just below the volume weighted average price. The Qs are hovering at the high. Can they break down? Absolutely. So just continue to be patient and wait for those opportunities that you know that you have a definitive edge in. Obi, I don't know how you feel about that one.
No, definitely. I think that's something I'm trying to do more as well, and then risking accordingly to those as well. It's like, all right, if something playbook shows up, are you risking the appropriate amount? Are you risking, like, first of all, you need to recognize if it's an A, B, or a C trade, and how often it comes up, and how much of your daily risk are you really willing to put on those trades? And yeah, waiting for those playbook trades to really show up, and not spending too much on just noise as well. That's a big part of the risk management game as well. Let's see what Adara is up to.
Keep an eye on ORCL here. It took quite the tumble. About a minute ago, it was reported here that apparently ByteDance's existing investors are frontrunners in the talks to acquire TikTok's U.S. operations. So ByteDance runs TikTok in China. There have been numerous reports suggesting that Oracle or Larry Ellison of Oracle were in the running to acquire or lead a group trying to acquire TikTok's U.S. operations. Now we're hearing reports that it's actually just ByteDance's existing investors now trying to take over the U.S. operations as well. So keep an eye on ORCL taking a bit of a tumble there at that catalyst. Other stocks that tend to move on this type of story about TikTok include Snapchat and Meta. You could also keep an eye on Google because they do have YouTube, guys. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, definitely some tickers to watch out for. That the TikTok buyout news, that's been a little bit of a topic over the past year or so.
Seen Jimmy wanted to buy it out there.
What's that?
Jimmy.
Who with Jimmy?
Mr. Beast.
Oh yes. He was like, apparently he like mentioned it, and then all of a sudden he gets like a bunch of calls for like people who are interested in kind of supporting him on that endeavor. It kind of makes sense too. He's done well in terms of his social media presence. and the YouTube channel that I don't know if he's 100% in charge of running it anymore, but definitely a big part of making the calls, making the shots there, and yeah, could be interesting.
I mean, I think he still does, man.
I'm sure he calls all the shots, but I'm saying it's definitely not the same as when he first started off, where just one person kind of starting the channel. Now he's got a whole team that kind of works.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Did you watch the Beast games?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I've seen clips from it, but yeah.
So there's this one point, Obi, so it's like there's a $5 million grand prize.
Yeah.
And there's like the final 5 or 6 people, whatever it may be, and you have the opportunity to flip a coin to double the pot or eliminate yourself. What are you going to do? Are you flipping that coin? So the pot stands at $5 million, regardless, if you get eliminated or not. But if you flip that coin and it lands on the side that you call, it now doubles the pot to 10 million. But if it doesn't, then you're eliminated, and everybody else still gets to compete for that 5 million. Are you flipping that coin to add an additional 5 million to that? No?
It's a 50%.
Neil's saying no. Right? Neil's saying no way.
So wait, what happens if I lose? I just get disqualified, and then if I win,
only you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, man. There we go. That was it. That was the thing. There you go. Easy on.
Everybody benefits if you flip and win, and only you lose if you lose. Who would flip in that case? Were you just the most altruistic person in the world? Hell no. No, it's a competition.
Unless your flip game is strong.
No, man, it ain't the Beast goodwill. It's the Beast games.
Yeah.
No, heck no.
That's
what are you talking about? And you know what really grinds my gears? When I used to watch what's that the one with the briefcases. That show. Deal or No Deal. I mean, you're going on that game. It is just pretty simple. The amount of people that would make some just nonsensical decisions in Deal or No Deal, I'm like, you're going on there. Just understand the basics of the game. It's kind of like how after a few seasons, everyone understood what you should do when the price is right. And so anybody that didn't understand how to bid properly was just like, what are you doing? This is not complicated stuff. That's how I felt about Deal or No Deal after a couple of seasons. But come on, man. Why would you take a risk that equally benefits the entire group but only hurts you if you lose? There's just no chance that's an optimal decision for you. But anyway, that's just my two.
Did you watch it?
And you know what? I have not seen the Beast games.
Oh.
I've heard that it's interesting to watch, and at some point, if I just don't have enough time. I basically get 20 minutes a day if I'm fortunate to throw a show on at the end of the day, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I have a long list of shows that I'm supposed to get into. It's just there's not enough time in the day. But back to you guys. That was just my 2 cents. I had to jump in there.
Yeah, you have to jump in on that one, right? So you said you're not flipping that coin, Obi?
No, probably not. That's why I wanted to make sure. But thank you, Neil, for clearing that up. Yeah, but
Fabian says he would flip it. Ramin, would you flip it? I feel like you would. But you can't make a truce.
That's not an option.
Like
Ramin saying she's making a truce with someone.
But I see where you get. You can bargain though. It's like, hey guys, if I flip this, all right. If I flip this and we get that 5 million, whoever wins the pot owes me a quarter, 2.5 or something along those lines.
You gotta be. I'm
just saying. Ramin said she wants to bargain, and that's how I would bargain. The guy ended up winning $1 million anyways. After he got lucky, I think, on that front. Anyways, I just might have spoiled it for some people. I apologize for that. But I mean, he ended up winning $1 million, but it's not $10 million. So
yeah. So I think it's all fun and games, but definitely got to be
all fun and Beast games.
You got to be good at assessing.
You can take it.
Saying she can take 1 million and turn it.
How
do you turn Bitcoin? 1 million into 10?
Are you going to go Bitcoin?
That's pretty hard.
Are you going Bitcoin or no?
What was it? I think it was. There was an interview with the CEO or the founder of Interactive Brokers. And he basically said, I think he said something along the lines of the first 100K or maybe the first, I don't know if he mentioned 100K, but he definitely said the first million is hard. The first 10 million is definitely hard. After that, it's steady cruising. Because I guess that kind of makes sense. If you have $1 million and you have the ability to change that million into 10, then maybe that's confirmation that you might know how to flip game strong, right?
Yeah, flip game real strong. Flip game real strong at that point, yeah. No, that's a valid point. But I think I think $1 billion is a different stratosphere. So to get there, like 100 million is obviously like, yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
What's a good way to become a billionaire? You make a bunch of millionaires.
Yeah.
In the process.
Okay, there you go.
You know,
there
you got to
go.
provide. You got to provide.
You got to provide the people a service.
Yes.
Exactly. So,
Yes.
yeah. So there you go. Bargaining was not allowed contractually there, says Eduardo. So we couldn't bargain there. I mean, they wouldn't have taken our offer. If nobody flips and nobody wins, as there is no money, I guess. Is stealing the case and crossing the border an option? Hey, anything is an option at that point. So Grok, okay, we got a $2 super chat back into the markets here, guys. Grok was right, spicy. Darwin, thanks for BA News, good stuff there. Rated V, Joseph, you couldn't make deals like that. It was written into their contracts from what I heard on an interview with Mr. Beast. Yeah, it sounds fair enough, and we heard that. So you can't make any bribe or anything along those lines. So interesting stuff there from Mr. Beast. It looks like Tesla wants to start squeezing. If we crack through the high here, guys, then I'll just get out of the trade and wait for it to turn around. You see that we rejected 118 on NVDA. There's a lot of OI there. So if we break through this high on Tesla, then I'll just get out of Dodge. But it doesn't want to seem to capitulate or break down into VWAP just yet. I do believe sellers will step in at some point, maybe not today. But again, if we crack 47, I'll just get out of the trade. It's only a starter one. If it were to start working and we were to break through support at 244, then I would add into the position on the way down. So yeah. That is that on Tesla and some of the broader market. You can see here, guys, that NVDA came right back into its breakout range and is holding it fairly well. So you see the support level. We had this previously drawn from the day earlier in the day. Now we are holding very, very, very steadily at these levels and looking for the continue of the climb to the top side, but we might break down here. We'll see. We'll be patient. Bylan, what are you saying? Bylan, why are you saying damn it, Joseph? I'm curious to what your thoughts are, my friends. I know I'm short Tesla. But again, let's see if it can break down 245.71. I just don't want to get squeezed. So if we crack this local low right here, we'll get out of Dodge. So that's only about 12 cents risk. We're at like a $0.25 risk as well too. But I'm looking to add as we curl up and then get in the money, and then we can add for that breakdown and look for that target of the volume weighted average price. How you cooking up there in INTC, brother?
Intel continues to bid up, so definitely a little bit of a fight of the trend here. Looking at that hollow ticker as well, as that continues to reclaim that dollar level. So that was pretty interesting there. So that's kind of coming in as of right now, still holding its gains. So interesting stuff on that one there. Market taking we did pull back. Now we're just chopping sideways on where we kind of consolidated a little earlier here on the Nasdaq. Got about 3 minutes left on. Okay, so about 3 minutes left here on that 15-minute candle to print. There's a bit of breaking news, so let's see what Adara has to say.
On Coinbase, apparently the company is set to be in advanced talks to buy Deribit, which is a crypto exchange. I'm not seeing a source of this just passing through an X, but Coinbase reportedly in advanced talks to buy crypto exchange Deribit. I've heard some talk about a potential transaction for Deribit previously, but regardless, this triple top here on Coinbase leading to a bit of a drop as we get some rumors here, some talk here on X that Coinbase is in discussions here for Deribit. Back to you.
Okay, so I would really like to see Meta close red. Why is that? I'm curious. But yeah, here we go, guys. Market's starting to come back in. Let's see if we can grab into the volume weighted average price. I don't want to call this a head and shoulders, but it looked like it on the 5 minute here, guys. So you get shoulder one, head, shoulder two, but then it just squeezed. But then it looks like we're kind of forming the same thing here. You can see we're hovering around these pre-market levels. So always keep those marked out like to a T, guys, right? To a T. That's where you open up in the market here this morning, and then we reject off of them. So those are coming into play really well. I mentioned 565 in the SPY as well. So keep that out. And then we got the pre-market, nice pre-market base right here that has been respected on multiple zones. So let's see if we can come back in and touch this, and we can break through some support levels here on Tesla. If we do so, if we break 1280 and it looks like price wants to curl over, then I'll just add a little bit to the position. But we're sitting pretty good right now. Coinbase really starting to sell. I know Obi pulled that one up. Were you looking at Coinbase?
Yeah, I did pull it up.
Yeah. So you can see that selling pressure really start to kick in here, guys. On Coinbase, dragging itself down. I guess I'm not going to say the market is not heavily weighted enough, but here you go, constructing higher lows though, which is also positive. If it cracks through this support line and this trend line, then maybe we'll see some more downside here. But IBIT continuing to sell as well here, guys, so keep that in mind. Crypto looking relatively weak, NVDA hovering around the volume weighted average price, the Qs running into some support levels right now, and Tesla just hovering around those highs, Obi.
Yeah, so we did get a little bit of a pullback here, breaking that prior kind of level that we bid up from. So again, I'm kind of watching to see what is really breaking the bid here. So some of the tickers that were strong earlier were ARM and maybe a little bit of AMD, Intel as well, pretty strong, but nothing too crazy in terms of breaking that bid. Nike, though, oh boy, here comes Nike. So Nike is one of the tickers that is starting to pull back here. So a nice little pullback down. So selling coming into Nike. Back below that 68 mark, pulling in pretty nicely here. So finally, this bid that we got for about over 3 hours, man. Wow, what a bid. About 3 hours worth of a bid. Finally, some selling coming back in, breaking that trend. Let's see if we can get a reversion to VWAP here. 66.86 is VWAP, trading at 67.64. So definitely missed out a little bit on this one here on the day. But yeah, had to keep a closer eye on it and to catch some moves like this. But yeah, you got to watch for the tape turn. You got to watch for the trend break. You got to watch for confluence for a bunch of levels, and even then, the trade might not be as good as I think it is. So yeah, had to be watching that one there. No real break of a bid. Are you guys watching anything else as of right now? Is anybody short on anything? That's a good question, I think. With the market trending to the upside here, I'm curious to know how many people are short and what they are short in, or are you long? Are you looking for this move to continue to the upside? Something that's continuing to the long side pretty nicely is FedEx. So we can take a look at FedEx here. What a beautiful kind of bid, continuing to hold since the opening range low was printed all the way up to 228.5. So a nice, beautiful continuation, strong trend on FDX. Day one earnings, reverting a big piece of that move. We sold off pretty aggressively on that one there. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, we do have a bit of a catalyst coming through for a series of companies. So you can notice here, and I'm reading the notice right now, the U.S. International Trade Commission, or USITC, has voted to institute an investigation of some foreign fabricated semiconductor devices. Basically, some of the companies that are going to be implicated or have been identified as respondents in the investigation and therefore will be investigated include Apple. We also have Broadcom on watch here, AVGO, Lenovo, Motorola, Taiwan Semi, so TSMC, and Qualcomm. So ticker-wise, you're going to want to keep an eye here on AAPL, AVGO, TSM, and QCOM, as we do have here some notice coming in from the U.S. International Trade Commission. They're going to be investigating these companies. Back to you.
Okay. So some investigations coming in. So yeah, should be watching some of those tickers there. You see that you are involved in a little bit of Tesla TSLS. You're long TSLS.
Yes, yeah.
So you're short Tesla.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
So again, I think that's a what kind of 3 times level?
It's only one, actually.
One time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Surprisingly, it's only 1-to-1 there. I know. I think it's TSLZ that is 2 or 3 to X leveraged on that front.
Okay.
So yeah. But yeah, it's looking like it wants to squeeze here, guy. Day trader cut. That's I have my full 401k in on this short. All right, you're short, but I'm short too. Day trader cut.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you're short. You're short Tesla, right? Confirm that. Because I'm short Tesla. I'm just using an inverse ETF, a vehicle to short it. So it's essentially just trading long, but I'm synthetically short, if that makes sense. All right. Time for SQQQ. Yeah, if you think that's going to go, if you think the Qs are going to go lower, then yeah, you can start to long for SQs. With TSLQ, yeah, we use TSL around here. Obi, can you look at SMCI? Someone asked us to look at NAK. Sorry. So we'll pull up Northern Dynasty Miners. Oh, okay. Nice breakout here. Yeah, day trader cut. Let me know. Are you short Tesla? Because I am too. And you said you want me to get squeezed out, but I'm on the same side of the trade as you. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, here we go. Northern Dynasty Minerals. Nice breakout on this one. Ooh, and I guess a lot of sideways price action here, but you get that breakout on the daily, and that volume is starting to pick up a little bit as well too there, guys. So keep that in mind. That's a good look there on NAK. Yeah, looking like Tesla wants to climb higher and day trader cut. Please let me know because I'm curious to see what side of this trader you're on. But again, I'm not too risky right now. If we break through 1206, I'll just get out of the trade and then look for it to possibly turn around again. 247.50. You got one thing to note as well is that I always use this term and it just stuck with me. It's just my preference. Shorting strong stocks like this doesn't always work out that well. Look how strong it is. That just means sellers don't necessarily want to step in right now. And look where we are sitting from a base, right? We're down 50% from these all-time highs, 50% from peak to trough, now sitting at around 49.5%. So you might get this rebound here in this name, and it looks like it wants to crack through the highs right now. So gonna get out of that trade and Mr. Day Trader cut. I hope you're not short Tesla right now. So yeah, I'm trading futures. I haven't touched Tesla all year. I was joking. Okay, all right. That's a very big brain move of you to inverse long short a stock. So Joseph adds, so he probably saw it as a long Tesla. Here we go. Big brain.
Yeah, you can use. There's so many vehicles.
Not really working
in the market, right? There's so many vehicles to get long, to get short. But yeah, no, TSLS definitely. It's lower price. It's maybe a little bit more liquid. The spread is a little bit better. So I can understand why you would definitely want to get involved with something like a TSLS or a TSLL. And you said the levered one was TSLZ?
Yes.
Maybe? Yeah. So I can definitely understand the reason
3x short.
behind
Yeah, it's
that
a 3x short.
there. Yeah, no, I'm taking a little bit of a hold of this 19.8 here on the NASDAQ. So let's see, I gotta keep an eye on this 15 here. So we still have about 9 minutes left for this to close. I'm gonna see if, again, if we're technically as of right now, we are holding 19.8. So that's what the action is showing us. No idea how it's going to close, but we have 9 minutes left for said close to happen. So let's keep an eye out on these here markets. A lot of news coming out as well. I know that Trump might have been speaking a little bit earlier as well. And let's take a look. LMT still trading near its lows and Boeing still trading near its highs. So those catalyst intraday news trades, definitely continuation on those, working quite well as of right now on those tickers. So wow, okay, so NASDAQ, the TQs actually got all the way to a day high of 61.70, taking a little bit of a pullback here at that, currently trading at 61.14 here on the TQ. So nice little pullback off of that 19,900 on the NASDAQ. Let's see if that acts as a little bit of a resistance on the day.
Resistance, guys. It's time. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees, guys. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's instant everything. Everything infinite, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. I'm gonna pop out of this trade here. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code and check the link in the description there, folks. That is eSignal. You can scan that QR code right there, and you can see that Tesla started to squeeze to the top side. Let's see if this 47.50 comes into play. We broke through that high. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a rejection up here. So there you go. That's exactly why I do not short strong stocks there, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, I might be a little opposite there.
Yeah.
I like to look for the strong stock and be like, all right, well, this is really strong on the day. I'm gonna so for example, if something's selling off aggressively, right? If something's selling off aggressively, or something is bidding up aggressively, I'm like, all right, well, I'll let this bid happen, let this bid occur, and kind of observe to see if the buyers are really stepping up, see where they've stepped up, and look for the first kind of sign of weakness in that trend here. Oh boy, Rogelio. Sorry for mispronouncing that name. Definitely butchered that a little bit there. Talking about hollow, so definitely got a hollow back at this price action here as it holds that $1 level, $1.20. So wow, 20% pop off that dollar hold on hollow. So absolutely crazy there. Nice little push to the upside on hollow. So a lot of people talking about that. Hollow, another leg up. Yeah, another leg up on hollow. Pretty aggressive. Didn't really revert back down to VWAP. VWAP currently sitting at 96 pennies on hollow. So going to continue keeping that one on watch. I know a lot of you guys are watching it alongside us as well. So definitely some decent opportunities on that one there as it breaks past that dollar mark and continues to the upside. Now, don't forget, this is a ticker that has done things like this in the past. But again, intraday fresh news definitely giving it a little bit of oomph. Let's see if that oomph can continue into the end of the day. VIX still sitting at 1966s. So 1966 is the VIX as of right now. Nice little consolidation build up here on Boeing as well. So let's take, I'm going to pull up, not Baba, Boeing as well. Look at that nice little flag. Let's see if it can break this 183 going into the end of the day here. So very strong on this news. I think this morning I did read a tweet about something about multi-billion-dollar investment in a new jet, and I was like, well, who is the number one contender for that kind of a deal? And I did remember, I was like, yeah, it's probably going to be Boeing. Like, who else are you really going to give that deal to? And boom, bang, there it is right here. So coming in with relative volume and that aggression, Boeing on the day, pretty strong. And again, sympathy, well, inverse happening here on LMT as well. Cannot catch a bid. It tries to catch a little bit of a bid a couple times. 445s was this high. 448s can't really get through, can't even get to VWAP, but now sideways consolidation. So pretty much a dead cat bounce, if there was one, happening here on Lockheed Martin. Market's kind of aggressively bidding back up. Let's see if that bid is coming into some of these other names alongside the market.
Yeah, for sure. For sure there, Obi. I'm going to give this one more stab. Here, I'm going to try it because we got a much better price at these highs as we crack through some of the local highs there, guys. So we'll give this one more stab to see if we can break down. The market does seem relatively strong, so I don't mind abandoning this thesis of the 47 of this level of open interest here on Tesla, as it looks like it wants to continue to just grind higher and higher. So I'll feel no way about it if it doesn't come into play. But yeah, excuse me, we'll be patient to see if it does want to break down. But again, it's a really strong name, so it may take some time. Yeah, so again, that's the name of the game. We'll hold off until 248. If we break this low, then I'll probably just get out and look for something else. NVDA bouncing off of the volume-weighted average price, and then the Qs and the SPY are also climbing higher as well. They're OB, so that will not be too good if you are looking to trade short. What has Apple been up to on the day? Let's take a bite out of this one. Continuing to climb higher and higher here. Pulling back a little bit here, which is a positive sign. But this is just something to note. Now I have more of a defined risk profile. I'm only risking a couple cents on this trade, opposed to me being all the way up here near the top end of the range, which would be the bottom end of the range here on Tesla. But then we just got out here, and then we just have the ability to reposition our trade here right at the lows and see if we can get somewhat of that pullback, because we did make that extended push to the top side. So yeah, that's the game plan. There is, Los Polios did mention this on the Qs. I like that. On the pullback, you're recognizing these hammers. That could be a good signal. As you can see, there is a nice support base at that level as well too there, Los Polios, so at 561.50. So good luck there on that front. It got a nice bounce off of it, especially if you played the crack of that. You get 50, 60 cents to your name. Now let's go here, Tesla. Please break down. Well, not please, but let's see if we can break down here and climb back to the bottom end of this range. This could have been a liquidity grab, just a little extra push, but things things seem to be working out. If we continue to climb and it looks like we want to slowly roll over, I will be adding to this position here, Obi.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe things are starting to catch a little bit of a rollover, but again, I have to go back and consider the dominant trend since the open has been the buying, which is starting to get a little bit more and more apparent as we take these pullbacks and hold a little bit higher here. You can see the market came all the way up to 19.8s, came all the way back down below 19.7s. The bid came in pretty aggressively, broke through those highs, came in all the way up to 19.900. Pulled back to 19.8, and now we're kind of holding, consolidating sideways on that one there. So yeah, maybe a little bit of the break of the bid potentially, but Boeing with some fresh highs as well currently. So that one made it. FedEx continues to make some fresh highs as of right now. Let's see what Adair is up to.
I want to recap here this Coinbase story because I mentioned it earlier. Now I'm really seeing it circulate on X quite heavily. So Bloomberg, we now have the news source. Bloomberg reporting that Coinbase is in advanced talks to purchase a crypto exchange called Deribit, that is spelled Deribit. Apparently, again, I want to repeat this. Bloomberg reporting that Coinbase is in advanced talks to acquire a crypto derivatives exchange called Deribit. So keep an eye on this one. Again, we kind of had a drop when this news was first reported. Now it's circulating around on X, and we get a little bit of a rebound here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so dissemination of news. Interesting how that kind of comes in sometimes. So you see that happen, like a news will come out somewhere, you get a little bit of a volume spike, and then not really too much else, and then later on it starts to kind of start to trend and more people have eyes on, and then maybe you get that bit of volume coming in to the ticker to take it in the direction you're potentially looking for or not. But yeah, something definitely to watch out for. There goes both the futures, the ES and the NASDAQ to the upside here with that aggressive bid pulling us right back into 19.9s on the NASDAQ and then 57.10. So 5,710 on the ES as well. Yeah, have you switched over your futures contract here? I just remembered today yesterday.
April
there.
Contract now, yeah.
Yeah, so we are now on the M contract here as of right now. So going to continue. Again, the prices sometimes a little bit, or they were different a couple days ago, and I was like, wait, this makes no sense. Some of these prices for my futures on my charting platform and my P Pro not really lining up, and it was the contract change there. So yeah, just continuing to have eyes on these tickers. Market is super strong, man. We're just holding structure after structure, bidding back up here on the day. So pretty strong move into the close here. Again, rebalance day today. A lot of options expiry happening as well. So let's be patient. Let's wait and see if we get any aggressive moves coming in. The only aggressive move that I've seen since I've been sitting down at my desk has been this one right here on this, what is that, 11, so around 12 to 12:15 candles here on the NASDAQ. That bid did come in pretty aggressively, so that gave us a push. Now that bid is kind of dissipated, so yes, Adam DeLuz, you are 100%. You are 100% right. That's exactly. You gotta do your best to have a mindset of an athlete, and that's what I'm trying to build. Obviously, not perfect, nowhere close to where I'm trying to be, but definitely on the journey there. Growth is definitely part of the process, and growing pains also part of growth as well. So, gotta take it all as a bundle of learning there and continue on that journey. So yeah, shout out to Adam DeLuz. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Yeah, let me know when you're coming back to Toronto. That was interesting. That was fun. It's a good time here. Yeah, just watching these markets here. Let's see what the market does. No idea. Something that's been piquing my interest as of late is just execution strategy, right? Like, I don't know what the market's going to do, but say I have execution strategy for scalping, right? And I was going through this idea with Jose in the back just a couple days ago after the close. And I was like, look, coming into the open, I don't know what the market's going to do. But say that I have a little bit of a bias. I have a bias to get short, I have a bias to get long, whatever it is. I can have execution structure on the price action that gets me short and has me covered if and when that move shows up for the scalp. I don't have to really know or care what the market does or know where the market's going, but if I'm adhering to that execution set, I realize that I would do well just taking those pieces off, even on an uptrend. Say the ticker is uptrending or the market is uptrending on the day. If I have execution sets for taking short trades and I'm only following those, it can still be an effective method to extract chunks off of the market while still being on the counter trend, right? And yeah, sure, one can argue that being with the trend is much easier, more forgiving, 100%. And sometimes I get lucky, and my idea, my thesis, my bias on the day gets me with the trend, and it's a much easier trade as well. So that's kind of what I've been thinking about as of recent, being like, all right, well, execution sets, where do they work well? What kind of market structure, regime, or volatility do they work well in? And kind of building on those ideas as well. So that's kind of a little bit of a rant, but execution structure definitely very important. Something I definitely have to get much better.
Okay.
With.
Oh, Mon said, I have a question for Obi, but then removed it. So it's all good. If you want to put it up there, I'm sure he'll be glad to open it. Oh, Adam Lewis, when I can come over again, I will let you know, he says to you, Obi. So there you go.
Come through.
Yep. So Tesla has some nice wicks on the weekly. Yeah, that's what everybody's telling me to the downside. I don't think this is a good short, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out here momentarily. It wants to continue to climb higher. 1203, we'll just get out of the trade. Again, just there's no topping signals or anything along those lines, so we'll just hop out of it. We're not going to get that ad, and I don't believe it's going to break down just yet. So that is that, guys. And plus the SPY and the Qs are starting to trade higher. They're at the high day as well too. So not too good look on the shorts. And that's the thing, right? You don't necessarily want to fight the trend. Tesla is about to make a 1 minute hammer on the weekly. About to make a hammer in the weekly. Looks like it wants to end up today high and today on a high end. Yeah, I agree with you on that front. I don't think this is a short. After I realized that it doesn't want to break down, it's not rejecting those high levels. There's no need for me to continue to force a trade that's necessarily not going to be there. There's nothing from a price action standpoint that's telling me that we're going to continuously break down here. So yeah, that's it for me. We hold this, then I'll just hop out of the trade. So not much holding time left. I'm not going to risk too much on this thesis because I just don't like playing that revert back to the mean when the underlying asset is extremely strong here. So there's nothing here on the 5 minute time frame that's telling me, hey, we're ready to turn around, Joseph. So you can still see that buying pressure in these candles and everything along those lines. So and the genuity in these here. So nice, strong, healthy candles to the downside. And the same thing as we crack that high day, you get those nice, strong, and healthy prints. So there it goes. Breaks higher. Breaks a little higher there, guys, and it looks like it just wants to grind. It is getting closer to 2 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Friday, so things are going to cool down. But I mean, near the end of the day, you're going to probably see some of that volume pick up. And that's what we're going to be sitting here waiting for. Looking forward to that. We'll go over some of the trades that we had on today, guys, the ones that worked out and the ones that haven't. So we'll start with, we didn't trade TSLA. We will start with TQQQ. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. So there we go. This was our trade earlier on the session on the TQs. We got a little pop, nothing crazy there, guys. And then we just got stopped out break even. I was like, enough is that. I could tell that the price action was moving to the eastward, and I don't want any part of that. AMZM. Amazon, this was our trade on Amazon earlier in the day too, which worked out really well for us there, guys. So that was Amazon. Nice sitting on the break and then climb higher. And then we'll pull up our NVDA, and those will be the names that we traded. I didn't wait. I didn't get it at the open. I just could tell that the underlying was definitely too soft. But here we go. Right here, a nice entry, stop out, break even, which is somewhere around there. That was just a full punch. Enter again, got stopped out there, and then we entered that trade again, and then that one worked out really nice for us. And then we had some IBIT cooking up as well too earlier in the day. We didn't grab the longer end of that trade, but that's okay. We always find another thing. Another potential trade. So we entry number 1 didn't work out. Should have been in a little bit lower, but I'm like, okay, if we break through VWAP and hold, I'm just going to double the position. So we just went in here and then doubled it up. So that worked out really nice to the long side there on all of those trades. So Joseph, the tell on TSLS was it rejected 200 MA and fell below. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use TSLS as your gauge, right? It is mirroring Tesla, the actual underlying asset. So just use that, right? I have Tesla up here in the corner, so I can just gauge what it's up to, and then I'm just using TSLS as my vehicle to actually trade it. So no, I don't hate Tobes. I don't hate Tesla, to be honest with you. I don't. I'm gonna get back into this name. There's no doubt about it. I think that when the robo fleet's out, and then you got the Optimus, these humanoid robots coming out as well too. I think it's gonna double the market cap in this company. Danny Ives says that, but he's really lagging. Like, you guys got to take into consideration that Waymo's already been on the ground. I know all my fellow American, well, I'm not American, but all my American friends, you guys know, you see Waymos everywhere, right? They're out there. Where is Elon's autonomy? I don't see it. I know you got FSD and everything along those lines, but I want something to pick me up. I want that robo-taxi and everything else to come out, and it's just taking too long. His mind's too occupied with other things, and then it's just continuing to lag. So again, 2026, late 2025 is when we might see those models coming out there, Obi.
Yeah, I can't wait for the robo-taxi there. Definitely, I mean, Ubers and Lyfts are getting pretty pricey here. So I'm curious to know what the pricing structure of that transportation is going to be. But very excited nonetheless for that technology to come out. Some of that FSD. I don't know if you've seen some of the newer videos. I think I was watching a couple of weeks ago. Buddy took the latest version of the FSD on a drive on dirt roads in the mountains in China or something.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that video? And it handled those dirt roads pretty well.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's good.
So that was very interesting to see that the FSD, how far the FSD has come, and being able to handle dirt roads, no signs, no lines on the road, just looking at objects, looking at the trail, and really kind of maneuvering some of that.
Tesla?
It was in a Tesla. Yeah, it was in a Tesla. I forget which model. It might have been the Y, might have been something else, but I got to go back and check what that model specifically was. But yeah, thanks, Day Trader Cut. Definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go, Obi. He got you with that one there, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Spring break. Yes. Yeah. Can't say too much about that one.
No.
There. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes left, man. Like, the market came back to 19,900. We came and kind of wicked those highs. Let's see if we get that continuation. Again, still only about 4 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, and the show to end as well. So hopefully you guys had a good midday session there. Thanks again to Joe for the options lesson. You said more advanced Greeks coming in next week.
Yeah, next week.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That's always interesting. Those Greeks, man, they're always a little confusing to me, but yeah, I think you'd agree, once you wrap your head around them, becomes a little bit easier.
It's like,
right?
It's no different than screen time, man. Once you just mess around with them enough, and just read about it, you get those light bulb moments all the time, and okay, that makes sense, etc. Right? So yeah, that's it. We'll do some of that, and we're starting to pull back a little bit here in Tesla. So I added to this position. The momentum isn't necessarily there, so TSLS. But here you can see we got stopped out on this first entry. Not the best, like I should have been out a little bit closer, but I was just willing to give it more space. Then we hopped in, added to the position as we broke. Looks like the market wants to pull back in. If NVIDIA wants to drag it down, as of right now, I'll be happy about that. So yeah, we'll be patient, great mid-shade. Yeah, thank you for that one. Thank you, the dude trader, much appreciated. Timbo Slice says Jaws. All right, Kimbo Slice, remember, RIP Kimbo Slice.
Kimbo, I saw this Timbo Slice.
Yeah, it's Timbo Slice, but I'm saying R.I.P. Kimbo.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, R.I.P. Kimbo Slice. Joseph watches the Maverick of Wall Street, then tells you kids the ideas he's heard last. I don't even know what that is. It's Timbo Slice. What is the Mavericks of Wall Street? Obi, do you know that?
No idea.
I have no idea. Yeah, there you go.
Nice
so I guess
wiki.
that's how good my advice is. I don't even know what you're talking about, and I seem to be sounding pretty good, so there you go. If half the world wants to see Elon begging for welfare, they are pizzaing when they should be French fried. Okay, I don't really understand that one, but again, yeah, he's a YouTuber. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm assuming Timbo Slice is probably a little bit younger than I am, so yeah, I'm not that too big in the YouTube world. I know Jimmy and a couple other guys. Other than that, yeah. So sorry about that, my friend. Let's see what else we got going on. Only a couple minutes left, Obi. How's that INTC working out for you?
I mean, it's
brother?
going sideways as of right now. We are closing pretty strong to the downside here on this 15-minute candle on both the futures. You can see about 2 minutes left and trading all the way back down, kind of bit of a sell there. And oh boy, Nike. You guys were talking about in the chat, but oh boy, indeed, look at this beautiful reversion on Nike. Absolutely beautiful. So a little bit of a push back down. Look at that, back through that 68 mark as well. Definitely missing out on this one. Am I going to get FOMO? Not really, but the trade was there. I see the trade. I'm going to document it and kind of not necessarily move on, being like, all right, if I was here, this is, and if I was maybe potentially a little bit more focused on this ticker here on the day. Again, earnings day one on Nike, definitely in play, decreasing volume, and then the bid falls off, the bid that's been holding since the morning session. Yeah, I definitely want to get a little bit involved with that one there. Maybe not an A++, but definitely something that comes around, I guess, a few times a month there. But off of earnings, that confluence definitely makes it a little bit juicier as well. So shout out to anybody who had the short, and shout out to anybody who had the long off of the morning session as well. You can see, look at that nice little stair step all the way up. 66.89s is currently VWAP. 67.50 is currently trading at there. So you can see that selling coming in. Look at those elevated volume candles as well when that selling kind of starts off, giving you some more confluence for that pullback here. So let's see if the market's got about 30 seconds for this candle to close, and we have about 30 seconds for the midday to close as well. So you got any last words, Joe?
I mean, we got a little pop there on TSLA there, guys, as the market started to pull back in a little bit. But one thing to note here on Tesla, that we're still holding some of these trend lines relatively well. So going to look for those support systems to come into play here, guys. We'll just draw a basic one. If we crack through that, then I think we'll be okay. And you can see that just consistent throughout the whole session here. So a nice strong trend line here in Tesla. Are we going to break through it? Only time will tell. And we'll be patient. We'll hold on to this for as long as we can. And if we can catch this support level right here, then I'll take the majority of the position off, and yeah, that'll be it. It is now 2 o'clock, guys.
Oh boy.
Thank you very much, Obi. Thank you very much for joining in. We'll be here for the remainder of the day there, guys. So thank Obi, and thank you all for tuning in, staying with us throughout the day. But we're ready to send it off to Big Boys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate it as always. I'm not muted. Appreciate it.
I'm not muted. Am I muted?
No, I heard in my ear like somebody was muted. Somebody said muted. No, not today.
He's trying to play those games again.
Yo, you know what? Not a single.
not
I don't
telling
think a single day this week have I made the muted mic mistake. Which coming off a week off.
No, you definitely made it.
Before I left, I did a couple times.
No. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, you coughed or you sneezed. You for sure.
Oh yeah, after yeah, that's true.
I don't think you're muted coming back.
No, I muted it when I sneezed one time yesterday. And you're 100% right. I see you guys got the roll up the rim to win.
Randy didn't. Because he got the bigger one. I went for the small. It's only in the shot glasses.
Okay, yeah. So he didn't, because he has to have the double, triple XL OG coffee. No, if you went long in the market, then you rolled up the long to win, or whatever you want to call it. Because this market's been absolutely beasting. All I'll say is I was in the midday chat saying I was taking a reversion on Palantir, which I bailed on, and I'm like, yeah, Palantir seems a little bit strong. It was a textbook. Like, it broke the trend. It was textbook, and I'm like, hey man, why these bids are bidding? And I'm like, no, let's just bail on this, because I wasn't feeling it. This is a stronger. It's distinctly different from yesterday. Like, yesterday was a double top, break the trend after a double. It was just different. Not today. The market is just a little bit stronger. Alfredo in the chat's like, why is SMCI up today? Because Alfredo, everything's up today. Oh, sort of. I mean, not literally everything, but SMCI with a strong day. Remember, it's witching at the end of the day today, and we're expecting a few big things. For myself, I've written down a few of the bigger buys and sells just in case, they come out as big buys or sells. I know which ones I want to focus on. SMCI is not on that list, but Broadcom is a big one that could be a sell. SMCI 7%, absolute beast, but there's a lot of beasts in here today. Tesla 4.5% to the upside. Oddly, Nvidia never managed to go green, but there's plenty of good stories to the upside here today. I think I only had one long today. It was just a Micron in the morning, and then the rest was short. So I think it's fortunate to be up if you were shorting today for the majority of the day, which I was.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, we're just long in Micron. Micron's been pretty much my whole day. I mean, we mess with the TQs, we mess with Tesla. That's it. Tesla, TQs, Micron. For me today, and there it is right there, 94. So we just bought that dip. We got out, came back into 94.30s. We got out once it broke 94, so it was like a 20-cent hit. Then we just bought it right back again and out at VWAP and holding a very, very small position. We went for like a went for like a 2 point. I looked at my watch because it said, "Oh, do you want to record an outdoor walk 2.8 kilometers?" That's not that far.
How many steps?
I don't know. How many steps today? I don't even know how to check this thing. I don't even use these rings. Hold on a second here. I don't know. Not that many steps, I don't think. Today so far, there it is. 7,500 steps. I don't know. I mean, I woke up and came to work.
I never have any concept. I know how many steps
like that's not that
it
many.
tells me, but then I have no idea. How far did I walk to get that? How many?
Oh, it says it. Mine was 5 kilometers, I think it said.
Yeah, because the Whoop only
distance 5.89 kilometers.
That's an advantage. The Whoop only gives you the amount of steps. It doesn't give you.
I didn't walk 5.89. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't actually track.
It doesn't track your. No, you can. Yeah, don't unless there's an add-on. I don't know about this thing. Not that I. Oh shoot! I was supposed to say this in the morning show.
Yeah.
I asked my physio guy.
Right.
He put me through a bunch of tests yesterday. The last one was literally hopping on the bad foot, and he's like, You can start jogging for sure, man. Just get out to the track, start doing light jogging as you can. So I'm super excited when the weather is going to be a little bit nicer to be able to do that. But just to give you an idea, I said there'd be big imbalances. The early looks, it's 2 o'clock. This is what the locator looks like at 2:05. There's already millions. So when we talk about 350, yeah, I don't know specifically about Ford. Yeah. But there's going to be some big imbalances. You don't want to get sticker shock when you're looking at it, for sure. And someone asked, why is Nvidia down? I know it's trending up, but down almost 1% on Nvidia. I would have thought some more strength in Nvidia to maybe test the 120 level. It just has yet to break out. But there's still some time. That's 118 that could still be in play.
We know that we have to respect our sticky note, and honestly, I wasn't in the mood to sit here and really trade too much during the afternoon as you guys are during the midday today, but we wrote down Nike $69 short, right there. And then I just came back in because I saw someone in the chat was like, oh, Nike's still dropping. I was like, well, let's just see what the high is there then for Nike's today. So that's 68.75. Pretty close. We'll see if we can get back up there. We wish we would have shorted that one right there with the high of the day for Nike. So Nike, although nicely retracting itself from this morning. I mean, we did have a nice move down into that 65 area, then straight up, basically $4.50. Now starting to hit the slide again here for Nike. But okay, that's it. Let's go through now the rundown with Joseph.
Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Rundown. Make sure you tune in with Obi and I and get those votes in. It is Friday, so happy Friday, everybody. And Tesla is up 4.5% here, guys. What's going on with Tesla stock here today? Well, Elon Musk asking shareholders and investors to continue to hold on to those shares. I missed that memo there, guys. Let's see what the big boys think about Tesla.
I mean, is the CEO of a company going to be like, you know what? You know what, everybody? I don't know if I'm believing in the long term here. I think you should just sell your Tesla shares. Right? You should probably just give up and dump them. The funny thing is Elon has said stuff like that. Sure, Adair was actually just saying that. No, but what's he going to say when it's bleeding? And at the end of the day, I think you either you either are ready to weather the storm when there's all of this, what we call it, negative perception and all that around the stock and the company and Elon. You're ready to weather the storm. It's bouncing a little bit, but this isn't much of a bounce off the 220 level. Hey, look, I bought this at 222 last week. So it happens to be making a small move to the upside, but that's not much. It's essentially just gone a couple points. I mean, it's got, like 10% up from that bottom, but that's also getting cut in half plus from those highs. And I did say if it gets to 250, I'd look revert today. I was thinking look, I liked long at 230 on Tesla today. It never came close. And on a witching day, I thought there was a pretty high probability that you would get a test down at 230, and it didn't have the juice for it. Like a lot of other stocks broke to those lows and bounced. Unfortunately, Tesla did not. For myself, at least. So there was no trade on Tesla for me because once it was gone, I wasn't looking to chase because I was short bias on POPs this morning. So thankfully, did not try to short this one.
Yeah, no, 100%. Today was, for me, on Tesla. By the way, we wrote down 61.50 to 62 on the Qs. The high is 61.75. I can't make this stuff up. All right, so Tesla right here. Look, we were dancing with this early. We like the long. And again, I can't make this up. We wrote down 234. It's just like, honestly, guys, whatever. There it is. There's the Qs as well. So we should be short 61.75. Tesla there. So we didn't know anything. We took the shot. I wouldn't write something down if we didn't think it was going in that direction, right? So there's Tesla. There's 234. It's the exact bottom for today. But there it is, up 246. Look, it's just been riding the VWAP a little bit, but now you're way above it. So I always think you're going to revert back down into the mean. I'm surprised that Tesla's up 4%, but it is. So whatever I'm surprised, that doesn't matter. Huge move upside there today. You know, Tesla wasn't going to stay down for long. We do know that as a car company, it's one of the better EV plays. It is the best EV play, I guess. But I could expect declining sales this next coming year. I'm nervous about pretty much this whole earnings season. So I like this stock. If we are going to look at some levels, though, I said it might be better to buy this thing up near 280 once it breaks through the 200 period. Moving average, that'll load up in a second. But it looks like right here, if we clear 250 and then on Monday are above this 252 area or so, then I think you could start using 250 and start to think about some of these levels here as pretty solid bottoms. A lot of negativity, man. People are vandalizing cars. People pretend they hate Tesla now, even though they've loved it for years, and now all of a sudden they decide they don't like it. So I would just say watch out for maybe the bottom being in on Tesla. I don't think it is. I think the market still has downside there, but this is looking pretty good, man. You held some nice levels there. We held again. Now it's upside. It's 3 straight up days. I didn't think we'd see that in Tesla this week, but it looks like we're getting it. So it's a nice rebound. The NASDAQ is still down. If the NASDAQ's up 5% next week, Tesla could be up 20%. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. I like Tesla off there. That 220 is a great level. So for everybody out there, I think you got to stay probably long Tesla until you get back into that 220 area, at which point I would look to dump it if it doesn't hold those levels. But yeah, Tesla, congratulations, man. There's the 200 period again, came into play as well, twice. So just wish we would have stuck to our guns there. Not stuck to our guns. Wish this didn't happen so early and we would have had it. So instead, we're flat on it as we go short then out. But that's what it is.
Yeah, one last thing before we go to Nike there with Joe. Tesla's an expected buy at the close. I'm just sort of looking at the spreadsheet that we have. It's an expected upweight, I should say. It's already in the index. Expected upweight, but relatively speaking, it's not as big as some of the other, like notionally, like Broadcom, Cell is much bigger, and like Dash being in addition. So it's supposed to be a buy, but it's not in the top of the list in terms of what's expected. But for anyone out there, there's going to be a bunch of symbols, and as we talk about them, we can know what the expected adjustment is notionally for shares. I think Tesla's like 2.8 million. No, I misread that. 2.8 million shares to buy, it seems big, but on a rebalance day for Tesla, it's actually not that crazy, given how much volume it does.
All right, guys, Nike stock hits a 52-week low as analyst warns bullish turnaround will definitely take some time. We're down about 6% on the day, guys. I'm curious to what the boys think here at the big desk. Is Nike a dying brand?
Dying? Remember, you can stay around and do tons of revenue and still be a big presence, but the stock doesn't have to do well.
Right.
Like think about the best example of that. And this is not to pick on Intel, which kicked my butt today. Intel's a perfect example of that. They didn't die. They're not relevant, but they still do tons of revenue. They're a huge portion of their overall, their market share is still relatively large. So Nike, I don't know that Nike's like that bad, but the chart's telling you it's not good. And there hasn't been anything about it yet that has shown you a reason to go along. Like I think this stock might be the perfect example of when it breaks the 200 period, it's probably going to be worth a shot. Because if it just keeps on trending down and down, they're not dead. They're trying to make forays into growing their women's apparel business, which is like a ridiculously tiny portion of their sales. Like they're trying to get out of just being about Air Jordans, and for lack of a better thing, like that's such a big part of their market. And obviously there's the China concerns with them. Today, look, the flat bottom was 69, and I somehow managed to short one price and then not be here when it made the reversion off 69 there. So it did do a reversion. It got to VWAP. I tried it here off the pre-market high, and it broke back out. So you had one shot at it, I think, for the trend break on Nike. But I think, wait till the 200 period goes on this. It's such a long trend that when it eventually breaks that 200 period, like why not? This is January of last year when it lost it, right? So it's now been over a year that it's under the 200 period. Just one shot to close above. You take it, give it to like the 50 or the local bottom, and then that can be a swing trade at some point. But I mean, this is not the year to catch bottoms, I don't think. Or, well, I shouldn't say this. It's not the year to just sit there trying to catch all the bottoms. That's the better way to put it.
All right. We knew we wanted to play the short in Nike. Unfortunately, we weren't sitting here, but that 69 is a good level. Look, I think it's the sandbag quarter. I think this is a buy. We'll see what happens on Monday. But right into here, it's past its 52-week low. It's made the move. Everybody knows what's going on with Nike there as they're trying to get. They have a few new products out there. Apparently, there's some sort of a new running shoe with Peg or something like that. But we'll see what happens to the upside rate now. They had a big presence at the NBA All-Star game I was reading. I didn't watch that. Apparently that was a joke. But everything else, I don't know. I like the stock. I think it's an American brand. At some point, it will get back up to the upside. It's just been beat up, and it's been pretty bad, right? I mean, those of you that have been holding Nike, it's not been good. I was lucky enough to have bought right here, had that breakout on Brian. Is that his name? Brian Hill? I can't remember what his name is. But nice upside move there, and we took advantage of it. And we got out. So unfortunately, we did finally, I mean, again, and a name that's in my longer term account was at the time, we just saw that and got out. So I think you can get back there, watch the 200 period. I think it's a buy, but I'd rather do the 3-day rule on this thing. Let's wait 3 days and see what winds up happening for NKE.
Yeah, that nice cooling off period.
Yeah, let's figure out what happens the next couple of days, because you're not going to hate not getting long at 67 if you have to buy 70s. I mean, as long as it's going to the upside, I think you'll be fine. You might have the dollar cost average upside on this one. Better to do that than catch that falling knife.
Like, remember Alibaba? Like, Baba was one of those, you didn't have to have $70. You just had to let it bounce off 70. And who cares? If you got 75 or 77 or 80, like, it went to 150 bucks. It doesn't really matter. Right. But on the way down, you could have had 115 and 110 and all that other nonsense. By the way, I need a new pair of running shoes for this summer when I get back to running. You guys tell me why I shouldn't just stick with New Balance and should maybe give Nike another try.
ON or something people buy.
On?
Yeah, for running.
They're good? Okay.
Yeah, ask Brendan, man. That guy runs like 5 marathons just for fun. Asics, I think it was.
Brooks? He says Brooks.
Brooks are back? I didn't know they still existed. Okay, there we go. Brendan's
like, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, hell
Brooks,
yeah.
huh? Okay.
All right, well, there you go, man. Brooks.
You didn't say Nike.
There you go. What's up, Joe? What shoe you like?
I got a pair of Nike running shoes, so I can't really say too much there, guys. But here we go. Talk a little bit about some Bitcoin here. We got some more members of Congress has disclosed buying shares of Bitcoin after Donald's strategic Bitcoin reserve here, guys. So here we go, down about 0.25%, getting a little bounce, some sideways price action here in Bitcoin as well, too, guys. Let's see what Sean and Neil think about Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, never heard of it.
I like Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We were looking at it. I mean, I'm not even going to really call up I'm not going to call up IBIT. I mean, we could look at it just at the daily chart though for Bitcoin. I think it kind of tells the story. Right now, you are starting to trend a little bit up. I mean, it looks like we're starting to, respect some of these bottoms. Maybe we've seen the worst of it. I don't think so. We always are waiting for those headlines. There's a lot of headline risk in Bitcoin, of course, as we've seen it really get that jump off the election, made some pretty much. To me, that wasn't really a false high because you retested it again, and then you got up to 109. I really think that there are buyers up here once we can get back above 100,000 and see about breaking that level higher right now. But you're going to need a 20% move to get back up there. So for right now, that's the 200 period on the daily. So yeah, I mean, support Bitcoin here. I think if you like it, I know that Joe keeps talking about it's the second largest holding. It's holding out. There's many names here when we'll talk about. I mean, Micron, Amazon, Tesla, Nike, they're all below the 200 period moving average. And right now, although I know crypto only has, it's hard to say because if you go back the 200 period, the way crypto's moved, for so long, it's been so far away from the 200 period, and it looks like it really hasn't meant that much. But now that we're trying to settle down a little bit and actually act like a stock, of course, we have the ETFs, we have all of that. Now there's a little bit more price stability maybe in Bitcoin. I can't believe I'm actually saying that. But it really has only moved I don't know, $3 or $4 grand. I mean, I know we got up to 86 there, but it's pretty consistently holding these levels. So I don't know. I'm not really worried about it until we break back down below 75,000. I'm not like a buyer of Bitcoin or anything at these levels right now. I'm just a holder, and I think that we'll wait for 72 to see if there's any action there. And I'm okay missing it to the high side. I believe in it, but what I'm trying to do is if we get a pump up in Bitcoin, I kind of want to fade that play by selling some of the altcoins and then getting into Bitcoin. And I'm not really price sensitive to Bitcoin. I just like to see the whole, I guess, segment or cohort move to the upside so we can take advantage of some of these altcoins that we have, Cardano, XRP, and then Solana. But I like Bitcoin. I think it's holding this. Digital gold seems to be worse than real gold. But
I'm like you. I don't actually ever sell Bitcoin, although I had some ETH, I sold that.
Right.
Well, no, I didn't sell it all. I sold some of that, put some of it into Solana. When that pops, I'm going to probably sell more of it. But I'm not buying Bitcoin again until, I'm kind of thinking that the bottom of this channel is in those 70s. Mm-hmm. I already bought once at 84. So I kind of in a downturn like this, I'm either waiting a full quarter, an amount of time that matters, or I'm waiting for the next level to come in. That said, Mara, man, and like I said, I only went long one stock this morning. I'm not even still in it like Sean is. Great look to be still in Micron. Actually, I missed a dip buy at 94. I said I would dip buy it again. I just didn't do it. But Mara went to 12 again and bounced off 12. And there's going to be a limited amount of time that you can do this before flat bottom breaks and the actual low could be $7 on this thing because the miners have been in trouble. But it's been such a good level on Mara. So maybe there's a nice little scalp trade off this if it gets back into the low. And it doesn't seem like much, but Mara gets into 12, gets into VWAP. As long as it's been supported, why not? And this has been support on Mara forever. I feel like every single day when we bring this up, it's somewhere right and around this $12 and you can find yourself a reversion. Typically speaking, if you don't catch it early in the day, you don't get the bigger move. So the best move was, we're in that meeting. The best move was right at about 11:30 or so when it made that fresh low. But yeah, Mara $12. It's not going to be a level forever unless Bitcoin does something spectacular, which it hasn't done in a while. And I'm not sure we're going to get that. But the next one, Micron, I'd love to hear what's the explanation as why they're down 7.5%, everybody, because I don't pretend to know. Joe?
That's a great question there, Neil. So we're down about 7.5% here, guys, on the session. Sean and I covered this last night, but JP Morgan maintains overweight on Micron Technologies, but lowers the price target from 145 to 135. And as you can see, guys, we're continuously bleeding throughout the day here in Micron Technologies.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we both had this written down as a little bit of a confusing note, but I just wrote down that we wanted to go long. Initially, it was going to be 98 longs, but as that market opened up, we do not stand in the way of that. So 98 was actually there at the pre-market, so it was never going to be a level that we watched. Same as Tesla, right? When Tesla was there 234 at the beginning, you could drop $10. So we let that go, and thankfully we did, and then we actually just I guess, had a good idea. We were buying it there. We looked at 94, 95 again. I'm not even going to talk about all of this. We got out. We did this all morning. There's VWAP. We tried to reload it. We got out. I wasn't even here for this. This was just an automatic out. And then right into there, we came back from our meeting. We sat back in there, and I bought more 94s. Pretty simple trade for me. We liked it down here. I mean, I would have loved it a little bit lower. But then once that came through, we don't have any regrets again. All the way up right into there, into 95.50, and we just got another piece out right here. So it's the only position I'm in right now. It's a good one, I think. I like Micron down here, and the reason why that 95 possibly was a level, I don't know if it was going to be on the daily, but I must have just looked at it.
15 minutes, it's better on the
Maybe, yeah, but it was just coming into here. I don't know. We had a lot of this garbage. We gapped up there into 100 that one day from 95. Fills the gap back in. So as Neil said, maybe it looks cleaner on the 15. But at the end of the day, that was just a level and got lucky, really. I mean, it comes in. I mean, I don't know about luck, but it comes in right there. There's 95. We didn't drop it. There's 94.50. We were giving this name $1. So it turned out to be okay. Probably not even a good 1-to-1 ratio there. But hey, in the open, you never know what's going to happen. And we talked about that with Tesla. I thought we had a great short. Then all of a sudden, we got busted out of it. So I think that was okay. We probably will just trade. People asking about what's up, Diggity Jacobs. Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking at Tesla and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, no diggity.
At the end of the day, and Neil's going to have, I haven't really looked at that spreadsheet yet, but there are some names on there. We'll show it to you and talk about where those fills are going to potentially come from at the end of the day.
Well, I wouldn't suspect Micron's anything at the close. It's just not that kind of, not that kind of stock, you know. But I was looking at the 15-minute chart because my first thought was, well, if you're like, I don't know why it's down, and typically when a stock is, you know, widely held, institutionally held, it tends to catch a bid when it's this bad. I'd like to think it's interesting to me that Nike had a more linear bounce than Micron did. Like Micron retested the low, but Nike didn't. Really? You know, Micron, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But the 94, it was just this level on the 15-minute because I was like, there's zero chance we're gonna, or almost zero chance we're gonna get to 85. Unless it had been an actual bad quarter, which I was kind of hoping for the day trade. That said, I said it this morning, if we get to 85, all I need to see is go into this level, close, and hold it. So every time it's gone to $85, you can see on this daily chart, there are no holds under 85. It might get there at the end of the day, but the next day it closes above every single time. So if it gets down there and the next day it's closing above, I'm just buying the stock. And I'll probably give it to, you know, underneath this 78 area, which will be about 10. I'll probably just be like 10% risk on it because this level is 78 and that's roughly about that. So I'll just say 10% and it'll be under that level. And that'll work out. And that's a trade that I want to make on Micron. I think there's probably, some people have said in the chat, maybe it's the fact that they're looking to roll back the CHIPS Act money, which hasn't all gone out and that's bad for them. Okay. You know, maybe that's the reason. I don't know. I just want to make the trade off this if it gets to 85. That's all. Because somebody's been buying it at that stock, so why not join them if it happens again? I love that kind of a setup. I did it with Oxy when Warren Buffett kept buying it at that level. I just kept scalping it. And then until it stopped holding that, I think it was a $55 level or 54 on Oxy. So someone's doing it at a Micron 85, I'll join that party next time. And the good thing about it is because it won't get there for a couple of days, you also get that cooling down period working for you as well. Amazon Prime delivery. Ooh, man, we got a bunch of those. Shout out to my neighbors who were, you know, nice neighborhood, always collecting and holding our Amazon Prime stuff when we're on vacation because it's like there's just always stuff you forgot you ordered. And you're like, oh, shoot, got a bunch of packages. Hey, we'll pick that up so no one steals it. I've never had a package stolen.
No, neither have we.
Actually, I shouldn't say that. It happened once at the condo, but never at the house. But at the condo, whatever. Let's talk some Amazon.
Got to watch out for those porch pirates there, Neil. But here we go, Amazon, guys, down over 20% off of those all-time highs, but getting a nice bounce here on the day. We're still slightly positive, but Citizens Capital Markets reiterates market outperform on Amazon, maintains a $285 price target. Looking good here for Amazon. Past couple of days, we've seen the buyers start to step back into this name. Let's see what the boys think about AMZN.
Gotta check the cameras. There, see what's going on with that. I just want to say for Tesla, just in case something that happens, I don't know if it, Delta Nancy Bravo, DNB, something's happening. I don't know. We can check over that in a minute. I just want to say I will short Tesla up here. If Tesla gets to 247, where the 50-period moving average is, your boy's on that one. So we'll see if that can happen to that downside. And actually also thinking about punching this short right here, 244.50, going short Tesla on a 244.50 break. So if that happens, we're going short. If this happens, we're going short. Tesla, we're going short. But it has to come through first. All right, Amazon right now. Look, I think we've already mentioned this, man. Like, there's Amazon and then there's Meta. And other than that, I'm not sure I want to be in too many of the other Mag 7s. I'm already in them all, but it's just like, which ones am I going to look to buy? I just look at all these bottom wicks right now, 192, 191. I mean, they're all over the place in many different markets. And it's just like, that to me looks like a good buy area. So I think that's reasonable to pick something up in and around 191.50 if and when it gets back into those levels. So for right now, I'm not, like, for me to push the button on this, I think it's going to have to break above that 200 mark, which looks like it might do that anytime soon. So if we can open the day up above 200, then I think, I'll add to the longer term spot. So again, I'll average up, not average down. And that's kind of what I want to do. I want to pick winners, average them that way, see if we can, catch something with that. So we'll see about Amazon, but I want to try to average up. So if it breaks 200, then I'm not going to get in immediately. But for the longer term portfolio, I think that's something that we could like back up to the 50 and then we'll see. But as far as today is concerned, it's up on the day, which is nice, into a red market. So yeah, if you get anything to VWAP, fine. But like right now, I know we keep talking like it's this witching, it's that witching, but at the end of the day, that's nothing's really going to matter until like an hour or so from now, even a little bit longer than that. So yeah, let's just watch it. There's not really too many key levels there for me, but as far as a long term, above 200, we'll definitely take that. I'm not super excited about it. Maybe defending 195 would be something. I just have my eyes on Tesla more than this, and then obviously Micron, where we just got a piece out of, by the way, there on Micron right there. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this name. But anyways, I'm thinking about a little bit of a downside push, and we're going to look for Tesla for that trade. But I don't know, prime deliveries, yeah, we get enough of them at my place too. So
well, you said Meta. Meta's the one. I mean, I was always going to buy Tesla at 220, 222. I sort of said that, but Meta's the one that I got that on was it Tuesday of last week or Monday or Tuesday of last week. I think I filled on that and I filled on Nvidia. But Amazon 180 on a monthly chart, which, I mean, sometimes in this kind of a year, I'll go from the weekly to the monthly to find places that it's okay. Well, if you're trying to be a little bit more patient, like 180 looks really good on a monthly chart. And then on a monthly down at like 155. Like if it gets there and we're like, things look like crap, if things look really bad still, or maybe it's like you get bad earnings, maybe it'll be like next quarter, then you can always just wait for like 150. But I think there's going to be some good opportunities out there. Like I already said earlier, I just don't like Microsoft. Apple, no, haven't really been feeling them for a while.
yeah.
I mean, Nvidia, I think I don't have any issues with Nvidia. Google already owned too much of that one. It's like, I'm underweight in Meta, so that's been a priority because I want to have more of Meta and maybe try to find a way to trim some Microsoft, like waiting for it to pop to do so. But if we get down to this 180 level on Amazon, I think it'll be a good one. That said, for today, or in the short term, this one doesn't have much of a trade. Like I'm all eyeballing, oh no, QBTS, shoot. As I was just sort of saying that, there was sort of like a dark pool. It wasn't a refresher. It was 830 was on the offer of QBTS, but all the action, all of the prints were going off at like 829.5 this entire time that it was sitting there for 15 minutes and not breaking the 30. And I guess they broke through that dark pool seller right now. So I just want to look for some continuation off this 830 level. Like if it pulls back in and holds that prior barcode, just try to look for a cheeky little long that you can give to 825 because it was weird action. You're not used to seeing, like I'm not used to seeing a level like that get held, but not be held by the even dollar, be held by dark pool action at the midpoint. So someone was holding this at 29.5. So if it can come back in, maybe print some 31s, 32s. The flip side of that is,
wow,
could have actually just taken, the other thing is that you could have just taken the punch at 30, which is kind of you should have just punched. You would have got 31s long. And then you could have just, same thing. But if it dips back in, I'm going to buy it into 30s. and then just put a stop underneath 25 on QBTS. Just on another note, just to go over the quantum names, yeah, they just sort of continued their pullback. We never saw that 750 level for QBTS, so there wasn't an opportunity. I wanted to buy that reversion. It just shot up at the open and didn't really give you the dip buy at 750. But I want to buy into that 830, give it to 825, and see if there's a bit of a late day rally. They've been punished the last couple of days, and it's also SSR, down 22% yesterday. Rigetti was bad, but I think QBTS was easily the worst of it. Like, this is a company that shot up on their earnings, and in their earnings, they missed expectations on revenue when expectations were $200,000. And I think revenue was 60 grand.
Yeah.
The revenue, yeah, I don't have to expand on that. That really speaks for itself, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so, oops, what was that? 61. Ooh, that's the wrong stock. Ooh. I just put an offer thinking that the TQs was Tesla, but thank God the price was much different. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to get ready to go short on the NASDAQ. We'll see if we can get a print there, of course, on that one. But we are still waiting for Tesla. We almost got short there. I was actually waiting for the 50-period moving average. It came right into it and then turned around on us again. That's fine. We're still $1 in on Micron. That's still working. And the TQs, I'm still trying to get this short as well. But I was waiting up here a little bit more. I just thought maybe if we could drift into these highs. We wanted $62 short anyways. There it was right into here, $62. Looking at that level from yesterday afternoon, maybe we can fade off of that is what we were thinking initially. We had written down 61.50 to 61.62. So that was exactly the top, but whatever, man. I mean, it's we'll find more trades. So we're waiting for TQQ, top trade there. Also short on Tesla. I think we could get this one. I'm not sure about the futures. I mean, I think we get the both if the futures run, but I think Tesla can go by itself. So I'm waiting right here. The stop on Tesla is going to be the high of the day break of basically 247. Let's call it 248. So we'll wait to see if we can get that. Was that you, Joe? What's up, Joe? Oh, this guy's short Tesla. Okay, yeah. So we're looking to get short right now for sure. So
I'm looking at
247.50 is the high there. If we can get it, then good for us. We'll see if we can do that. I just want to tell you that the first area to get short is 246.85. So we're going to do that, and then we'll deal with it after that. We'll see what's going on. Then we'll average it into 247.40, which is the high, and then we set it and potentially forget it as we come back. And then? And then we get shut down? But no, we won't get shut down. But 247.50, that's going to be the spot. And yeah, so here we go. Yeah, Neil was saying that you were starting to watch that Crave. And then the one thing that we had mentioned, it wasn't, what was it you said? Oh, Last of Us is what you're looking to watch.
So yeah, the science.
Is that what it's called? It's called Last of Us, isn't it? The book? Yeah, wasn't it a video game?
It's a video game, big video game.
Yeah, so that's on there. That's an HBO one there. Or it also has, there's HBO Max. What's the other one? Not Miramax.
Stars?
Yeah, no, but there's another, HBO and Max are two different things. Okay, that's what Dara said.
Oh, I just sort of,
I don't know. Anyways, that's good. That was another one that we had watched last time.
On the blockchains. No and then? That's from Dude, Where's My Car? That's really from that movie?
No and then?
Yeah.
Is it?
Have I seen that movie? I'm trying to think.
Dude, Where's My Car? That's like 25 years old.
But I don't even...
That's with Ashton Kutcher, isn't it?
I'm not even sure I've seen that movie, to be honest with you. But if it's from there, maybe you know what? I probably picked that up somewhere else.
I don't think it is. It's an Adam Sandler thing.
No, I don't. No, I haven't seen Dude, Where's My Car?
It's a Saturday Night Live thing.
It is Ashton Kutcher?
Oh, no.
No, he must have also done it somewhere else then. Maybe he was on like SNL and redid it, or he redid it on a YouTube video.
It's just called Max now. I
don't think I've seen that movie.
Yeah. People are confirming. Yeah, Ramin said it was a drive-through scene. So yeah, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
It just never seemed like a movie I would watch.
Yeah, for some reason it seems like it's an Adam Sandler thing, but okay.
Apple has sort of a textbook possible revert, I think, coming on here. And again, you're going to find a lot of stocks that are really bullish. But if you look at the daily, like this 215 area, big support, and now turning into resistance. So you're rounding into that top, which is sort of head and shoulders-ish with these breaks. And so if it breaks this trend, I want to look short. I'm into that QBTS. I got 33s. try to get some 31s. And like I said, I'm just going to give it to that 25. So far, they seem to want to support it, but I want to short Apple on a trend break here. Who is I don't even know who the other person is in that movie. It's
no more and then. Oh, it's Ashton Kutcher, and then I can see his face, but I have no idea what his name is. He's like one of those
I would have seen the trailer
from American
for it.
Pie, the guy.
Oh, Stifler's in that?
Yes,
I'd watch
Stifler.
that then.
I think it's Stifler. It's Adam Kutcher and Stifler, but I have no idea what Stifler. What's Stifler's name?
Sean. His name is Sean. But he spells it S-E-A.
The wrong way, yeah.
I don't know what his last name is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what?
Sean William Scott. Saying thank you, Casey France. There you go.
There it is.
Stifler.
And then? Yeah, so I don't really know about that one. So, okay, yeah, what's up, Stifler? What's up, Stifler's mom as well? In White Lotus, 1 and 2.
No way. Get out of here. Awesome.
Oh, that's right. You still have to watch White Lotus.
No,
yeah.
I haven't.
Don't even watch Last
I made
of
a
Us.
list.
Don't even watch Last
I made a list of the stuff that I'm watching. For those that don't, if you didn't watch the show, Sean rolled up the rim to win and won 2 months free of Crave, which I had been mentioning. Oh, I've been thinking about getting Crave for a while, and so he sent.
I don't even have Crave, and I gave it to you.
He sent to me. Thank you very much.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
And yeah, so now I have Crave. So no break yet. Jameson's asking about SoFi. I'll look at SoFi in a quick little second, but. Yeah, the market's trying to get up here, so I'm thinking if the market doesn't, if we don't break out, this could be the chance to revert. Like if Apple doesn't get to the high with this push up, then I think it's a good chance for it to go down. Oh no, what happened to my black chart?
Stifler's mom has got it going on.
Stifler's mom.
Blah 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 blah.
She had a name in the movie, you know that. Not that anyone actually knows.
Stifler's mom?
Yeah. I think the running joke is that they did say her name, and then no one.
Oh, I'm sure she has a name.
But nobody remembers what the name is.
That's a tough birth name there, Stifler's mom. But okay, so we're now short Tesla. We're now short the Qs. It's funny that we were mentioning that we would get these, but I didn't think we'd get them both at the exact same time. So 2 new positions right now. But the thing is like the stops are already in, so there's not really that. Well, actually, I got to put this Tesla stop in. It's going to be simple. 248.01. End of that. End of. Go to the high of the day and take me out then, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll be and then we'll figure out what's going on after that. So right now, that's what we're going to do. We're going to rock with this. All right. Again, another position, the TQs, same type of thing, man. We like 62 there early. It's what we wrote down on the sticky note. There it is right there. That high is 62.15. So I'm feeling like that's maybe where we'll stop out, that 62.20. So we're going to be pretty light in these trades because if we're right, there should be a bigger move that comes back in. It should retrace down to the 200 period. I don't know about VWAP. But again, today, this is going to be a little bit different than... Not different than most days, but just we do have those imbalances coming out. And I mean, it's very, very rare. Neil and I, whoa, it even got bigger right now.
These are stupid.
Michael Scott. But there it is. Ford, Pfizer.
I should pull up.
COP, like Conoco, USB, Schlumberger, Merck. These are all New York names, but look at the volume that's here all ready to go. So these orders are ready to hit the market at 4 o'clock. So it's like, it's just like, there's a lot here, man. Buys and sells both ways. So I wouldn't, like even Nike's a buy 5 million. I don't know if it's going to hit or what, but these are affecting the market. So we still have an hour 20 right now. But just to let you know, this is like the interest that is here right now in many of these names. And like, even though Ford is 56 million, it's done 80 million on the day. You could try to go long, but you can see there's not much happening. No. There's a 4-cent range. So I would still try to trade this like normal, maybe going long at 10, hoping that this hits the market and pops it, but I don't.
Okay, well, here's a note.
It's going to get closed like that.
It's supposed to be a sell.
Ford is.
Yeah, Ford is supposed to be a sell.
I mean, we're talking about supposed to be's. These are just information that we get from our broker, and what basically the net imbalance inflows are.
Oh yeah, like that's just exactly. It's just what the S&P is actually doing.
Yeah, so we'll wait on that one. Okay, so TQs, I actually don't have that stop in yet, so let's put that in. 62, I said 21s, so we'll put that in right now. We're just short here at 50, so it's not, it's not rocket science what we're trying to do. We're going to see if it can pull back a little bit. First area to get out, quarters, then if that hits, great. So let's put a bid down there for about 25%. If we can get it, we'll take that fill down there, 61 quarters or so for that. And then our Tesla trade, we're just in this right now for the first, not for the first time, well, basically for the first time. I'm going to count this as what it is. Like we got stopped out, then it pulled right back in and want to give us a winner. But Tesla right now is a cup of coffee. But here it comes. Remember, we don't have any offers. I just got to make sure about this. So I'm waiting until up here, 250 high of the day, 247.50 for Tesla. So if it goes back up to the upside, we're not giving our day back. We're not going to do anything like that craziness or anything, but we will try it. So we'll try that play, expecting a bump up here, fine. But Tesla's just super strong today, and it's not a great idea to short it. I'm just looking, thanks for the idea in the chat, actually. If it goes against me, it goes against me. I'm responsible for it. I'm pushing the keys, but we'll wait to see if it breaks that high. I just thought, heading into the weekend, there could be some more negativity out there, especially around Tesla. So let's just wait to see. Do you rather be long or short heading into the weekend for Tesla? Let's see what winds up happening. Maybe that 250 is the ultimate short. So if we get blown out of this one, we're stopping out at 247. Our average price at that time, I'm hoping, will be around 247.25 or something. We'll be able to take $0.75 for a hit. So I'm pretty comfortable. We're just chilling out right now. We have very, very small. We have less than 1 unit. Well, we have about 1 unit of Tesla risk where we can max out at about 10. So I'd say we'll put on another 2 units or so at 50, and then if we lose, we lose. So here we go. Futures, the same. So as Tesla pops up a little bit, we have the futures doing this dance. My next futures offer is at 61.80, again at the high of the day. I'm just going to tell them, if the market wants to go up through the high of the day, fine. Then I'll lose on this trade. But I'm happy shorting near the highs on a Friday in this market. So that's
especially on a rebalance day where reversions are very normal.
Yeah, the rebalance day is what scares me. Actually.
Well, last rebalance day, I'm pretty sure the story was Apple was supposed to be a sell, and it was already selling off. So what do you think happened? Everyone was piling into the thing, was supposed to be a sell, and it did a huge rip your face off rally reversion on everyone's face. So when it's at the So to me, it's at the highs today. Either it wicks the top or breaks the trend. I want to take a shot at it on Apple. And then the good thing is if you happen to be in something and you're in the money when it gets close to the imbalances, then you have the chance to put a stop on it. If it goes against you, stop out. If it goes with you, great. Just sort of hold on. So I'd rather take those types of shots. So it's coming into the high. If it does a wick top high, like a rejection candle sort of thing, break the high, immediately come under, that's one way to short. The other one is simply to revert this trend. So that's one. That QBTS, it should have been anytime you see that barcode, it's you should just punch it. I just tried to sit on the bid. I didn't get anything but 33. I didn't get any 32s. I didn't get any 31s. I didn't get any 30s, but it's trying to get to VWAP. But ideally, you want to be long when it breaks that 30 level, either getting the 30 punch or getting the 31 punch to the long side. I just tried to get picked up on the way back in, and this was just a weird barcode. Sometimes you see that and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, somebody's holding it down, so if they're holding it down and it releases, just go long, but you want to take the actual break. Ron Williams says even AMD is near the high of the day. Yeah, probably because Kathy Wood's buying more of it, is my guess.
Okay.
And Kathy. Well, I'm just saying
I think these are the names, though, right? I mean, we talked about it with Raider Trader, and that was that
lagging names.
Right, the names that have lagged, if they are good companies, you can get in there and try to scoop some up. I mean, my pick for that...
SMCI?
No, it was Marvell.
Oh.
And I actually better start...
Oh, no, you already said Marvell. I
better start making some plays in here because this is starting to get a little spicy. If you break through the 70...
Isn't that?
Actually, what price are we at right now? Okay, we're almost there, actually. I wonder, I don't want to do it today, but that's a good break. 71.80... Let's just ramp it up to $72. I think all you got to get is back up to 85, and that's 20% right there. Boom. The market returns 13% on a year, so over the last, I think it was 70 years or so, the S&P 500 has averaged that return, dividends included in that as well. So that's a good return, obviously, for the market. I'm not comparing Marvell to that. I'm just saying, if you are going to swing something, boom to there, you don't have to even really be right. You have to be right about the direction, but you don't have to even get that greedy, I feel like. Getting out back at the 200 period might be worth a little something on that one.
One quarter for, Marvell's the kind of stock where a good quarter is 25,
right, it goes the opposite
25, 30%.
Right.
Whereas I'm looking, again, like I said, I'm looking at Micron.
Oh, come on,
but now I'm starting to think about SMCI too, because SMCI is riding the 50 period at $38. It's why not take a shot at that too. If it ever gets back there, his hindsight's going to be 2020. I think I mentioned this. I mentioned this level this morning for if SMCI breaks this channel, I'd look for some shorts. But there's the other side of that coin too. Like you could also just be long it there, and if it breaks the trend, to get out. And then you also have a shot play because this was just at $60. That's another 20%. Sorry, $20 was a 30% move to the upside. But eyeballs for me are on Qubits, D-Wave, and Apple. Apple didn't break the high, but now wants to break the trend at least. So we might get the trend break any second now here on Apple. A lot of people are like Tesla.
Yeah, I'm not
haters
happy.
Keep hating.
Just hold on a second here. I'm not that happy with this Tesla trade. I'll tell you why. We were just, come over to the chart, please, Ramin. This is like those high jumps that she used to do. We missed this trade by 7 cents. We were at 247.50. That is just like absolutely insane. That happened again. And then Tesla, and then?
No and then.
No and then. But yeah, so they and then to me right there. That is for sure on Tesla. Like, so that this should be like at least $1 right now. And we're just like, look, we're happy taking 70 cents. No, Tesla, come on, dog. Okay, well, whatever, man. You know, this is what trading is. It's just frustrating, man. Reasons why, obviously, I have no hair and whatnot, just pulling it out day after day over these trades. And it's like, we just absolutely nailed that. So I'm just going to say, shout out to everybody that believed in this trade. Because that was a good one right there. It literally is it's pretty unfortunate, to be honest with you, that we didn't get that, because I was biting my tongue because I almost was like, I'm just going to take it. You know, like, what if we don't get to that level? We wicked it 3 times. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go back over to this. We also got filled on the TQQs. So we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. And I know that I said that earlier, but because we were, but now we're even at a higher spot right now. Neil's got Qubits and Apple. We just ran that boom to the downside. This one's not as bad. This did not get to our highs, so I don't feel so awful about that, but we'll see if this can come in, man. 61.20. We're just having fun here again one more time. I hope you guys can see that and do enjoy the show, the stream, and everything that we're doing here. We put a lot of work and effort into giving this show to you guys, and as you can see, Fabian walking around here with a ladder, you know, risking his life.
He almost hit that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and
that was nimble, brother, nimble.
You know, so we want to thank everybody for that, but. You know, at the end of the day, this is what trading is. Yeah. You know, sometimes you get filled, sometimes you don't. You miss the tops, you miss the bottoms. Tesla's now $1 in the money. It would be $2 in the money, but we do miss that top fill, and that's fine for us, right? I mean, this is what happens. So let's just continue to, you know, watch the stocks, try to make the right plays and make the right calls. And if we don't, we don't. So right there, good trading. Hopefully the TQs can get a little bit lower. And Tesla might give us another opportunity. So let's not worry too much about that. We'll wait to see if it gives us that opportunity up here at 240. I said $2. I meant $1. 247.50 down to 246 flat right there. So we'll see if it can hold out for us. We're still looking for more. We're not giving up on this. That's what trading is all about. Let's get that next trade. Micron, $1 as well. We got a little bit out of that one. Other than that, you're on the quantum names. Netflix, maybe, Mara, Bitcoin. You know, Neil said earlier, every time we look down, it's at 84,000. Yeah. And guess what? It's at 84,000 again. So, yeah, that's Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is actually very barcoding, which goes to zero gravity Zen's point here, or question, I should say. Right. So, by the way, Apple didn't do the high failed break, but it did try to break the trend. So if it breaks the high, I'm out, because I think the high break fail is a different setup. In a bear market, do the equities move slowly like this? No. I mean, you can't, like one day does not really, like right now, maybe the market's not moving a ton. If I pull up any chart, like you have this slow grind, but we move like gangbusters in the morning, and you move like gangbusters yesterday. Like, volatility's been here. There's no question about that. And in a bear market, you have tons of volatility. Like, just go back to 2008. Like, just go back to COVID. Bear markets for day traders are the best.
Oh, geez.
They're the best. Just because this afternoon or any particular moment might not have the volatility you want. A bear market typically is fantastic for, I shouldn't say short-term traders of almost all ilks. Yeah. There's no question about it. Like, ask most people what their best year was in the last 20 years of trading, and a lot of people are going to say 2008 or 2009 or 2020 or the dot-com bubble burst. I guess that's over 20 years ago, so yeah. But you see what I'm getting at there. For day traders, those are some of the best years. But it doesn't mean every day is gangbusters. At all times of the day are going to be sick. So I'm into Apple. QBTS is, I mean, it's trying to get back down to pick me up. Like it pulled back in here. I'm sitting at 844 and 849, and then trying to get long again at 30. Actually, I think I'm sitting at 30 half, not 31. Yeah, that's silly because there's no point. Like when it's at a level, like if it's at 30 by 31, it makes sense to bid the midpoint. But when it's not there, it doesn't make sense. You might as well just bid 30 or 31. So I'm just going to cancel that order and reprice it to 831. I like to use, like on stocks like this, I like getting midpoints if you can. It's one of the advantages of real trading. Like when it's sitting barcoding at a level, instead of paying the spread, if you can get a dark pool midpoint and do it every single time, you just save yourself on this. So I might not be able to get this dip again, but we'll see if we can't get out in front of VWAP. Viper party like it's 1999.
Oh, yeah, we can party like this.
Those are good times.
Yeah, those were good times. In what now should be almost $2 in the money, we do not get that top fill. We miss it by 4 cents. Crimea River, Justin Timberlake. But here we go to the downside again as we continue to go, man. We just took it out there at 245.80. Look, man, I mean, I just hope that I'm explaining myself good enough to everybody out there. I don't need, to justify the positions to myself. I'm just trying to give you guys reasons why we like that trade. And there it is now. So we're out of half of this trade right now. So yeah, again, like the stock, like the movement here in the stock, but definitely understanding that, this is not without risk, right? I mean, these futures as we go could go anywhere, and I'm here for that, right? So let's just wait to see what winds up happening now with the NASDAQ, with the Tesla, all that. We actually covered more than half down there. This fill was a little more than I thought, so we are out right there near that, because look where we put the order, right at the bottom. I mean, that makes sense. So we just got not overfilled, but we got about 20% there instead of 10. So we have about 35% left right now on that trade, and then 20 handles in the money goes to TQs. We just got a couple trades out there as well. But okay, man, those were those, man. Are you asking me, Chris Elf, about target or what my target is on these plays? What's up to everybody? Sivash, everybody in the chat there. Yeah, just thanks for watching. I hope I can continue to do these trades.
Target.
And yeah, Neil's got something to tell everybody.
Well, apparently not yet. I'll talk about something else. So we're going to take care of some business, but we can do that at a later time for sure. But
breaking news, though.
Okay, we got breaking news with Adair, so let's go there.
Oh, boy.
Breaking news in the smaller cap land. Anyway, keep an eye on WOW. Nice pop to the upside here for this one. I'm seeing reports here circulating on X that a group led by a company called Digital Bride is in talks to acquire Wide Open West, and these talks have progressed. So apparently there's a progression towards some kind of deal for WOW, getting a little bit of a pop here. Keep an eye on this ticker. Back to you.
OW. Good one there. So I think, Chris, it actually was Target that they were asking about there. But we are ready to do what? To tell you that VinFast, the Vietnamese EV powerhouse, opened its new green series for orders earlier this week in Vietnam. The lineup features 4 models: mini car, ASUV, CSUV, and MPV, designed to enhance, Apple just stopped it. Enhance transport services and drive Vietnam's green mobility. The Green Series made a huge splash in Vietnam's auto market, racking up 45,813 pre-orders in just 72 hours, all confirmed with no cancellations. This unprecedented milestone not only sets a new record in the nation's automotive history, but also highlights the strong demand for VinFast green EVs among both individual buyers and service businesses. So far in January and February 2025, VinFast delivered over 22,500 EVs
nice number.
in the Vietnam market alone, already exceeding what they delivered in Q1 of 2024. Why can't Rivian do that? Shout out to VinFast.
Because Rivian's not VinFast, my guy.
Scan the QR code you see in front of you. True story. Was it 2 years ago? One time, maybe it couldn't have been last year. Maybe it was 2 years ago, but it might have been last year. I was heading up north, and I spent like a significant amount of time. I saw it was a VinFast, and I keep running into a bunch of Polestar vehicles around where I have my physio. But yeah, shout out to VinFast there.
Well, now you're not allowed to buy Teslas or anything anymore, right? So you're going to see a lot more of these cars.
What was the stat on it? Let me just go to Apple for a second. But there was what was it? Record number of. Shoot, I've lost my train of thought there. No, it wasn't deliveries. It was a different stat. Like there was a record number of
vandalisms.
No, we know there's the vandalism test.
I don't even know.
Shoot, no, I lost my train of thought.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
No, but Apple just broke through that high. So here's the thing about a trade like this. Ideally, you get short on the way up. But then sometimes you miss the curl, and I'll try to catch it on the way back. And like, yeah, leave your offers in there where you were trying to get short on the way down and that you didn't get, and then you still give it to the same high. Now, ideally, you're going to want to grab it on that backside. We don't, so is what it is. Rivian, 90% down, nice stock. No, it's not.
Rivian is more than 90% down.
Well, I'm not going to split hairs with it.
Its IPO was 108.50, I think.
Oh, my dailies, this will take forever. I should just do this. Because I'm already on a monthly chart on my e-signal, which makes it much more convenient. Just type in Rivian and get there you go. Because this is a monthly chart.
Yeah.
All right, so there's your 180 high.
180?
Was this, no, that can't be right.
Oh, man.
This has the open at 107.
Yeah, that's what I said, 108.50. It's something like that.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's okay. And then it doesn't really matter. So whatever that works out to. But I have said this. I got out of Rivian with the intention of
Ford screwed everybody like 10 times over.
Waiting to take another shot at it. Because the way the shots have worked on Rivian has been it's a great trade off 10, but it's only a trade. It's not anything but a trade. So the first time I played it here, I took nothing out, it came back down, and then I took some out up at the top, and then I trailed out the rest when it broke somewhere around like this support level at 12. I don't know, whatever it was. It could have been like 1180. I don't remember exactly where I put the stop, but somewhere around that. If it does the same pattern off the $10 level, ideally regaining the holding 10, regaining the 50 period, then you make the trade again. And that's not bad because then you're trading it from 10 to 11 bucks for upside 15 to 18, and it's doing that in like a month or a month or two, and it's done that a couple of times. So if you can take those kinds of trades on Rivian instead of trying to find the absolute bottom and hold it forever on a company that doesn't make money, did the same thing with Snowflake. It was probably way longer ago than I thought. To be honest with you. This was all the way back in November, now that I remember. Did a similar thing with Snowflake. And that's what you try with Nike, I think. You know, let Nike break this, because it's doing the same thing. And then when it does, take your shot at it, hold some for the drain, but if it breaks trend, just get out. I think I got out here, not there, recently. But yeah, it breaks the 50 period. You're in it because it reclaims the 50 period, so take some out at resistance, and then hold the rest until it breaks the 50 period moving average or goes parabolic in at 250. That's the thing I want to do with stocks like Rivian or stocks like Nike this year for swing trades. I don't swing very often. Usually I'll have like a few in a year, and that's about it. So I might finally get the fill on QBTS at 31. I'll still take it. Paco says Ford long until April 1st. Yeah, you're saying long until the tariffs. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Rivian. I mean, Ford brought Rivian to market, and then they got out of it, and then it's just been a real bad investment, man. I mean, you're never getting back to those highs for Rivian. So if hopefully no one's stuck long.
Wait till they reverse
north of 100. When they
not that doesn't count, everybody. For all you Mullen holders, that doesn't count. Sundial holders, it doesn't count.
Yeah. And it probably will reverse. I don't like any of those. Honestly, I don't like any of those names. I know Randy likes it at $10. I do not. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening. I'd rather just be in some of these other plays. Okay, like not the car game is what I'm saying. All right, so right into here, right there. We just got out of Micron. Good level. I don't know. I just didn't want it to break the 200 period, which it did, so we're out of that. The number one stock for me today, Micron, and it's not really even close. Okay, and then right now, we don't have any red names today, by the way, because Tesla is Successla, and there it comes right back into the downside. So now we're in the money more than $1. Thanks, Joe, for that conversation. Joe came back and was like, "Oh my God, my guy's printing over here." And Joe, you know, man, you've sat beside me for a while. You know what's good. But here it comes right back in now, in for Tesla. So we'll see, man. We're at 245, 51s or so right now. I'm not going to let that stuff happen again. All right, we'll punch out a little bit. Okay, well, this time it comes out. Bang, bang, bang to the downside goes Tesla. And Joe, I appreciate that. But Joe, it's
Another one.
right there as we go. The face slap is in the building one more time. And there it goes, man. Even when we had this trade, we gave the targets. Boom, shakalaka. What's up to all my NBA Jam friends? We gave this target right down here at the 200 period. So there it is, man. Merry Christmas. And to all a good night if you are long Tesla at the top. We could still get back there. But right now we have 25% left on Tesla. And right there, man, the TQs.
Another one.
Man, just have some water. All right.
What's for lunch?
Yeah, let's see. I don't have a button to hit. All right. So we somehow won yesterday.
No, wait. I'm going to make a call here. I'm not feeling it today.
Yeah, well, that would be the right call.
95% of those cups.
I think so. We've had a coffee pretty much every day because Randy's like addicted to going to this place every single day. And I just was like, I was even on the phone with Marissa. I was like, oh, Randy's going to want to go again. So here we go. Thank you, Ramin, for your vote of confidence and positivity.
I said win yesterday.
It is a please play again. So that is a...
It's just, whatever, it's chalk. That's like me saying Cooper Flags going to go number one.
Yeah, we've won. I think we're about 1 for 20 on that one. Yeah, so that's not good.
Oh, you're not including on the site?
Yeah, you get the roll up. Oh, yeah. No, I've done good on that. Like the Crave was good. I got the 4 months Sirius satellite radio.
Dude, 2 months on Crave is a better win than anything you're going to win.
Yeah, they're like $20, $25
How much is Crave a month?
I think 20 or 20. Yeah, I mean, it's a streaming service.
Oh, well, that's way better than... Yeah.
What?
Depends on the plan.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, I don't... See, the funny thing about these things is they just put a number out there. I'm like, I'll just pay that one. I'm not even sure. I don't remember what plan I'm on for Netflix. I really don't. And that's why I like Netflix and own the stock.
I'm on the maximum plan.
Well, I might be.
Because we have the 4K everything. We're nuts.
I just don't. I don't.
I don't know. I don't know.
It just comes.
The minute I have to worry about what my Netflix bill is the minute I must be in my grave. Okay, 245 right there. Look, man. I come here every single day, and we're just trying to do stuff like this, right? I mean, I love trading. You guys know that. I hope you can see the passion and everything every single day. So yeah, that's what it is, right? So there's a nice move. We're getting more out. It's at the 200 period. I know I'm still in 25%. Let's get down to 20 now. We'll just buy it. So I just bought some out right there. Take another piece out at this level and just see what winds up happening right now. The TQ's down to 61.50. So hopefully that can keep on going lower. Again, back into the 200 period. Fits like a glove, man. So, I mean, this is what we're doing. We're just going to continue to do that. We can put some orders out, see where we're going to get filled. But at the end of the day, what about here? 61 and change. Let's go to 61.11s. We'll put a bid there. Actually, we went to 13s. Oh, I'm already at 03s. So we're at 61.13. We're at 61.03. And for Tesla, I mean, we could have an oh boy moment here and get into this downside. So let's put this right here, 244.80. Let's go to 240. I mean, again, an option eligible level here. Let's go to a flat dollar level, 245 flat. So we'll go right there right now. Again, this is a $1.50 winner that we've talked about live here. Niels, I don't think anything's going on with qubits. I know you got taken out of the short on Apple. But other than that, man, we're going to have the big bangers here on the afternoon one more time. We had them this morning with Micron. We've got them here with the Qs. And we've got it here with Tesla. So, I mean, those are my positions. And the good thing about these positions are they came in as expected, live on the air again, so that's what we do. So hey, man, I'm just proud, like, of this trading that we're doing, right? I mean, this is why we talk about it here at Real Trading. You guys know I used to talk to all of the traders across the world that we had, and now I get to talk to you. So I feel, really blessed to be able to do that and just continue to sit here, get paid to play, baby, and that's what I'm doing. So we'll just continue to sit here, watch out for this market, and just relax as we head into what it's going to be definitely a wild.
And I got to show you guys
last half hour.
Just me 1 second to show you guys.
Yeah, go
second.
nuts.
But we did get filled at 31, so it came right back into that price that was held on QBTS, and it's just trading the range. You got 830 to 840, and VWAPs at 850. The other thing is, remember the early look imbalances? QBTS is an early look of 10 million shares to buy, which is an interesting coincidence because I can just pull this down. D-Wave is a net shares to trade of expected of 10.7 million. So it's supposed to be 10 million to buy. And I actually went through these, like some of these big ones. None of these other ones over 10 million are the expected direction in the notes. It's just QBTS right now. So I think it has that going for it. That said, remember, just because it's supposed to be a buy imbalance doesn't mean it will be. But I'll keep just sort of bidding at the 31 level with a stop underneath. And if it comes out the right way, fantastic. If it doesn't, then I'm just not gonna let it break out against me. Or break down against me. But if it breaks out, fine. Like NU did this 2 quarters ago, right? It was New Holdings. Same thing. New was expected to be a buy. Small cap name. It had a support level. I think it might have been VWAP, whatever it was, and it was early look was a buy, and it came out a buy, and you just were able to rally into it. Sean had that trade. I'm going to look at QBTS. I think I'll have it up the entire time. And Gladys is saying Palantir. I don't know. I told myself I didn't want to take the short on Palantir. I'm guessing, was it making new fresh? Nope. It is. See? Yeah, well, Palantir did do it. So there you go. Great look. Palantir did revert, or is reverting, I should say, because it's not nearly at VWAP just yet. That said, when it did this yesterday, it double tapped it. So it did a reversion, put in there, and then did a clean set of lower highs that you were able to also work off of. So when Palantir does this, like the path to VWAP was one that allowed you back in. So I'll look at this 90 level. Like 90 was yesterday's high. If it can start holding underneath that, there's another way to get into it. But I'll rinse and repeat QBTS. If I see that early look imbalance go from 10 million to 2 million, that's an easy reason to just dump the notion because it's expected 10. If it's smaller than that significantly, it doesn't matter. Completely insignificant. It's done 70 million shares today. If it's not double digits, who cares?
Yeah, $2 now on Tesla. We just got filled at 245.05, the bid that we said we'd have. So there it goes to the downside. We're just in such chill mode. What's up to my daughter who's at the batting cage right now? Hope you are swinging for the fences. And then right here as well, there goes TQQs. So oops, we did it again, 61.50 short there. So I don't know, man. What's up, Agent Ad? Yeah, Tia. I mean, yeah. That's the idea why I'm here, is trying to show you guys these. I don't have a negative name today. So I hope you do that. Follow Neil, follow Sean, great trades, all of those kind of things. I mean, you can always ask us at any time if we're green on the day or what. You can track it, make your own notes. Havana Woody has tracked my sticky note as well. So congratulations on that one. Whatever, man. You can ask us about the stocks we're in, anything that we're doing, why we're in them, what our plan of action was, what our strategies are, if we're heavy in a stock or not. You ask us whatever you want, we'll tell you. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for watching. I'm light now. As rate on Tesla, we have now about 10% left. Like, we don't have that much, man. This came not only did it come into our first target, it came into our second target. So, yeah. And especially when we said that quad witching was going to be a little, situational here in the rebalancing into the close. So yeah, like we're super happy with all of these trades. And then even there on the TQs, man, we were moments away from getting more shares, but we did not. So again, right now, 50 handles in on the NASDAQ, $2 in on Tesla. And yeah, Adara has something going on over there.
I do have something going on over here, Sean. I think it's worth noting, keep an eye here on Oracle. This is the second headline we've gotten today that has to do with someone other than Oracle in talks to take over TikTok. Earlier today, Oracle got this push to the downside with some volume after we had a report suggesting that actually ByteDance investors, so the people that invested in TikTok's parent company in China, they were apparently in the front running to be taking over the U.S. side of TikTok. Now we have some reports that Perplexity AI is looking to take over TikTok. So 2 take over TikTok related talks today that have nothing to do with ORCL, guys. Back to you.
I mean, if we keep trading like this, I might put a bid out for TikTok myself here. We'll get Kevin O'Leary on the phone. We'll see if we can get some backing right there. And maybe we approach TikTok with something. But no, that's interesting. We'll see what winds up happening there.
I feel like it's like everyone wants it and nothing happens with it because...
Well, they're waiting for the government, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, someone's going to have to make a deal with the government because I think Trump's like, nobody's getting it unless they cut a thing. Pretty sure that's what he said. Well, that's what we're going to be waiting around for. I still think your plays are, you get everything with Alphabet. You get a little piece of everything with Alphabet, and I think Meta wins in this regardless, in my opinion. If it gets sold, great. They don't have the algo, and that's good for Meta and Alphabet.
Oh,
either way. Oracle, Oracle's volume is actually really bad. Stick a fork in it, but I was going to say Oracle looks like a good reversion play.
Yeah, I did want to give a big shout out to IEX, who came through yesterday. The gentlemen were there when Joe and I were on the recap show. So I want to thank all you guys for dropping off the Yeti. And then this is a really nice quality right here. So I want to thank our friends from IEX. Again, go research them, go find them out again. They do have access. What's up, Fabian?
What do you want?
I have no idea.
Ramin, do you want mine? Is that what has to happen?
There we go. But I want to thank everybody from IEX for coming through. Make sure that if you are at Real Trading, you do check out IEX. So again, on your keyboard right now.
Ramin, if you really want,
get back in there and grab it. So thank you guys.
Yeah, shout out to them. And remember,
it's really nice. I mean, it's a
super. No, it's like a really nice. Man. Like the it's like the fit, like really light, breathable fabric.
Yeah.
On the hoodies, which is exactly what you want out of a hoodie.
So thank you.
Seriously, Ramin. I'm in love with the Yeti. I have a bunch of them at home. If you would like to.
Yeah, take it, Ramin. There we go.
Ramin's like, where's mine? I'm like, here you go. You can have it. I got my Yeti, man. And what's crazy about this?
This is the year of giving.
2 or 3, was it Monday or Tuesday? I was complaining about the fact that I'm always throwing out cold coffee. And next thing you know, I get the Yeti. I can throw it in there. And when Randy brings it, I'm able to actually finish my original cup of coffee. Or, it's just, it's a year of giving.
I do want to say, your battery's a problem. Thank you so much, Hal R. I always look at it, it's what I say to my daughter. It's like, if not you, then who, right? And I mean, this is the thing. I have to sit here and put the trades on. So it's just like, I have to follow the trades, follow whatever I think, and just go from there. You can't, if we do what everybody else does, then, you could see different results. So I have to follow what I'm doing. So I just want to say thank you so much to Hal R. I mean, this kind of talk does mean a lot, as we try to improve every single day. So I just want to say thank you so much for that one. And that Tesla trade is really, really something else. So I do want to thank you for that. And we just got another piece, by the way, right there at 244.50. Like that's a $2 winner right there. And we missed double the position by 7 cents up there at 247.50. So, all right, now we're actually only have 5% left. So right there, we actually hit all of our targets. First target was right around 245.90. Then that next target was the 200 period. And then we just banged it out right there at the bottom of basically at the bottom of this move that was back at 1 o'clock. So pretty good trading, to say the least, right there. And then the TQs, I'm not trading by me, I'm just saying the Tesla's trading really well to the downside, as we sort of looked at. And then we just got another fill right here again at target, basically, for the TQQs. So we have 10% left of the TQQs now, and we just have under 10% left of Tesla. So far, so good. They're both around that number. And I don't know, even if it goes back, we're playing with house money now. So it's all good. We'll wait to see if there's any imbalances coming through. Even despite we don't have a negative name today. Despite, when I say we, I mean myself. I don't have Tesla and the TQs. We got out of Micron. This is my number one P&L name today again. And generally that's what's going to be, is if we make a big trade off the open, like we did right here on Micron, that's generally going to be one of the things. So here's Micron coming in on earnings. We didn't understand why it was even down in the first place. We bought that bottom and took it out. So we were at one of our highest levels we've been at all day right there. Then it came back in. We lost a little bit there. Then we battled back, got it back, made money on Micron, and that's that. So that's going to be my number one. And then we've only traded 3 symbols today. TQs, a bunch of trades early on this, man. It's like we went short early, then got stopped out there, then went long, made that money, got stopped out of our last little piece, went short, in again, stopped out for flat. So, I mean, obviously right there, that one was a good trade. What's up, Brendo? That was a good trade. And then we just went cooking again right here at 61.50 back into the downside. So yeah, it's been that kind of a day. And we're just really happy for it. We'll wait to see if we can put some damage in this market back on for these imbalances, which are coming out pretty soon. We could have a quick look at them. I mean, wow, now Pfizer's in there for $59 million. That's so funny. Like, come on, man. 59.59, like 2020s. Like, what is up with that? Right there. So there it goes, man. Hey, what's up, Mayshawl again? Thank you so much for the super chat. We're here, baby. So there it is, man. Thanks, Superhero, for that Tesla trade. Yeah. So just come back. That's all we want. And we filmed some new subscription things, and that's all that I was saying. Just make sure you share, like the stream.
Oh, nice.
Come back next time.
Yeah, we need some new stuff.
Yeah, and let's get going. So that's what we're doing. And again, just thanks to everybody. Hopefully you're having a good time with us, as I know we are, and I know Joe is. And Adaira's there at the desk for news. We've got Ramin over there. She's stretching right now. She's going to show us her hurdling or her high jumping.
It was a high jump.
And then Fabian just chilling out as well over there. Yeah, thank you to everybody.
I saw Fabian doing some work to improve the appearance of the show and how smoothly it runs. Shout out to Adair, who's going to join me in the aftermarket show tonight. We'll be able to go over whatever happens at the close, whether we get what we had last quarter or we don't. Certainly, I'm expecting there to be some things. And like I said, I'm going to probably be pretty focused on one of these imbalance type names, whether it's QBTS or Broadcom or DoorDash is supposed to be a big ad. I'm not terribly concerned. Like, I look at a Pfizer that you just showed, $65 million to buy, and it's supposed to be a sell, and it's Pfizer. I don't know. It just seems a little food. Why did this not here? If I can just do this. There. I don't use that feature enough. I can have it here and just click on Pfizer, and it automatically changes to Pfizer.
Yeah.
So it's weird. I don't use that feature, and it's so convenient. It's a buy. The only way I'd be interested is if you're right at the low, and you have a chance to grab this maybe off the bottom and then take a shot where you can throw a stop underneath there and have a tight stop trade to get like 2s, 3s, or 4s. That's the kind of trade you want for Pfizer because the entire day's range is 30 cents. So even with a gigantic imbalance, you might only be able to get 10, 15 cents out of it. So you want to risk 3 or 4. That's the idea. It's kind of like QBTS. If 30 goes, I'm out at 29. And I'll play that as long as the imbalance holds, as long as it holds this level, and as long as the imbalance holds a bid, which is still, wait a minute. It was just there a second ago.
Wait a minute.
It's still there, like 6.5 million. So it is pairing off. I said if this got down enough, it's still 6, it's supposed to be 10. The paired action is still about what we're expecting. But if it gets way too small, then I'll just get off the bid and no longer want to reload this one at 31. For now, I'm still bidding it. And we'll continue to try to grab it. I don't know if we'll end up getting Palantir. This might have been one where if you just sort of trust your setup, you'd already be in it, and then chasing the move to the downside doesn't make a lot of sense the later we get into this. And Lewis on the chat, what do I mean by the imbalance? So the open and the closing auction, or just or even when a stock halts, right? Like the manner in which they open a stock or close a stock or open a stock after a halt is done with an auction. And in that auction, there's a period of time that you can enter market on buy, market on sell, limit on buy, limit on sell orders. And they take all of those orders together and they publish at 350 on the NASDAQ in New York, they will publish what the net order imbalance would be. Like they take all of your limited market orders and sort of do a matching. They match them together and they get an equilibrium price. And at 350, they tell you what that theoretical equilibrium price would be, or they do give a price that you can have up here. And then they'll also tell you which side has the imbalance. There's too many buys, there's too many sells. Now, what we have here is the early look from one of our brokers. It just shows you what's going into it. Like if they came out right now at 320 instead of 350, then Key would be 10 million to sell and QBTS would be 10 million to buy. It can mean the stock will go up. It doesn't automatically mean it. We just find it's not a bad opportunity to take some shots. And then I went to Palantir, meaning to click on QBTS and go back to that stock. So yeah, if it comes out a bid, then I'm going to want to add to that position right away at 350, some. And if it continues to go, maybe try to add on the way up. And ideally either take it out somewhere off the high or throw it into the auction at the end of the day. So those are your options on a stock like that. We have a video up for that. You can actually just Google it. Trader TV Live has a couple of videos on the auction that are in the imbalance locator specifically that you guys can check out.
Okay. Right. So I just put some more bids down there. We actually got some more outs on TQQs. We're just flattening out our positions right now. What's been a long week, very, very successful week. Not sure if I don't think I have a red day this week. We could though. I can double check. But good way to end the week. That is for sure. today. And yesterday was a great day. Today also not too bad. I saw someone in the chat there. Was it you, Charlie, or who it was? Wanted to look a little bit at Mara or try to figure this all out today. I'm not like convinced that I necessarily want to be into too much here right now. Again, really like these levels. We're just now 25 minutes away, right? At 350, those imbalances we're just talking about will become public knowledge, and then we'll wait to see what's going on with them. Tesla right now is $2.40. And looks like it wants to even go lower right now and really print out, right? So hopefully that stock does continue to work out for us. But Mara could be a trade there. Coinbase, we could take a quick little look. What just happened right there? What did we just get there? Oh boy. I mean, you put the bids out, you get the fills, it looks like anyway. So here we go. That's what I'm doing on the side here. You see me putting in orders. Right there, 61. So we just get a 61 fill down there on the TQQ. So that's a good little trade there as we get that level right there. So now we wait for VWAP. And then I do have a Tesla bid as well, down even lower than where we are now into this area. So if that comes through, that'll be all good for us. We'll see if we do get any options to do that coming in. You guys can talk about anything you want on the chat, and I will have a look. I mean, I'm looking at the chat. I want to say what's up to Afterstar, TP here, JP Swede. Thank you so much. Tia, thank you so much for all your comments this afternoon. Agent Ad, what's going on? Tom H, Jameson, of course, Bears versus Bulls. We love you, my guy. So thank you for everything that you're doing as well. Normal, special. If you're normal, you're special. That's for sure. No matter what you're doing in life, man, just stick to who you are. That's the best thing about it. And that's what we've really learned to do. I don't worry about everybody else. Like I said, if you want to know anything about anybody, you ask us. I'm not gonna talk about that. But what's up, Adara?
Just ahead here of the rebalances, I thought it might be fun to take a look at how one of the indices that's going to be impacted has performed so far this year. This is the S&P 100. Palantir is going to be one of the tickers added to the S&P 100 as of this rebalance. But how are its current members doing so far in the year? So here are the top 10 performers in the S&P 500 year to date. We have CVS, Philip Morris, GE, Amgen, AbbVie, Intel, AT&T, American Tower, 3M, and Berkshire Hathaway here in the top 10. Let's take a look here at our worst performers. Not super shocking here. Tesla's leading off the list. What's more surprising is that 4 of these names are actually Mag 7 companies. So Alphabet here, it does show twice because we have both Google and Goog, so both tickers performing differently here. Apple also here, as is NVIDIA. Some of the other names down here include Broadcom, PayPal, Salesforce, and Target. So really a lot of these tech names and some staples or retail names getting hit pretty hard this year. In terms of the names that are strong this year, a little bit of tech and a little bit of these different names like Berkshire Hathaway we have coming through here, Amgen and AbbVie, some health plays. So check this out on X at TTV Research for a better look. Back to you.
So I got out of TQs there. Starting to go back up to the upside. I don't know. I was going to stop out we only had 10% left, so I just punched it out right there for 35 handles. That's it. Right at these levels, 61.10. We're out right there, done. So we're done with the TQQs, and it was a good trade right there so far. We're, like I said, up on everything there. It goes up to the upside, so we'll wait. And then the other trade that we're waiting for right now is Tesla, similar thing. This one I'm not just going to punch out immediately. We'll see. Like Tesla could sell off even more than this. Again, we have under 10% on this one, so this one could be something that we look at here into the close for a possible move back underneath. We're going to stop out if it gets above 246. So that's going to be a trade there that we'll try to see about. But 246 and change there for Tesla is where I'm thinking about stopping out. So that will be a trade that we'll put on and get out of that if it does go. So yeah, that's it. If Tesla gets above 246, we are getting out of that one. All right, ELF. Yeah, ELF Cosmetics. Yeah, I just realized this yesterday when it stands for eyes, lips, ELF face. ELF Cosmetics. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, ELF eyes, lip, face. Right there.
It makes obvious sense, but I didn't realize.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either until I saw the ad at the hockey game the other day. But there it is, man. ELF Cosmetics. I mean, this is another one of those names that I wish I knew a little bit more about it. I was in trouble when I was supposed to be buying this thing a while ago and it popped up. But right now, glad we didn't do anything. If anything, I like Ulta Beauty. But ELF Cosmetics down here, Pretty bad, man. I mean, we were just at 130 back in January, all the way down to $62 right now. Like, talk about a lot of these names just giving it up, man. Elf Cosmetics, again, made in China there, I believe, anyways. So we'll have to wait to see if it gets any love in this tariff talk. But yeah, Elf downside. And if people are worried about, money and, paying bills and stuff like that, maybe they get away from makeup. I don't necessarily think that that's the truth. Ulta's not Ulta, is it? Yeah, it is Ulta. Okay. Yeah. So Ulta Beauty as well. I mean, I just have a quick little look there just to see. I believe this would be the best of breed again, but, we went from 130 right up here on Elf down to, we just had $62. This name goes from 450 only down to 350. So, and you are coming, okay. I've wanted to get into this, so this might be a good opportunity to do that. Right into here around 330 or change for Ulta Beauty. This could be a good little level there. Again, a retail name. I just, not a tech name. So that would be something to diversify a little bit.
Retail. Just very quickly here, I'm going to be flat on QBTS because I reloaded right before it broke 30s. I wanted to just quickly, I'm going to show you guys another there. That's when I look up. I want to be able to show it at the same time. It did stay at 10. So what's been happening on this is it's been going from 10 million and then it'll flash down to 5 or 6 million and then it'll come back to 10. So it did that and then broke the bottom. So I might just end up waiting it out. I would anticipate, let's put it this way, like I'm not one of the traders there's traders that will risk their month on closed trades on a day like today. I'm not going to be doing that, but I'll certainly risk, more on a potential closed trade if it sets up. But I don't want to have that happen before 350. The idea is after 350. I don't mind being in it if it's still a buy imbalance and it's holding levels. But I said the second it broke 30s, I reloaded 31s. I got out at 28. I believe we got 28s there. So we had scalped some up, but we had just reloaded in the third time. And I was never getting out enough of that to make it a positive trade because trying to hold it for 350, which is still going to be the plan of action. I'd mentioned Pfizer was near that low with that buy imbalance. It's another one as well worth watching, at least for myself here, because you've got a double bottom at this 26. If it got to 26 and we're still there at 350, that becomes a play where you could have a stop at 59 and the risk reward really favors taking a shot at just it coming out the way it says. Because Pfizer is supposed to be a sell, whereas QBTS, I'm focused on it because it's supposed to be that 10 million buy, and it's still showing that same thing. So that's where my mind is at. John London, Apple imbalances. So the early look is just for the New York. It's just for the NYSE. The NASDAQ, you're not going to have any idea what the NASDAQ is until it comes out at 350. We just happen to get this because it's just a different system. Like they have the floor handhelds at the NYSE. And so as that data comes in, there's always been these early look sources for here. And it's piped into our feed, our imbalance locator feed here at PPro8. So we take advantage of them when we can. I think QBTS being a quantum name has good volatility potential in it. So this is the one I want to take the shot at. Because if it goes, we know it can squeeze. About 15, 20 minutes to go. When these start tightening up, then I think there'll be more opportunities to get back in. But yeah, I don't know. There was one chance to get Palantir for the short, and I didn't take it. I took Apple instead. I'm not going to chase this move to the downside this tight to what I think are going to be some big imbalances coming through. If we see anything pop up or you have any questions, just always let us know. And I do suggest for anyone that's never, like if you've never seen it before, pick something and, like if you see a big imbalance, just pick it and watch the price action and learn something. NU was great that one day. There was Apple last time was insane, the move that we saw in Apple in the last 30 minutes. And certainly there's a lot of opportunities that many traders take advantage of. So that's where my focus is going to be in the last 20 minutes. Hopefully QBTS lets me back in, but you never really know.
Yeah, I mean, Neil's talking about those imbalances, of course, and we've actually showed you guys live. We had Palantir on a huge move. I think we might have had some of that Apple, and we definitely had that new holdings on that move as well. So I'll be here guiding you guys through all of that and as they come through. So it's 3:30 right now. We'll see if we're taking any opportunities. I don't know. As Neil mentioned, we just take what is given to us. That is for sure. Yeah, so what's up, Charlie? You mentioned Costco. Am I adding any to it? I'm not adding anything right now to anything. But at the end of the day, yeah. I mean, I'm not in Walmart. I'm looking at 72, 73 for that one. I think we can get into some Walmart down there. there. But this is also doing that thing, like where you haven't been at some of these levels in forever on, not as in price levels, but breaking through the 200 period. So it's just, this was such, the thing that scares me about a lot of these names is it was such a swift move down, like it was real fast to the downside there, right? And so, I don't know. That's why, like, you don't normally see this kind of move in a Costco. And their quarter was actually pretty good. They had a good quarter, and it's just, this is the move down. Retail right now just not strong. So, you know, if you're looking at one name, I heavily prefer Costco to Walmart. But at the end of the day, you know, I think it's a little too early. But if you are dollar cost averaging, as you know, that's the famous thing when everything goes down, we say we're dollar cost averaging, but at the end of the day, that's a strategy. And if you're looking for that for Costco, then just don't run out of money. I think right now is a good opportunity to do that. So 886, 900, whatever. I'm not even too picky about the price, but I think Costco at this level, yes, Charlie, would be a buy, but I'm not adding anything into anything. I'm waiting for that one capitulated move to the downside. I did the math, I didn't do the math, my thing did it for me, 16% cash right now for myself. And that's because I just put a kind of decent amount in there. We had RRSPs, TFSA, topped them all off. Plus we've been selling some stuff at the top. I mean, whatever. I talk about my positions all the time. And then the other retail name. So again, I don't want to buy Nike. The one name I wouldn't mind in the retail space, I don't mind our friend Starbucks to get involved with that a little bit as well. So I could see myself doing some Starbucks trading as well. But yeah, this looks very similar, right? And that is Walmart. Walmart coming back into these levels, very similar. The only thing different about Walmart is it doesn't have the 200 period. Oh, let me look at that again. I was going to say it didn't look like it had broke the 200 period moving average, but I'm just going to use it. Yeah, so it's the same thing. That was a legit 200 period. So right there, we're still underneath, above the 200 period moving average. So for me, I'd like to see Walmart break it, get that move down into here. I don't like to see it break. Oh, did I say 73? I think 78 right there would be a good level for me. 73 is this whole gappy area right here. So that would be like the last time I would buy it, probably right there. And then at that point, we just let it burn all the way down and see what happens. So I think first area there, first tranche, 78 for Walmart, then 72, 73. So that's what we're talking about. It looks like Heathrow Airport is back up and going at some point now. We just sort of...
And it was an accident.
Yeah, hearing a little bit about that. Non-suspicious, they're saying. I don't know.
Well, there was some conspiracy stuff.
To me, that kind of makes me think that it's pretty suspicious. But anyways, you guys over there in London, I hope everyone's safe, obviously. And yeah, we just report what we hear. So it is non-suspicious. So I don't know that much about it. I just woke up and heard about it and hoping that everybody was safe. And I don't think there was any casualties or anything.
I don't think so.
So that
was some shenanigans for flights, but... I mean,
yeah, well, that's it, right?
You're not...
Yeah, hopefully everybody is safe there, and it sounds like they are. So, yeah, congratulations to anybody that was short some of these plays. But the market is still open, 25 more minutes. So, again, that's some Walmart look, some Costco look. Another name that I think could be a long-term play as well at some of these levels would be Netflix. Again, a name that we talked about there, not tariff sensitive, I wouldn't think. Obviously sensitive to the consumer, but what a nice move this one had. If you're talking about a tech name that just really... I mean, it could fail for sure. You know, subscribers could go down. That's for sure. They could miss on their number. This is the worry spot for me with everything right now is the fact that we still have the quarter to go. And I don't know. I saw Nike there. I saw FedEx get destroyed. And it just, to me, it's not great signs that all of this is happening. So, yeah, we'll try to stay away from some of these plays for now. But Netflix, I really like. I really like Netflix down at this level. So, yeah, you get back into 800, 850, 860, 900. I definitely think that those are good levels for the long term. Other than that, you know, Meta and the other one was Amazon for some levels because I think for Google, we're still in it.
Although for me, XLF's the next thing that'll hit. That's
XLF, yeah. Again, XBI I like too, actually.
So 46. I like the weekly. I like the weeklies a little bit more. What up, Joe? He's resting up for the close. And
Ramin just basically just sold you out there pretty hard there. So.
Nah, whatever, man. Take a break, chill, relax. No, it's all good. No, all I was saying is I like the financials. When we gave our picks for the year, we all knew it was going to be a tumultuous year. You don't have 20% back-to-back and then have a clean year on the S&P or the NASDAQ. It's just not going to be the case. I mean, We'd all love for that to be true, but I do like the financials this year. this is one area where I am sort of done with the individual, and part of the reason for that is you haven't had everything you wanted to see, particularly out of the administration when it comes to easing of financial regulations. Or like, where is the FTC? Like, where are they lightening up on M&A? They're not doing that. They haven't lightened up on M&A. So I suddenly don't like the investment bank specifically as a group as much as I used to. So I end up here just picking like XLF. So I'm going to buy this one the next time. I mean, it gets close on the weekly chart to 46. I think I already have a stink bid in there at either 46.42 or 46.69 because that's how I roll. And then I'll probably adjust the next quarter, do the same thing. And that is one buy I'm going to make. And I just showed you where I'd like to do it, or why I'd like to do it, because of that moving average on eSignal, which I was just showing you that I use. And the best thing about eSignal, I think right now, outside of it being a fantastic platform, is that there's a free month for you guys to try it out. You know, at the end of the day, 1 month free, you like it, great. Your trading gets aided by reliable charts with all the tools and indicators you can imagine, with tick replay, with back testing and forward testing, API access, level. You can have direct level 2, which I was just showing you. Like we had the quote up of XLF, so you can use that. The imbalance locator is available with eSignal as well. So it's everything in one spot, and it's highly customizable, right? And it's entitlement based. If you want to have level 2, you can. If you don't want to have it, you don't need to have it. So you can customize it to your own trading plan. So check it out, scan the QR code you see. I think it's a fantastic tool. As a matter of fact, you see me start to integrate it a little bit more. Like I think like every single week I've been trying to add one new thing. You know, like I had I put the trade rate up. Now I want to make sure that I get some kind of I want to do one of those like pulling back into prior day support or high levels. We used to have some of those indicators. I like those. So I'll try to figure something out there. Like what are the Oh, there we go. I was like, what? PayPal? My hot list had PayPal at the top, and then I realized it was scrolled down. I'm like, there's no way PayPal's leading it. No, but you have NVIDIA, RVSB, Tesla, Palantir, SPY, Apple, Qs. Like those are the ones that are moving around the most. I'm going to guess RVSB is some small capper that's going nuts at this moment. But you never know. Like you get an indicator, maybe this is doing something. Oh yeah, you know what? I filter and I didn't save my layout after You got to do a volume filter, because what'll happen is a stock that does literally nothing has one print like this, and then it goes to the top of your list. Like it's done 72,000 shares in the day, and it did a 50,000 share print in this last 3-minute candle. So I got to put my filter back in, and that's the best thing about it. I can filter it for, let's just say, 2 million volume on the day, and if it hasn't done that much, or relative volume of X, or market cap of Y, and you can do those sorts of things. That's what we like about eSignal. Shout out to them. So we're still, where is it? Yeah, it just keeps on, there it is.
What? 83 million?
Still there.
One? Pfizer?
Pfizer is getting huge.
What the Pfizer?
Why can't it be, if it was 349 instead of 339, I think I would have been in it. Yeah, 83 million shares. What's it done on the day? This is ridiculous. It's done 36 million. There's no way. There's no way. 86, yeah, that's huge. Pfizer, QBTS, those are the two right now that I think I'm going to be watching for like 10 minutes. Anything can happen, but that's huge on Pfizer. Who wants Pfizer that badly? Hasn't been that good, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, I hope I hope everybody has saved some bullets for the close. I probably won't be doing anything. We're already having a really good day, and as Neil said, I don't want to risk anything on a gamble when I hope I'm proving to everybody that at least I know what I'm doing a little bit here. And like I said, we've gone 3 for 3, and we're really feeling the trading these days. So we'll still take it. Like I said, I think the last couple ones we had New, we had Palantir, we had some of that Apple. So, we're definitely 3 for 3 the last time we've seen it. So we'll be back here watching out for some of those as well. I did take a third of what we had left out on Tesla right there when it broke the 50 period. Remember we said 246? That's going to be the ultimate out for it. I just didn't need it to drift up over the next 10 minutes. So I did take another piece out right there. So that's a good one. And then hopefully we bang a little lower on this. I'm at 244.20 right now. If that can come back in, that's $1 from here. So we'll wait to see if that can come through. Hopefully that can, and that will. Pfizer's been just an absolute disaster stock to sit in, but at least it's not tanking. It just hasn't done much for 6 months. I was just looking at it, and it was just like boom, boom, like wait. There it is. So 6 months, did I get that right? No, back to November, I guess. So at least it's still where it is. It's not doing anything. There's a lot of stocks, of course. I mean, we actually have something for that do something right now. I don't really want it to do something. I bought a little bit of Pfizer in these levels. I don't even know where, but at the end of the day, it's kind of a chase for yield, probably 3 or 4%. Coming back in, this looks like a decent area to buy down here, 24, 25. But I'm not super excited about Pfizer. I just calling it up because it was on that imbalance. The one that I'm looking at and that I need to start to buy now because we're so down. We first bought some of that, not so down. I was looking, I think it was down about 6.7% or maybe 7.6%. It's one of those things on XPI that we looked at recently. So we did buy some around, we were looking at that $100 break rate. Was it right there? We didn't buy the break. We bought this pullback. So yeah, so that's where we bought it. So we bought it at 100. We didn't buy this break. We bought this at 100. I think it was right here, actually. Must have been there. It did go up. We're not getting out. This is meant to be, anytime I'm buying an ETF, pretty much trying to hold on to it. I like the biotech thing because again, people are getting older, technology is getting better with AI in there, with potential for more buyouts. This is a big space for buyouts. The biotech probably the #1 space. So we'll wait to see, but this is downside. So we bought there at 100, then we bought in this area here, so stuck like 91, 92, giving us an average price of around, I would think it's probably around 95, but at the end of the day, we were either down 7 or 6% on this because I just looked, I was telling you, I just looked the other day and was looking at this stock again and thinking that it's time to buy. So I'm going to have to do that, buy some more extra. I don't have to do it, but I think this is a good spot for that. Again, get some, what's in there? Moderna. And Moderna is not a great stock, but other good stocks, AbbVie. I don't know. There's I believe Biogen, a bunch of
Merck's in there.
Yeah, everything's in. Yeah, the top 5 are all the names that you already know: Eli Lilly, Merck, Biogen, AbbVie. I like XPI.
You still have to pick one.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah, that's why. And the other one is just IBB, which is another name. So again, all you're really doing by getting into these is you're giving up that 2 or 3 points a year probably. I know the management expense is a little bit less than that, but there's rebalancing and there's this and that. So I just feel like if you knew a stock and you really liked it, you could get involved there. Looks like the IBB is holding out probably a little bit better than XPI, so I'm going to find out, maybe what the difference is there. But at the end of the day, it's not that great. I was looking at JP Morgan. So what is XLF? I'm going to check out JP Morgan versus XLF because right now JP Morgan up that 1%. Okay, we just got...
JP Morgan has to be beating the XLF. It has to
today? No, I just mean today. I don't know.
Today I don't know. Overall, it's going to crush. The best stock inside of an ETF is always going to destroy the ETF. But today, that's what I'm saying.
XLF is down, and we bought JP Morgan, man. So I try to buy best of breed. So there it goes. And we actually bought it. We were up a couple percentage points on it. We bought it over here. I think it was $30.66, something like that. What is it on here? Yeah, something. So we're up about $1 and change here on JP Morgan in the Canadian CDR. So that's what we're doing right now. Other than that, we just wait. We only have a little bit of time left. We did get stopped out right there. So let's just go ring that siren. Was a good trade for us. So it turns out that honestly, we're up about 5 times more on Micron than we are on anything else. But Tesla is there and the TQs. They're both about, that's TQs. Sorry, I was looking, where's my stop on Tesla? There it is. So there's the out that we just took for a third of what we had left. We only had 5% left, so that's 2%, and then about 3%, and we are now gone out of Tesla. So #1 stock today for me, Micron. We're up 5x on that one, as opposed to the TQs and Tesla. So we lost a little bit. We lost a latte there, made a latte there. A little bit more than that, but at the end of the day, boom, a couple tires, as we talked about last week. TQs and Tesla, both really good trades there to show you at the end of the day. And do we get stopped out of the TQs or what wound up happening there? No, that's right, we punched out. So we punched out of the TQs right there at 10s once we went back up to the upside. So that looks like a good out for us as we get flat waiting for the imbalances. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're glad you're here with us.
Absolutely. And someone said, you guys should buy SoFi so then the little guy can win too. I already own some SoFi. I did cover a third of it. I wanted to say recently, but I'm probably realizing it was like it was probably like third quarter
always
last
longer
year.
than you think.
It is, because like time really flies. So I probably, it might be close to a year ago, the last pop that I sold into. But and I said at the time, it was actually a mistake. I didn't even, some things it's like Rivian. It's like it didn't matter that it made a 40 or 50% move. It was how long did it take it? It did it twice and I got it once. And what was the opportunity cost that you could have in it? That's the thing that you've got to think about there. So watch out for the normal special, Roblox. That's one. Roblox, yeah, like I should have checked to see if Roblox has that would be a name if it had a big imbalance. Ooh, good day for Roblox today, 5.5%. Daughter loves Roblox. Yeah, that's a name if it has a good imbalance. It never has a lot of shares on the bid ask. And that's another factor here that kind of matters on a trade. Like if Roblox has a huge imbalance, can we come to my screen? If it has a big imbalance, there's never a ton of like visible liquidity on here, which can allow it to move a heck of a lot if there is an imbalance. Because like what happens at 350, if there's a big move one way or the other, that's just the algos removing their market making. And the less liquidity there was to begin with, the bigger the move you might be able to get. So I don't think it was expected to be anything. Pfizer's still 72 million. I think it was 83 before, so I guess that's coming down. QBTS is still 9 million to buy, so we only have 3 minutes to go. If that comes out a buy, I'm going to look to track that one particularly. You haven't seen anything for NASDAQ, and we won't for another 2 minutes, but the expectation, Broadcom was supposed to be one of the bigger down weights, if not the biggest down weight, and then DoorDash is the one being added to the index. So DoorDash is going in, that's in the S&P, that's the big one, I suppose. And then the big down weight is Broadcom. Doesn't mean it'll come out a huge number, but if it does, then that's what we take a look at. So yeah, 2 minutes to go in here. Doubt we'll have anything that isn't, I might, like Pfizer's would be one where if it's right here and it's like 349, it might just be a couple cents worth of risk. 26 is the hard bottom right now.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, if that, what do you think the chances are of the position board getting back up? Like, it literally needs to be up in a minute for us. Okay, it's down. Oh, okay.
Oh,
we will not have our position board up. Sorry about that. The computer got fried. I didn't know if you guys were updating.
Oh, I thought it was just sometimes it refreshes around this time or like in the.
Well, I mean, the trades were too hot fire, so it's probably my fault. We burned up that computer, so my bad on that one. We'll try to do a little bit better next time. My bad. So, anyways, there's the out there on Tesla as we go. So again, we'll wait. Now it's a minute and a half until we go. I'll call them up right here. We'll just have to tell you if we're in a position. We'll show them to you. We'll give you our targets. We'll give you everything. That's really sucky, but that's okay. We can't do anything, man. We're live. This is a technology business, and our computer broke. We probably had an AMD chip in there. That's probably why. So,
you should have said an Intel chip.
All right. Yeah. It is Intel, so there you go. That was a big mistake of mine, man. I mean, I know there's a lot of people caught way longer. I'm still in the money on Intel, but should have definitely sold that at 26. We mentioned doing that. It just didn't, by the time we were off air at lunchtime, Intel was already like, I think it was below 25 even at that time. That was, I think it was whatever day we went upside, Monday or Tuesday there on Intel. Since then, it's been a disaster to the downside. So here we go, man. We're getting ready to rock and roll with only 30 seconds left. You'll see these imbalances. I mean, I think that was a good out for us on Tesla, right? Boom, boom, boom. It just gets right back into the high. I would be all over this short right now if it wasn't 350, but it is 350, so we stay away. I don't have any pending orders or anything like that. I will go long on NVIDIA. I will take some of these trades when they do show up. But here we go. It's only 10 seconds left as we all get very, very excited for it. I know Obi was talking about this trade. You'll hear from him, I guess, next time he's on. We'll see what winds up happening here into this number. So here it is. It's 350, and here we go. So, all right. I'm going to sort this, again, just to get rid of the NASDAQ names, get rid of only so we see broker names. But there it is, man. We'll see what's the top ones there. Pfizer, their VTRS. There's actually not that much on here, believe it or not.
Nope.
I'm not super excited, but there goes Pfizer. You see it's a nice move to the upside. Ford, QBTS with a buy, not moving too much there as well. I know you're already stopped out of that one, so that's a good idea heading into the close. KHC, there's absolutely nothing. There's Apple with a 4 million bid, so Apple's starting to go to the upside there for sure. That's a nice move. Intel, what a surprise, with a sell. That's starting to hit as well. Yeah, but NVIDIA didn't really do too much. Tesla, let's have a quick look at that as that's going back up to the upside. So I guess the ones there, Rigetti with a 4 million buy. It looks more dramatic than that, than what I just yelled. I thought it was going up higher than that.
Yeah.
Only up 20 cents right there for Rigetti. Microsoft a buy. It looks like the Mag 7s are buys, so for sure.
all buys.
There's the gap up on Microsoft, $2 straight gap. Our charts aren't even filling that out.
The market's 4.4 billion to buy.
So there's a buy on the market. Okay, so what's the TQs doing? Kind of flat right now. So, all right, we'll see. Pretty uneventful as per usual there, as we always see. It's always a big time until it isn't, right? So we'll wait to see, but that's, to me, not much there.
No, none of the ones, like nothing came out bigger than expected. Like that QBTS was
Apple was
slightly smaller than expected. Broadcom was only $1 million to sell when the expectation was 5.
Apple is still ripping.
Apple, see, didn't Apple do this last time where it was expected sell and then it goes into a buy? All right, so there's, with Apple at least, then there's like
I'm just gonna go short Intel.
revision trade. So that might be an opportunity to go with the revision trade on Apple. And that would just be at 355. A lot of times, or just before 355, you will see the imbalances start to pair off. Like all these big numbers will grow smaller or flip. And so if that's the case, position board's back up. And that gives you the opportunity to maybe go the other direction. So I'll look for that on Apple because nothing really stood out there. Like QBTS is going up, and I did try to, the algos are always going to be faster than you. I did try to grab the low 30s, but I didn't get them. That leaves the 355 curl trade on Apple. So I'll look for it to go into yesterday's high. And if it gets there and we're at like 354, just try to put a reversion short on. The idea being it either breaks the high or turns at 355. And then that's it. But Apple was supposed to be a sell, and you're seeing it scream to the upside. I sorted alphabetically, so I don't know how big that was on Apple.
4 million. It was
4 million?
Yeah.
I mean, that's big. But it's not that big.
Nah, I probably did 100 and 200 million on the day. I don't know. What did Apple do?
That's 4 million's not that big actually at all. Really. These aren't that big. They're not.
No, I know. I mean, as soon as they came out, I was like, they're not that big. But you know what?
Sometimes you just don't want to do anything.
Doesn't stop me, though. So there it is, man. An amazing 3 cents in the money on Intel. We'll have another trade here. We just went short because we saw Intel was a short. And I was just like, okay, if Intel's going to be a short, who's actually going to pair this off? You think someone's going to come in and buy this? So now let's wait to see if we get to the downside for Intel. I'm bidding. You know what? We can bid. We might as well bid a little bit here at 26s just to have some fun here today. Maybe we get down. Maybe we don't. I don't know. I was going to stop out here at 40s if we broke that ledge back to the upside. So we take one trade on. There it is. I don't know. There's not much happening, honestly. I wish there was. But yeah, that's good. Apple's still going. We could check out Rigetti. That's pulling back just a little bit right now. All right, HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. A nice upside move on a sell imbalance. People want to know about Broadcom because we had mentioned that was going to be
1.2 to sell.
Yeah, so that actually goes down about $1 or so.
But that's way smaller than we expected. That's
right. Like, yeah, this is what I mean. So we'll, we'll just wait. We'll take it close to our chest a little bit here with that trade. Apple continuing upside right there. So that's holding that bid. Remember, we have 1 minute, and then these could flip around. So you see what's happening to Intel right there? Like, we don't have it's like 1 or 2 units. Like, we're not risking anything right here. Just trying to make. Yeah, okay. Let's wait because I want to see what happens on this flip. 355 right now. We're going to wait to see what happens, and then we'll go to a dare at 355 if that's fine. So we'll wait to see. So here we go. 355 is coming in. We'll see if there's a flip up on any of these names. So right now we're bidding down on Intel. If we can get a 26, we'll do that. There's 27. We'll put a bid here. Maybe we can get that one and then bang that out. Neil's short Apple, so we'll watch out for that. Here it is, man. A little bit of a move there on Intel. We'll just take a 27 there. And we'll wait. Here we go. Here comes the flip up right now. Neil's short Apple. I'm short Intel. There it goes, man. We get to 26s, it looks like. So that was a good fill.
That was wild.
Go back. What was up with your Apple?
I have no idea what the imbalance.
Just go talk about Apple. What happened?
Yeah, no, it was on the bid. I was about 70 pennies in the money, but it broke 18s. This is why you have to have a stop order. I don't even know what the imbalance is, but we're in the money on the short, and then instantly it broke 18s. I obviously got a pretty good fill in there. It must still be a buy. It's got to still be a buy on Apple. I can't even see it. Doesn't really matter. That's the key. Like, I'm playing that reversion. It did it last time. Apple was the biggest mover to the upside and then came back in. So we'll take our shot at it. Doesn't work. But at the end of the day, I'm looking to make a buck. I think we lost a couple of bucks because 16 would have been where he broke out from. I think we only lost about 30 or 40 cents on Apple. QBTS is still a buy, but it's a fraction of what it's supposed to be. Like, I saw it way down here as a buy, but that's a no trade for me. Like, QBTS needed to be millions.
You have your earpiece in?
What?
They want to go to Adara, that's all.
Oh, my bad. Let's go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends from Trade the Pool, who are back to Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. That means no pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now. Back to you.
All right, guys, so that's it, man. We'll spin the money one more time. I know it didn't work out for Neil, but good risk reward. That's all we're looking for in these things, right? I mean, like Neil mentioned, if it goes down.
Pfizer was good.
Yeah, Pfizer was good, but Intel was 10 cents. So there we go, man. We go 4 for 4 today. It was a pretty good day. I'm not sure how many symbols you traded, but that was a good one. We did it yesterday, man. We were 3 for 3, 4 for 4 today. Good overall days. Being patient, I think that's the key. We saw the Intel imbalance, and we hit it, and there it is, man. Our best fill is 10 cents. We got them all out at 21s. Actually, 11 cents. We were short at 32s. So we're bidding ahead of 20. We got them all out. That's that. There's the fills. We are not into anything else. We do have the market recap show, of course, coming back up. Not coming back up, coming in 2 minutes. So, hopefully you guys are able to stay and enjoy that as Adara and Neil will bring you into the weekend and talk about, the earnings that were this week and, the non-event that we just, I shouldn't say the non-event. I mean, we just put Intel in there. We just made the same amount on Intel there in 2 minutes that we made on TQQs and Tesla all day.
Well, Pfizer was gigantic if you trusted it.
So there it goes. Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is like we sit there and we spend all this time on Tesla, and we don't show share size, but we spend all this time on Tesla, all these moves on TQQs, and I just went right there in 3 minutes and made the exact same amount of money on Intel that we did on those other names. So good day, obviously, as we go here. And yeah, good 2 minutes left. Let's see what happens here into the close. If there's any dramatic moves one way or another. Tesla was marching to 250, by the way, and it gets to 249. So Tesla, another big move there. Wow, what a day, man. Good thing we got out of that short. We cleaned that up real quick. And then right there, man, we clean up real nice there on Tesla. So I don't know, Joe, you didn't take anything?
Probably what the heck?
Nice. Okay, Joe's in Tesla, so that's a nice move there as well. So, yeah, man, so far so good.
Pfizer still hasn't paired off, and there's only 1 minute to go. I'm going to get up to the desk. Obviously, Pfizer just went to 50. Someone actually is buying this up, and it hasn't paired off yet. I don't know if it's going to close up here or not, but yeah, I went for the reversion trade. Pfizer at 26 ended up being the jam. But I have a general rule about these. I don't like going against the expected. When it was supposed to be a sell, I don't like breaking that rule because I've seen what happens if it goes the wrong way. That's just my 2 cents. But I'm going to get up to the desk, everybody. It's been a fun week.
Yeah,
we still have the market recap show. I'll be up there with Adara, and good luck if you're holding anything into the close. Should be a wild auction, at least for never mind. Pfizer just flipped. It's right back to 26.
All right. Yeah, guys, thanks, man. There's only 30 seconds left. What a day. And again, like, no matter how you're trading, right? Like, not everyone's going to be green. Not everyone's going to be red. Some people are going to be flat. Some people hands off today. I hope you just enjoyed the show at the end of the day because that's all that it is, right? I mean, I'm trying to put on trades. We all are. And I hope you enjoyed it. And, the success is real. Some of us, and that's what it is. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now. There it is. The countdown is now on. There is nobody over there. Maybe, let's see if I throw my pen. Oh, that would have hit too. Oh man, they just lowered it. Look how low that bell is. All right, 2 and 1. 2 and 1. And then. All right. Puff, puff, pass. Everybody, thank you so much for watching one more time today, man. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. What a wild week, man. Great to have Neil back off vacation. Thanks to Joe for covering all the time. Thanks to Obi for covering for Sharif today. Thanks to Ramin and to Fabian. Thanks, Fabian, for getting that back up there at the end. I know that one might have been difficult, but thank you so much for doing that at the end of the day. So, qubits. I keep calling it qubits. I know it's D-Wave. Not much movement there at the end of the day. If you guys want to see what happened to Pfizer, we can have a quick little look there. I don't think it printed yet, so I don't see any big, huge candles yet. But that, at the end of the day, we'll see. Oh, maybe it did. 50 million? No, that's only 500,000. Yeah, there's going to be a big print coming for Pfizer at one point here once that all gets settled down. So, yeah, man, very, very good. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to do it next week, that's for sure. Join me then. But for now, join Neil and Adara back at the desk. Have a great weekend. Ciao.
Thank you very much. It's been a wild week. You had a little bit of everything this week, everybody. You had the Fed. We had some earnings, especially with Micron earnings. Nike, yuck. FedEx, yuck. Not so great. You had NVIDIA's event, Adara. You had the Quantum Day, which I don't have my fail button, but if you pull up any of the quantum stocks, I mean, that's your fail right there, looking at them. You had the index action at the end of the day. You had Intel going to the downside for Catena. I backed the wrong horse. Should have just gone with the one that had the biggest imbalance. If you just picked the one with the biggest imbalance, you made money on Pfizer, which for some reason, someone wanted to buy it up at the close. But that's the thing. Like, it actually came all the way back in the last couple of seconds there. Here, let's put a 1 minute up. All the way up, and then right back in at the close. So the move is to play the momentum. Just because it's a buy and balance doesn't mean it's going to hold up there. And that's what it's all about. I know some traders at Real Trading try to take advantage of these. Dare, I know you were watching Broadcom. Mm-hmm. That was a bit of a disappointment. Remember, DoorDash was getting added to the index today. DoorDash, again, you can play the run up in anticipation, but when you're looking at that trade, if it doesn't come out the right way or it flips, you are going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
So I'll be real with you. This is the move I was looking for in Apple that didn't work.
Yeah.
Apple did this last time where it ran up on a buy and balance and then it flipped and got absolutely flushed. And sometimes that's what you're looking for. Apple, okay, technically it did do the rinse and then come back in. So there was a chance if you held it right to the end to get that. But I'm never going to do that. I'd rather just take the small L and then not find anything that was gigantic. Because to me, there wasn't anything huge outside of Pfizer. That was the only thing that you could have taken. But as we said, what a week. Whew. I can't tell you how many people are like, where's the bottom on Nike? Where's the bottom on this? Where's the bottom on...
FedEx actually bounced beautifully.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I was in that reversion long.
Get out of here.
Let me tell you.
You had FedEx long?
Yeah, I mean, I can show my chart.
Let's see it. I
got kind of, okay, so
nice.
I will admit this is a little sloppier than I would like it to be because there were some, basically, here's the chart. We'll zoom out a little bit. So I tried to go long here with this pop into VWAP. Didn't work, whatever. Then I tried this short. I was like, we're going to break that support level, go short. Doesn't work, fine. I wait. Then I see this push here above this kind of support resistance area, 221. I get in, I add. And I take some profit, add again, and I get stopped out in this wick. That's fine. But when my opportunity strikes again, it's right here. I wait for 30-minute confirmation, short to risk to low bar on the 30, and then we get this situation here. I only got stopped out at 327. So happy with that. Sometimes you can take a couple pops at the name before it does, as long as you're following your rules, you're not risking too much, and you're trading it appropriately. I think that's fine. And so, FedEx actually delivered me some profit today.
Ooh, I like it with the pun game. You and Obi need to have that pun battle. And what I love about that is a lot of traders do this, and we do the same thing. Whether it's, I don't know, whether it's a 1 or 3, and then looking for the confirmation or setup off of 30. For myself, I trade off of 3. Like, I'll show you guys executions off of 3, but I'm looking for key levels and oftentimes reversions and setups off of 15-minute chart. So we try to show you guys both because that's what it's all about, finding whatever happens to work for you. And I'm gonna highlight this. We talked about the Quantum Day that was a complete disappointment. So you had a wealth of names that pull back. And we're already pulling back. Like QBTS, huge run on earnings. You show me another stock that goes from $6 to $12, essentially doubles up when their revenue misses from $200,000 expected to $60,000. So the revenue was $60,000, and the stock doubled in price. And then NVIDIA had their event. Nothing groundbreaking was said. It was sell the news all the way. NVIDIA sold the news on the keynote from Jensen. The quantum name sold the news on the NVIDIA Quantum Day, despite the fact that Jensen gave his mea culpa to all of the quantum companies, that he said it was too early for them.
Yeah, that was so weird.
It is.
He's like, I didn't even know there were
He doesn't need to
quantum
apologize.
stocks. That was the best part. He didn't even know they existed, according to him yesterday.
What does
He's
he
like,
care?
Wait, they're a public quantum stock? So yeah, I mean, that was also a thing. I mean, QUBT, of course, with their earnings did not help either.
Well, you know what? Why should he care? He's not a trader. Like he's a tech CEO, which is focused on his thing. Like he's not out there trying to memorize whether some of these are public or not. At the end of the day, like it shouldn't be his concern. That's why I'm like, why would he bother even apologizing in that particular case? Like he was just saying what he believed to be true as somebody who was obviously engaged in that space. No questions asked. Normal special, the 60K was the revenue. I think it was actually 62,000 was the revenue for D-Wave. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like Rigetti makes money or any significant amount. Like Rigetti did the same thing. IonQ is another one in that space. Like none of these are doing all that particularly well. It's just that QBTS was a ridiculous not ridiculous, but it was a squeeze type of reaction, which gives you opportunities, obviously, to be able to trade it. I see Robert said they had a green day thanks to SMCI. I was looking at SMCI, and I'd probably still prefer the 85 level on Micron, and we'll get to Micron's earnings in just a little bit here. But SMCI, it's not dying anymore. That's the good thing, the first thing. Like it's regained the 50 period, and it's really holding the 50 period moving average on the daily. Like it's just hugging the 50 period moving average. It's like my daughter hugs me every single night. It's hugging the 50 period. And this morning I was saying this could be, it's a short every day if it breaks down underneath it. Well, that can also just be a long opportunity there on SMCI. But it was Micron earnings that I think perplexed everybody at Era.
Yeah, it was bizarre. I was reading some stuff about margins. It's also worth noting their guidance for EPS was kind of right in line. So their revenue guidance was excellent. Their EPS guidance, they do this weird thing. I think Marvell does it too, where they go plus or minus whatever amount. So they did $1.57 per share plus or minus 10 cents. So lower end of that would be $1.47. The guide, people were looking for $1.47. So the lower end of that was kind of right in line. That's the one thing I saw that could be a little bit dicey. But I mean, other than that, the report was solid. Certainly better than Nike's report, which I mean, I want to remind everybody, you can check this out in our watch list. Just because they had an EPS and a revenue beat does not mean these are good. If I remember correctly, the sales were down on a year-over-year basis for every single revenue segment, be it regional or be it type of revenue, so direct, wholesale, whatever, down year over year for each one. So Nike is very much in trouble. They have a really big Elliott Hill to climb. I don't even think they've begun to do so yet. That's my take on that.
Oh, I just saw this. This is so true. Sebastian just put this in the chat, and I know what you mean by this. And I actually have a mantra I have because of this. There will be times she does not want to hug you anymore. Enjoy as long as you can. You know what?
Oh.
I live by that. I have one of my friends. You always get good advice. I get advice from. Sean's had kids for years, and Sean and I have known each other for a while. I've gotten advice from Sean. I've gotten advice from my brother, your family. But there was one piece of advice that stuck with me from a friend actually that I played baseball with. And what they said was, every single thing with your kids, you never know the last time you get to do X or Y. The last time you read them a story, the last time you hold them, the last time you change a diaper, the last time you hug them. So every single time you give your kid a hug, you give your parents a hug, just make sure like that's the one. You know, every time you have you call, you make sure you just live in the moment, man. Just be present and live in the moment. That's what I want to get at there with that. So appreciate you, Sebastian.
Like
My thing with this Micron, look, man, if I don't see any reason why it was all that bad, and it's been buying at 85 since August of last year. There's been a buyer at 85, consistently buying at 85, consistently selling into 110. So if nothing drastically has changed, then I'm going to take a shot at this if it holds on the daily at 85. And what I mean by that is it's closed beneath 85. It has not done that in consecutive days.
No,
so if it goes down there and the next day comes out the right way, I'm buying the stock. And I'm giving it to the local, not the local bottom here, but I'm giving it to the 78 level. I'll slap like a 10% risk on it. I'll sell some in front of the 810 and the 1010, and then look to see if it can break it out and hold on to a piece. I think that's a trade that I'm looking at. It was this or that SMCI is interesting too as well. But yeah, like there was nothing incredibly bad about that. And when you see a level, like when you see buyers or big whale buyers or someone holding a level, why not take a shot at it? Because finding support and resistance at least gives you the confidence that there is somebody that is supporting that level. So if the pattern repeats itself, you can jump into it. Something I've done before with Oxy. And this is not like I think this is the best company out there. The chip company I own the most of is NVIDIA. The chip company that I'm interested in actually doing any kind of DCAing this year that I don't own much of is ARM. And I think ARM is too overvalued to try to pick up a bunch here. Like those are, like for the long term, those are the ones that I want, to be honest with you. Micron to me would just be a trading opportunity, which seems high probability. So I like high probability trades if you can absolutely get them. So I like the consistent kind of stuff where the risk to reward is tight. Like the way I look at a trade like that is with that kind of a risk to reward and that kind of a setup, you can be right 1 in 3 and make money a lot of times when you have that kind of a setup. So that's the kind of thing that I prefer. Like I'm the kind of trader that likes a setup like that where you can shoot 51%. And if you find those setups that where you make money if you're only right 51% of the time, I think that's great. The difficulty with that is you get to be a little more particular with your entries and exits. That's all. So everyone has to have their own style for sure. Adara, you just put something in the chat.
Yeah.
We had that news, the defense news.
We did.
Moving Boeing, moving Lockheed. That was a big mover. And I checked out, I was surprised. Lockheed had a pretty rough go of it.
It did. And it also had a pretty insane spread, too. And at first I looked at this, I even put it in the chat, even for my standards, that was crazy. I think like maximum after the news, we had about $5 spread. I can pull up the chart because I was probably shocking no one I was involved in this. But yeah, the thing is too, it took me a little while to find my footing on this. So tried this long first. If I had just scalped this out, and honestly, like this gave you perfect scalp opportunities, that would have been like a $3 winner. Would have been about 1-1 RR, which is fine. Got stopped out, basically break even, whatever, it's fine. Then I'm going to switch here to the 15-minute because then I tried to go, no, actually I think I used the 30 both times. So I tried to go longer the first time and I should have given it to low of day. Initially was planning on giving it to low of day, but then I was like, oh, like we're breaking the trend line on the 3-minute, which if you got it in the 30, why are you looking at the 3, Adara? Regardless, I realized, Adara, that was weird. Get back in. Try it one more time. So I did. It worked out. I'm great on the name. But yeah, so Lockheed Martin here taught me a lot of lessons. This is probably the spreadiest ticker I've ever traded. And I say that as someone who traded ServiceNow on earnings, which is like a $1,000 stock. But LMT here, breaking news spready ticker, really good experience for me. I'm extremely excited to see what day 2 of this move has to bring, if anything. And yeah, I think honestly today, like I'm running the day and I'm running the week to be completely real. But I've learned, I think, so much this week from trading a lot of different tickers, specifically some breaking news with Lockheed Martin and Boeing, and then also Boeing on Wednesday when it had its move. So I'm very excited to see what next week has to give us because this was a really great week just from a learning standpoint, I think. And
that's what it's all about. You never stop learning as a trader. Like I'm actually looking at Lockheed. Like you could have had, I mean, it is what it is. I was in one of these before where it wasn't this drastic, but you're tracking a trend trade for a reversion and then news comes out that turns it and you're just like, oh, I just happened to be in a trend trade on a reversion. You had your order out there that if it breaks the trend, you're just punching short. You use a stop order or whatever it might be. And then all you know what breaks loose and you get lucky. That happened, like Trump was talking at the crypto conference the other day and turned the market. And it turned Bitcoin, but it turned pretty much everything in that moment. And I just happened to be taking a Palantir trend reversal at the same time. And it's like, I was going to take that trade anyways, and then something bad happens. And that's sort of the thing. Like sometimes you're going to get lucky. Like you're going to have a good setup that, maybe it would have worked anyway, but then it works even more. It moves even further just because there's a piece of news. Now, I don't know what liquidity would have been here to be able to catch a break like this. I'm going to guess when there's news, Lockheed probably really lost a bid, and it was down $10 before you could even bat an eye, and you could never have been filled on something like that. But it's maybe the daily chart, and if not the weekly chart on LMT. You know what? Let's pull up a weekly chart.
It did give you some levels, I will say.
I think recently it's definitely done that. I just went to switch to a weekly. There you go. Now this is the weekly chart of Lockheed Martin. And as you can see here, the 200 period on the weekly has been breached. But when it's every time it's been breached, the regain of the 200 period moving average is only, like, it's been good. There's only one time it's been marginal. Like, it was marginal here in 2021 and came back in, but every other time it's taken the 200 period out and come back in, you've gotten a pretty solid bounce. And it's been holding a trend line. Now, that plays both ways. If it finally breaks that trend, you're in a world of trouble. But this is one, you've heard me say this before, as it's been falling down, I want to look to pick a spot for this as a reversion, because I just never believe that total global defense spending is actually going to ever get decreased by a significant sum. The US decreases some, the European Union spends more. I just think in a general sense, it stays in an upward trend, so there's going to be a good reversion opportunity in Lockheed Martin. We'll see. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll be right about it. Like, you look at Boeing, which got the bounce today, like, look at these guys. They can't seem to get out of their own way.
Oh, yeah.
But again, higher lows. Ever since it's recent, since 2020, right? Like 2020, obviously not going to be good for travel, and that's the COVID bottom. You have higher lows on the weekly with a potential break. Like, this is a company that it's not going anywhere. The U.S. government never let them go anywhere. You're going to have Airbus be the one place making everybody's planes. You think that's going to happen? No chance. It doesn't mean they don't still have issues, but it's starting to look a little bit more attractive. Now, I've played Boeing for longs and been like, ugh, I should always just take it all. I finally did, and I'm waiting for a chance to get back in, because I think this will be more of a trade for me than it will be a long-term hold, but it's starting to show some signs. There's your higher lows, form the wedge, maybe break out that 50 and 200 period again, and see if this time it'll do more than go to 250. But that's one on watch. You got to watch out for these things. This is the kind of year where you got to pick your spots. Like, there's a few things I don't mind DCAing every quarter.
Yeah.
But other ones, very particular entries, because I think we're getting turmoil, I think we're getting choppiness, and I think we're getting some weakness still left in this market.
Yeah, like I fully agree. And I was just looking because Boeing was one of my picks for the year.
Nice.
My other two were UNH and Lilly, which I think are both probably flat, if anything. I'm going to see how UNH is doing compared to when we did these picks. So that was January 10th. There's an infographic I've been updating basically every single month to see how these picks are doing. So yeah, UNH, we are down. Lilly, I believe we are also down. Boeing, I think we're probably down or flat. But yeah, BA, I mean, I think this thing could turn around. I'd like to see us get above that 190 and hold above that 190, and that would be a nice look. But we also do have the higher lows, for sure, with a little bit of a flat top, even if you're just thinking that local 190 level. So that could be of interest for sure. I think also going into next week, I think there's just so many opportunities. We have some earnings plays as well that are going to be on watch, because we have GME Tuesday night.
Yeah, buddy.
We have on Tuesday morning, we've got Rumble. Then, and I'm still working on this infographic, this should be out hopefully Monday morning, if not tonight. But another big one that I think is really worth watching out for is Lululemon on Thursday night. So for my purposes, what I'm really excited about, so the point I'm going to make here is we do still have some earnings on the horizon. It is not the end of earnings season yet, but nor is it bank time yet. So we're right in the middle.
Yeah, when the banks start rolling in, then it gets interesting, because then you're into the next quarter earnings. Well, you know what? GameStop it's not uninteresting.
Really?
You know, and we're talking about this. Let me go to the daily chart, because it was a daily chart that sort of stands out a little bit more. If you just look at the last time it was at $20, like, first of all, okay, granted it's lost its 200 period moving average, which is pretty important for the stock for a while, but it was, while doing that, really breaking away from this 20. It was actually $21, and that's when the last time it made the move. So as it sank back in, it came right back into that $21 level before catching a bid again. So what I'm interested in seeing here is, we know they report on Tuesday. If there's a reasonable, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen on the earnings. Let's not pretend that fundamentals matter too much with this stock. You're just looking to catch a move. If there's a reasonable entry at holding the 50 and 200 period moving averages, it would give you a potential long southbound of 27 with a 20 to 21 stop, which is reasonable risk on the off chance it does something crazy. Who knows? For all I know, they're going to lose a bunch of money, and then the stock is never going to break that moving average, and there's no trade. But believe me, there's always an earnings play out there. Like, who knew? Like, I didn't expect, and we talked about this, nobody really expected Micron to do what they did today, or last night, I should say, because it had gapped up, right? It gapped up and then just fell all aftermarket. And this is sort of the thing. Like, you knew if you're looking longs on Micron, it was the easiest hands off and wait for an actual dip to try to revert it. because you could see it just trending down the whole way. And when it did the flush, let it get to a key level, zoom it out, and both Sean and I zoomed it out. Where's my 15? There you go. You zoom it out. Breaks the gap and is heading down. Where is the only place on this chart that you would look to go long? There's not rocket science. The reason we were long down here this morning, see, it's the first place you'd look to be long when it got to 94. And if it lost 94, I'm not even sure you're interested again till 86. If you're playing support and resistance.
Yeah.
So oftentimes, just try to keep it simple. Now, clearly just going short off the open would have been better. I don't think I'm trying to pretend that that's not true, but sometimes it's not about that because I wasn't expecting it to be as bad for Micron as it was. And obviously, the market's going to catch you off guard, and all you can do is come up with a plan of action with regards to that price action. Like, you can't get wrapped up in what you think should be happening. All you can do is take in the information given to you by the market and go from there. Now, I want to make a pivot if I can, just for a quick little second. And let's talk about China.
Oh.
Because what has been a very hot trade recently has been, pretty much everything US. You've had the European market going strong. Actually, Canada's done pretty well, believe it or not. China has been on an absolute tear. This is FXI, just a large cap ETF. And interestingly, as we've bounced in the US, you're getting a pullback in China. So what do you think I'm going to say next? Where do I think the next leg up? And I like Alibaba, so I'm going to really do this with Alibaba. If the US market resumes downtrend and Alibaba doesn't hold uptrend, I'm out of Baba. It's that plain and simple. Because to me, this pullback better be about profit taking in China and that money, some of that money finding its way back into the US markets, getting the bounce. So if the US makes another leg down and this doesn't make another leg up, I'm getting the you-know-what out of Dodge on all those 70s and 80s that we were buying on Alibaba like everybody else was. So that's essentially what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to add up here because you're not going to catch me adding to Alibaba at 135, 140 bucks.
Fair.
I don't believe in it that much. But I do believe if that correlation stops holding, then it's a reason to get out of the trade, at least for sure. Because it's not like it was never taken as a hedge, but it kind of turned into one. And you respect, like I said, you respect the price action, you respect what the market is telling you. And so if I see that rotation, what I think is rotation happening, and Baba doesn't hold up when that rotation comes back, then I should be getting out of Alibaba. But I'll tell you guys, we only have a few minutes left in here.
Really?
I also saw Darwin. Yeah, QBTS. They just dropped an offering after market. That can't help. How big is this offering, Darwin? They filed for an offering of 5 million common shares on QBTS. The good news is, for QBTS, for D-Wave that is it's not dropping that far, Darwin. That's the good news. The bad news is, it's probably not dropping that far because it just lost 25% off the top. So it's like it fell far enough, and it did that in the last couple of days. Actually, it's more than that from the top. It's 25% in the last 2 days for QBTS. So my guess is that's exactly why it's not going any further off that delusion. But at the end of the day, smart thing by them. You get all of this appreciation on a company that doesn't make money, and what do you think they're going to do? They're going to find a way to capitalize on that, and they're going to drop an offering, and they're going to raise money, because when they're not making any, that's the only way that they're going to be able to continue to go on to eventually, who knows, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, eventually figure something out and make a real breakthrough so they can actually turn some money out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think the quantum names are certainly interesting. And again, Jensen's comments are pretty interesting about this as well. But I think it's important to remember we actually have 3 companies that have quantum chips that are Make 7 names, right? You've got your Google,
yes.
You've got your Amazon, you have your Microsoft. And it sounds like NVIDIA's, their extent of the work in this seems to be their quantum day thus far. It's also hard to tell of the other Make 7 names which would be a contender for a quantum chip. But I think the fact that Make 7 names are getting into quantum pretty much back to back to back to back is, I think, pretty interesting as well. If I were to guess, the one that seems the most likely to get into quantum, just based on their R&D spending and their CapEx, would be Meta. That's my guess.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Apple has enough to deal with Siri. Tesla has enough to deal with I'm not going to, we know Mr.
Everything?
Elon. Yeah, Mr. Musk and his naps in the White House, and that's not to diminish what he's doing. I've always said it's very clear that when he wants to get something done, he will get it done. But in the short term, could that impact Tesla? I would say it certainly has. That's my take. I like to be completely neutral on Elon Musk, and I think his results do speak for themselves with regards to the company, but I think it's fair that the stock will take a downturn. He is very volatile in terms of things he said. He will fully be like, oh yeah, I don't know where Tesla stock's going from here. There was that one earnings call where they had a great call, but then it tanked because he was like, oh yeah, like I don't really know what's happening. Like we don't have that great of an outlook. So I think it's something to be aware of in the near term. I just say that's a very long-winded way of saying I don't think Tesla will get into quantum. But I think, and again, Apple is too much with Siri. NVIDIA, I don't know, but I think Meta could be a decent quantum candidate.
Yeah, and of course you're talking about the Mag 7 because if you're
within Mag 7s.
Yeah, if you go outside of the Mag 7, you can always get exposure looking at IBM, right? IBM has been doing spend, and they actually have some progress as well. And I want to shout out to, is it CJ in the chat? The QBS offer, the D-Wave offering, single stockholder. So that would explain to a certain extent why there wasn't that much of a move there. So single stockholder. They're safe saying Tesla 150 probably. If you don't think that's possible, then you are not someone who has followed Tesla. Tesla's a lot like Bitcoin in that you have to be able to pull up a monthly chart.
Yeah. You
think it's abnormal? You think it can't get to 150? You think it couldn't be back down here at 150? You think it couldn't be at $100? The P's never made a lot of sense. Analysts never can agree on what type of company it is. I own Tesla shares. I think almost everybody on our show owns Tesla shares. And some people, even here at Trader TV Live, are like, it's a car company. I'm like, it's not a car company. And so everyone has a bit of a different opinion. What I can tell you is it's bleeding right now. And there hasn't been, like, if you look at a monthly chart, there hasn't been there's no sign of a turn on the monthly chart. If you pull up the weekly, and there was a good observation made just actually maybe 10 minutes ago in our chat, and my response to it is look at the candle on the weekly here. Like you have the break of the 200, but you've got a very solid like rejection candle. Nice little hammer here, and able to close right underneath that 250 level. So it's a decent reversal candle. I can tell you that had I not, like I had a stink bid at $222.22 when I was on vacation, it filled. Right, so this was one that I wanted to dip by. Now, candidly, I'll tell you in truth, did I buy it on 222 on the way up? Yes. The shares that I bought last year at 222, I, at the time, thought I made a terrible sell at 350 something. Turned out to be a decent one. Like, that's one of those where I thought I was an idiot. It just, in hindsight, looks like I was a genius. So I'm not celebrating that at all. And I'm getting those shares right back in at 222. And the next place I buy will either be when all of this is settled down, which I don't think it is, or I'd be waiting for it to get into the 150s. Because I think when we talked about this, if you're buying for the really long term, the things I look for are really key price levels, once a quarter. So did something change in their last report that's making me get off the stock?
Yeah.
Or something about the market changing. So that's why I like the once a quarter thing. If you're underneath the 200 period moving average, if you're an individual stock, I'm not buying you monthly.
That's fair.
No mas, not going to happen. But I will look every single quarter to make sure things haven't changed. Like Walmart, I'm going to buy it once a quarter unless I think something is really bad with the economy for this year. So that's just my 2 cents on looking at how to buy into the market, because you do want to buy and hold. But I think it's so much easier when you're in a bull market to just be like, yeah, individual stocks are a little crazy. Now, don't get me wrong. I still put a certain amount of money that every single month just goes into an index, and I consistently do that regardless, and I always have. That's one thing. Like I just only change whether it's the SPY or the Qs. One time I did the diamonds, and I used to buy an index in the TS in Toronto. I don't do that anymore. But you have to have your own plan of action. So everyone's got to do their own thing. Healing Pain naturally you had a green week. Congratulations to you.
Congrats.
I think in this volatile market, you have a green week. Be happy about it. I didn't have a perfect week in terms of individual trade, but green every single day. And I'll tell you the best opportunity for me, I completely bungled. And there was no question about it. I should have smoked that Reddit reversion trade, and I completely bungled it, right? Like the first time in, I had 4 or 5 times the amount of shares than the actual good time when it went. So what can you do? It's the worst. It's like you take one shot at it, and then the second time when it actually goes huge, you never got into the position, and it is what it is. But you just try to stay consistent, keep at it, make sure you have a plan of action, find your edge, and that's what we're here to do with you pretty much every single day at Trader TV Live. The other thing we like to do about this time to round things off, Adara, is a little roll call action. And there's a lot to be thankful for, but big shout out today to Fabian and Ramin. The position war went down at the end of the day. They're like, it's not coming back, the computer crashed. But I think they were pulling a Scotty or a Geordie LaForge on us, where they were, kind of having the low expectations so you could blow it out the water. But thank you guys for getting that back on and making us look and sound good. Shout out to Andre. Sean was shooting some stuff on socials. You'll see that hopefully in the next couple of days or over the weekend. Big shout out to Obi filling in today on the midday show for Sharif. Shout out to Sharif and Joe, of course. Shout out to my man Sean every single day. Bash Brothers and myself and Sean trying to give you the goods every single day. And a big shout out to Brendan and Adara on that news desk, keeping you guys informed. And of course, I will never forget to shout out Bears versus Bulls. So what I want everyone to do is hit the subscribe button so that you can be in the chat, because it's a subs-only chat. Then jump in there, give thanks to a member of the Trader TV Live team, and then get that roll call effect right now.
Thank you very much to Bears vs. Bulls, Neil, Sean, Obi, Joe, Sharif, Brendan, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, and to our whole community here. We have Seth, we have Roof Ninja, we've got Michael Spadafora, Bob S., Live Trader at Trader TV Live, After Star, Bears vs. Bulls, Las Hansen, Carl Gruen, William Knight, we have Normal Special, and we have Mr. Easy Street, Never Always Ever, Pug Life 77, Jay Alvarez, The Piper, Talent 103, D. Westermeyer, Bora Hout, Ronnie R., we've got Damian Tarza, Malcolm Alpert, so many beats, Day Trader Cut, Sebastian Ontiveros, Crypto, FOMO, Jai Singh, Michelle, Ronaldo, Bob S. We've got Mike Drider, Dinkelberg, Paco OR, Talent 103, Bright Awakening, and Wall Street Only, Tim Jin. The names are starting to slow down, but thank you very much to all of us for being you guys for being here with us every single day. I clearly need to nap, but that's great because it's a Friday. I'll see you all on Monday.
Exactly, and a big week Monday. As you mentioned, it's not over for earnings season, everybody. We still have some next week, and we'll be right there for you. This is Trader TV Live. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you bright and early, 8:30 Monday morning.